Bootstrap aggregating. A machine learning ensemble meta-algorithm designed to improve the stability and accuracy of machine learning algorithms used in statistical classification and regression. Bootstrap aggregation. Synonym of bootstrap aggregating. Bootstrap aggregations. Plural of bootstrap aggregation. Bootstrap model. Any of a class of theories that use very general consistency criteria to determine the form of a quantum theory from some assumptions on the spectrum of particles. Bootstrap models. Plural of bootstrap model. Bootstrap paradox. A time travel paradox in which the consequences of an event in the future travel back in time and cause an event in the past or present, which in turn is among the causes of the first event, forming a causal loop in which each event is caused by the other. Bootstrap paradoxes. Plural of bootstrap paradox. Bootstrappable. Capable of being bootstrapped. Bootstrapped. Simple past and past participle of bootstrap. Bootstrapper. Someone engaged in bootstrapping or self-improvement. Bootstrappers. Plural of bootstrapper. Bootstrapping. Present participle and gerund of bootstrap. Bootstrappings. Plural of bootstrapping. Bootstrappy. Hard-working, self-reliant, and enterprising. Bootstraps. Plural of bootstrap. Bootstring. Bootlace. Bootstrings. Plural of bootstring. Bootstride. A stripe of paint or tape between the top sides and bottom of a vessel. Bootstripes. Plural of bootstripe. Ootsie. Bad, not good, by extension ugly or crazy. Boots rattlesnake root. Synonym of white rattlesnake root. Bootupé. Alternative form of boot topping. Boothoppings. Plural of boot hopping. Bootry. A device shaped like a divided leg with a wedge used to stretch the leg of a boot. Bootries. Plural of bootry. Boot. The process of booting up. Bootups. Plural of booto. Bootwear. Boots is a category of clothing. Booty. The buttocks. Booty bandit. A male prison inmate who preys on other male inmates for sex. Booty bandits. Plural of booty bandit. Booty base. Synonym of Miami bass. Booty bump. The act of taking methamphetamine by squirting it into the rectum. Booty bumps. Plural of booty bump. Booty call. A telephone call made to request a sexual encounter. Booty call. Simple past and past participle of booty call. Booty calling. Present participle and gerund of booty call. Booty calls. Plural of booty call. Booty chaser. A lascivious or promiscuous man. Booty chasers. Plural of booty chaser. Booty down. To grind on someone. Booty juice. A sedative, usually haloperidol, used in psychiatric hospitals and administered through intramuscular injection. Booty juice. Simple past and past participle of booty juice. Booty juices. Third person singular simple present indicative of booty juice. Booty juicing. Present participle and gerund of booty juice. Booty scratcher. An African person. Booty scratchers. Plural of booty scratcher. Booty shorts. Shorts worn as outerwear which are designed to barely cover the buttocks or sometimes even expose parts of the buttocks. Booty call. Alternative form of booty call. Booty call. Simple past and past participle of booty call. Booty calling. Present participle and gerund of booty call. Booty calls. Third person singular simple present indicative of booty call. Beautiful. Alternative form of beautiful. Beautiful. Dinas. Booty holes. Plural of booty hole. Booty down. Present participle and gerund of booty down. Bootyless. Not having any booty. Bootylicious. Having attractive buttocks. Booties. Plural of booty. Boat. Used to indicate sadness or disappointment. Booyah. Alternative form of booyah. Booyah. Expressing excitement and anticipation. Booyahs. Plural of booyah. Booyaka. Alternative shortened form of booyakasha. Booyakasha. Used to express triumph, normally if trying to appear gangsta. Roassen. A surname. Oh, a surname from German. Oh yeah. Syrian and Lebanese ice cream. Boozaphone. Synonym of ugly stick, a musical instrument. Boozaphones. Plural of boozaphone. Moet. Plural of booza. Oh, a surname. Booze artists. One who drinks habitually, a drunkard. Booze artists. Plural of booze artists. Booze baron. A prominent owner of a large-scale alcohol supply enterprise. Booze barons. Plural of booze baron. Booze bus. A police vehicle used for administering blood alcohol tests to drivers, generally a mid-size bus converted or fitted out for the purpose. Booze buses. Plural of booze bus. Booze can. A nightclub or bar, especially one which operates illegally or is otherwise disreputable. Booze cans. Plural of booze can. Booze cruise. A brief trip from Britain to France or Belgium in order to buy alcohol or tobacco in bulk quantities without paying excise duty. Booze cruiser. One who goes on a booze cruise. Booze cruisers. Plural of booze cruiser. Booze cruises. Plural of booze cruise. Booze cruising. Drunk driving. Booze fighter. A habitual drunkard. Booze fighters. Plural of booze fighter. Booze jockey. An alcoholic. Booze jockeys. Plural of booze jockey. Booza. To drink alcohol past the point of drunkenness. Booze cruiser. Alternative form of booze cruiser. Booze cruisers. Plural of booze cruiser. Booze up. A session of heavy drinking. Booze ups. Plural of booze up. Booze back. A drunkard. Booze bags. Plural of booze bag. Booze. Simple past and past participle of booze. Booze dot. Simple past and past participle of booze up. Boozefest. An event where a great deal of alcohol is consumed. Boozefests. Plural of boozefests. Boozet. An alcoholic. Boozads. Plural of boozehead. Boozahound. Alcoholic, drunkard. Boozahounds. Plural of boozahound. Burlesque. Without alcohol. Burlesqueness. Absence of alcoholic drink. Boozer. A surname. Boozeroo. A session of alcohol drinking. Boozeroos. Plural of boozeroo. Boothers. Plural of boozer. Lourdes. Plural of booze. Boozes ut. Third person singular simple present indicative of booze up. Alternative form of boozy. Comparative form of boozy, more boozy. Superlative form of boozy, most boozy. In a boozy way. Ruinous. The state or condition of being boozy. The act of drinking alcohol heavily. Boozing ken. A pub, a public house, a tavern. Boozing kens. Plural of boozing ken. Boozing ut. Present participle and gerund of booze up. Boozing can. Alternative spelling of boozing ken. Boozing kens. Plural of boozing ken. Booings. Plural of boozing. Booeyman. A surname. Intoxicated by alcohol. Initialism of blowout preventer. Mafa Thatswana. Bop around. To wander, to move aimlessly. Bopada. To party for a long time, to have a good time. Bop, the bishop. To masturbate male. Opet. Alternative form of bo-peep. Bopept. Simple past and past participle of bopep. Bopeping. Present participle and gerund of bopep. Bopeps. Plural of bopep. Opet. A polyester film made from stretched polyethylene terephthalate PET, mylar. Mafa Thatswana. A former Bandistan in the northwestern region of South Africa. Mafa Thatswanan. Of or relating to Bafa Thatswana. Mafa Thatswanans. Plural of Bafa Thatswanan. Athandalal. A beta blocker that acts as a prodrug for pindalol. Bups. Alternative form of bupkis. Opo. Abbreviation of Betty positivity. Bopamofo. Alternative spelling of bopmofo. A surname. Mopperd. A town and municipality in the Rhine Gorge in Rheinhunsrück-Kreis, Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Waff. Simple past and past participle of bop. Bopped around. Simple past and past participle of bop around. Bopped it up. Simple past and past participle of bop it up. Bopped, the bishop. Simple past and past participle of bop, the bishop. Bopper. A person who dances the bop. Botters. Plural of bopper. Ave. Comparative form of boppy, more boppy. Athis. Superlative form of boppy, most boppy. Athe. Present participle and gerund of ba. Bopping around. Present participle and gerund of bop around. Bopping it up. Present participle and gerund of bop it up. Bopping the bishop. Present participle and gerund of bop the bishop. Boppish. In the bop style. Boppishly. In a boppish manner. Boppishness. The quality of being nappish. Bops. Plural of bop. Avi. Characteristic of bop or bebop. Plural of VOP. Bops. Plural of bop. Bops around. Third person singular simple present indicative of bop around. Bops it up. Third person singular simple present indicative of bop it up. Bops the bishop. Third person singular simple present indicative of bop the bishop. Opus. Acronym of Buy Online, Pick Up in Store. Mopira. Any isopod of the family Bopuridae. Bopurids, plural of Bopurid. Bopuroid, any isopod of the superfamily Bopuroidea. Bopuroids, plural of Bopuroid. Initialism of bachelor's officers' quarters. Boquexon, a municipality of A Coruña, Galicia, Spain. Mackay, a surname from French. Bafweith, Baqui, district, a district of Chiriquí province, western Panama. Waques, plural of Baque. Lor, initialism of member of British other ranks. Lor, a town in the Czech Republic. Warrender, a city in Candia, Mongolia. Nor, abbreviation of borough. Mor, a language spoken in Colombia and Peru. Bora, an island group in the Leeward Islands in the South Pacific. Bora Ground, a sacred patch of land where a bora is carried out. Bora grounds, plural of bora ground, or a CH group has been replaced by one of boron. Borabenzene, a heteroaromatic compound in which a carbon atom of a benzene ring has been replaced by one of boron. Borable, alternative form of borable. Boracay, an island of western Visayas, Philippines, off the northwest tip of Panay Island. Boraces, plural of borax. Ohashio, a drunkard. Ohashios, plural of borachio. Boracic, relating to or impregnated with borax. Boracic acid, an acid obtained by dissolving borax, and also found in certain mineral springs. Boracic lint, a former surgical dressing made from lint soaked in a solution of boric acid and glycerine. Boriciferous, yielding or containing borax. Boracide, a mixed chloride and borate of magnesium that occurs as a white to green crystalline evaporite with a chemical formula Mg3b70Cl. Boracites, plural of boracite. Boracium, an old name for the chemical element boron. Borellen, misspelling of borrelian. Borafluorine, a heteroaromatic compound in which a carbon atom of a fluorine has been replaced by one of boron. Borafluorine, any heterofluorine in which one or more carbon atoms has been replaced by boron. Borafluorines, plural of borafluorine. Moraga, the town of Moraga, California. Borage, Borrego officinalis, a Mediterranean plant with rough, cucumber-flavored leaves and stems, used in salads and cooked. Borages, plural of borage. Boragewort, any plant of the borage family Boraginaceae. Borageworts, plural of boragewort. Boraginaceous, of relating to or resembling the Boraginaceae, a plant family which includes the borage, heliotrope, beggar's lice, and many other pestiferous plants. Boraginius, relating to the borage tribe, Boraginaceous. More, a surname. Boras, plural of bora. Borek, a surname from Czech. Borax, plural of borax. Boral, aluminium borotartrate, an astringent and antiseptic. Borelian, synonym of borean. Boralf, a type of alfisol that has a frigid temperature regime, but not a xeric moisture regime. Boalfe, relating to boralfs. Boralfs, plural of boralf. Boralsilite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, boron, oxygen, and silicon. Boramets, alternative spelling of baromets. Boromets, plural of boromets. Boromets, alternative form of baromets. Boranamine, any of several compounds containing a boron to nitrogen bond. Boranamines, plural of boranamine. Borane, any binary compound of boron and hydrogen. Boranes, plural of borane. Borani, a traditional Iranian dish of yogurt mixed with a cooked vegetable, most commonly spinach. Boranian, a surname from Armenian. Boranians, plural of Boranian. Boronile, any univalent radical derived from a borane with the radical on the boron atom. Boronylidene, any molecular species of general formula Rb, the boron analog of carbenes. Boronylidines, plural of boronylidene. Boropyridine, a heteroaromatic compound in which a carbon atom of a pyridine ring has been replaced by one of boron. Maras, plural of Bora. Maras, a city in Västergötland, western Sweden. Orescu, a river, village, and commune of Gorj County, Romania. Borisoi, belonging or relating to the palms of the subfamily Borisoideae, now considered to be the tribe Boraceae. Bortabenzene, an aromatic heterocyclic anion that has 5 carbon atoms, a boron atom, and 2 delocalized double bonds. Bortabenzenes, plural of bortabenzene. Borate, the Ocean, the O3 or any of several more complex derivatives. Borate, having been treated with borate. Borates, plural of borate. Borate tests, relating to or characteristic of the 2006 mockumentary comedy film Borat, or its protagonist Borat Sagiev, a fictitious Kazakh journalist played by Sacha Baron Cohen. Boration, containing pentavalent borate BO anions. Borating, treatment or reaction with a borate. Boration, treatment or reaction with a borate or other boron compound. Borations, plural of boration. Borato, a thin fabric. Boratum, containing trevlaborate BO3 anions. Boratos, plural of borato. Boratos, plural of borato. Bortrain, any esrine having boron as the heteroatom. Bortrains, plural of bortrain. Borato, alternative form of borato thin fabric. Boratos, plural of borato. Boratos, plural of borato. Oroski, a surname. Boroskis, plural of Boroski. Borax, a white or grayish-gray crystalline salt with a slight alkaline taste, used as a flux in soldering metals, making enamels, fixing colors on porcelain, and as a soap, etc. Borax bead tests. In qualitative inorganic analysis, a test for the presence of certain metallic elements by observing the colors given to a bead of borax in a loop of platinum wire held in the oxidizing and reducing parts of a Bunsen burner flame. Borax bead tests, plural of borax bead tests. Boraxed, simple past and past participle of borax. Boraxes, plural of borax. Boraxing, present participle and gerund of borax. Boraxui, the perennial herb Nitrophila occidentalis, western niterwort. Boraxweeds, plural of boraxweed. Borazine, a cyclic hydride of boron and nitrogen made by the reaction of diborane and ammonia. It is isoelectronic with benzene. Borazines, plural of borazine. Borazine, an unsaturated heterocycle that has no carbon atoms, 4 nitrogen and 4 boron atoms and 4 double bonds. Borazines, plural of borazine. Borazole. Borazine, a 6-membered ring of alternating NH and BH or a compound derived from it. Borazoles, plural of borazole. Borazine, a very hard abrasive made from boron nitride granules. Bora, a surname. Borboas, plural of Borboa. Bora, a surname. Bourbons, plural of Bourbon. Warborber, a traditional dance performed by the Yu people of Ghana. Warburia, a Borborite. Warborians, plural of Borborian. Warbor, any fly of the family Borboridae now Cerosridae. Warborids, plural of Borborid. Borborigmi, plural of Borborigmes. Borborigmes, a rumbling sound made by the movement of gas in the intestines. Warborai, a member of an ancient libertine Gnostic sect said to be descended from the Nicolaitans. Warborites, plural of Borborai. Borborim, a gurgling or rumbling noise produced by gas in the bowels. Warborigme, plural of Borborim. Warborigme, of pertaining to or resembling Borborigmes, rumbling. Borborims, plural of Borborim. Borborigmes, a rumbling sound made by the movement of gas in the intestines. Warborigme, Warborigmes. Org, a commune of Nemt County, Romania. Borcarai, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing boron, calcium, carbon, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Orchard, a surname from German. Orchards, plural of Borcher. Borchert, a surname. Borcherts, plural of Borchert. Borcherding, a surname. Borcherdings, plural of Borcherding. Borchert, a surname. Orchards, plural of Borchert. Bor, a surname. Bors, plural of Bork. Bor, obsolete form of board. Board halfben as, plural of board halfpenny. Board halfpenny, a fee paid in markets and fairs by the Saxons to the lord for the privilege of having a board or bench for the sale of articles. Ward service, service due from a boardar, boardage. Warda, a surname. Ward account, a voting system in which voters rank candidates in order of preference and points are awarded to candidates based these rankings, and in which the winning candidate is the one with the most points. Board accounts, plural of board account. Boarded, the base or servile tenure by which a boardar held his cottage. Wardages, plural of boarded. Wardar, a person ranking below villeins and above serfs in the social hierarchy of a manor, holding just enough land to feed a family about 5 acres and required to provide labor on the demesne on specified days of the week. Boardare, plural of boardarius. Odeas, synonym of boarder person ranking below villeins and above serfs. Boardars, plural of boardar. Bordas, a surname. Bordaces, plural of bordas. Bordeaux, a surname from French. Bordeaux, plural of Bordeaux. Bordeaux, the capital city of Giron Department, France, the capital city of the region of Nouvelle-Aquitaine. Bordeaux mixture, a mixture of copper sulfate and lime that is sprayed on plants as a fungicide. Bordeaux mixtures, plural of Bordeaux mixture. Bordeaux turpentine, the resin of the maritime pine Pinus pinaster. Bordeaux, plural of Bordeaux. Bordeaux, plural of Bordeaux. Warde, alternative spelling of Berde. Warde Verde, a commune and village in Brăila County, Romania. Bordes, plural of Borde. Bordel, a brothel. Bordelais, of from or relating to the city of Bordeaux, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, France. Bordelaise, ellipsis of Bordelaise sauce. Bordelaise sauce, a French sauce made with dry red wine, bone marrow, butter, shallots, and demi-glace, and traditionally served with beef. Bordelaise sauces, plural of Bordelaise sauce. Bordelaises, plural of Bordelaise. Bordelaise, a person from Bordeaux. Bordellers, plural of Bordeller. Bordello, a brothel. Bordellos, plural of Bordello. Bordellos, plural of Bordello. Bordellin, a surname from French. Bordellins, plural of Bordellin. Bordeaux, plural of Bordel. Borden, a surname. Borden County, one of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Gale. Borden Carleton, a town in Prince County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. Bordenet, a surname from French. Bordenettes, plural of Bordenet. Bordens, plural of Borden. Border, a surname. Border ballad, a traditional ballad from the border region connecting England and Scotland. Border ballads, plural of border ballad. Border blaster, a broadcast station used to target listeners in another country, despite not being licensed to do so. Border blasters, plural of border blaster. Border city, a hamlet on the border of the city of Geneva, Ontario County, and the town of Waterloo, Seneca County, New York, United States. The name refers to the former Massachusetts-New York border. Border collie, alternative letter case form of border collie. Border collie, alternative letter case form of border collie. Border collies, plural of border collie. Border collies, plural of border collie. Border control, measures taken by a state or a block of states to monitor its borders and regulate the movement of people, animals, and goods across the border. Border czar, an official czar who has been appointed to oversee borders and immigration. Border czars, plural of border czar. Border dancing, synonym of border Morris. Border fancies, plural of border fancy. Border fancy, a breed of domesticated canary. Border gore, political borders which appear extremely messy and unaesthetic when viewed on a map, typically due to being extremely jagged or involving many enclaves. Border Guard, a national agency that enforces the security of the country's national borders. Border Guards, plural of Border Guard. Border Jumper, an undocumented immigrant typically Hispanic in the United States. Border Jumpers, plural of Border Jumper. Border Leicester, a sheep of a polled, long, wool British breed reared for meat and wool. Border Morris, a vigorous style of traditional English dance originating from the villages along the border between England and Wales, performed by a team of dancers usually with their faces disguised with black makeup. Border on, To share a border with. Border posts. Alternative form of border post. Border posts. Plural of border posts. Borderever. A member of the predatory clans of the border region between England and Scotland. Borderevers. Plural of borderever. Border state. In the American Civil War, one of the slave states that did not join the Confederacy. Border states. Plural of border state. Waterstone. Alternative spelling of borderstone. Waterstones. Plural of border stone. Bordergoer. Alternative form of bordergoer. Borderland. Archaic spelling of borderland. Borderlands. Plural of borderland. Bordereau. A detailed statement, especially one containing a detailed listing of documents or accounts. Bordereaux. Plural of bordereau. Bordereau. Plural of bordereau. Bordered. Having a border. Bordered on. Simple past and past participle of border on. Borderer. A person who lives near the border of a country or district, especially that between England and Scotland. Borderers. Plural of borderer. Bordergoer. Alternative form of bordergoer. Bordering. Present participle and gerund of border. Bordering on. Present participle and gerund of border on. Borderings. Plural of bordering. Borderization. The establishment or demarcation of a border, or the process of doing so by militarizing or otherwise fortifying it, often to alter its status or restrict movement. Border jumper. Alternative form of border jumper. Border jumpers. Plural of border jumper. Borderland. Land near a border, marches. Borderlander. One who lives in the borderland. Borderlanders. Plural of borderlander. Borderlands. Plural of borderland. Borderless. Not having a border. Borderlessness. Absence of borders. Borderline. Nearly. Not clearly on one side or the other of a border or boundary, ambiguous. Borderline personality disorder. Behavior that borders both neurosis and psychosis. Borderline personality disorders. Plural of borderline personality disorder. Borderline. Simple past and past participle of borderline. Borderlineness. The quality of being borderline. Borderliner. A person who has borderline personality disorder. Borderliners. Plural of borderliner. Borderlines. Plural of borderline. Borderlining. Present participle and gerund of borderline. Border linking. The linking together of border spaces. Borderplex. A metropolitan area on the border of the United States and Mexico. Borderplexes. Plural of borderplex. Borderposts. An installation situated on a border that deals with customs, immigration, etc. Border posts. Plural of border posts. Borders. Plural of border. Borders on. Third person singular simple present indicative of border on. Border space. A space between conceptual borders such as culturally imposed binaries. Border spaces. Plural of border space. Border stone. A stone marking a border or boundary. Border stones. Plural of border stone. Border town. A town, the seat of Tayshia Council area, South Australia, close to the border with Victoria. Borderwide. Throughout an entire border. Borderwork. The exploration of conceptual borders and border spaces. Border zone. The zone surrounding a border. Border zones, plural of border zone. Bords, a surname from French. Bordeaux, plural of boards. Bordesley, an urban area of Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0886. Bordesley Green, an inner suburb of Birmingham, West Midlands, England, east of the city centre. OS Grid Ref SB 1086. Bordetella, any of several gram-negative coccobacilli of the genus Bordetella, many of which are pathogenic, especially Bordetella pertussis, which causes whooping cough and kennel cough. Bordetella, plural of Bordetella. Bordetellas, plural of Bordetella. Bordetelloses, plural of Bordetellosis. Bordetellosis, an infection by bacteria of the genus Bordetella. Bourdieu, of or relating to Pierre Bourdieu 1932-2002, French sociologist, anthropologist, and philosopher. Bordighera, a town and commune in the province of Imperia, Liguria, Italy. Bordigism, the Marxist politics of Amadeo Bordiga. Bordiges, relating to Bordigism. Bordism, the property of two closed manifolds whose disjoint union is the boundary of a compact manifold. Bourg Bou Arreirage, a city, the capital of Bourg Bou Arreirage province, Algeria. Borderland, the land held by a Bordar. Borderlands, plural of Borderland. Bordeley, a place name. Bordleys, plural of Bordley. Boardman, a Bordar, a tenant in Bordage. Boardman, plural of Boardmen. Bordner, a surname. Bordners, plural of Bordner. Borden, a town in Whitehill Parish, East Hampshire District, Hampshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 7935. Bordenaro, a surname from Italian. Bordenaros, plural of Bordenaro. Bordens, plural of Borden. Bordenua, a large stringed instrument of Puerto Rican origin, a low-pitched version of the guitar like cuatro. Bordenuas, plural of Bordenua. Bordai, alternative spelling of Borboy. Boards, plural of board. Borger, a contrasting border around a shield. Borger, having or exhibiting a border. Borgers, plural of border. Borduria, an imaginary country located in the Balkans, an enemy of Soldavia in the comic book series The Adventures of Tintin. Bordwellian, of or relating to David Bordwell, born 1947, American film theorist and film historian. Bor, a surname. Bore a hand, simple past to bear a hand. War against, simple past of bear against. War away, simple past of bear away. Bore away the bell, simple past of bear away the bell. War down, simple past of bear down. War down on, simple past of bear down on. War draw, a draw in which neither team scores, i.e. the game ends 0-0. War draws, plural of bore draw. War fruit, simple past of bear fruit. War in, for a prop to turn in on an opposing prop, in a forbidden move. Bore in mind, simple past of bear in mind. Bore in on, simple past of bear in on. Bore in upon, simple past of bear in upon. Bore in with, simple past of bear in with. Bore lake, a lake formed from artesian water brought up from below the ground via a bore. Bore lakes, plural of bore lake. War needle. A needle with a hole in its center. War needles. Plural of bore needle. Bore off. Simple past of bear off. Bore off from. Simple past of bear off from. Wore on. Simple past of bear on. Or oneself. Simple past of bear oneself. Bore out. To form or enlarge by boring. Bore a sight. An optical device mounted on or near the end of a firearm's barrel used to align the sights with the bore.
'Tis the season. Every dollar you give is double with Kelowna Gospel Mission's Christmas Match Campaign. Christmas Match Campaign, going twice as far for our neighbors in need.
Our outreach team goes out 7 days a week, 3 times a day. Apart from the meal delivery service that we do, we also support the community by providing wellness materials, hygiene products.
Hope starts for me with healthy meals and people coming together. And when people share meals together, they share memories, good times that they've had in the past. It lightens the load of their day.
Hope starts with all of us standing together to create a stronger community.
Your support changes lives. Help share hope. Donate today and make the holidays truly happy. Merry Christmas from Kelowna Gospel Mission.
Plural of bore draw. Boreable. Capable of being bored or drilled into. Boreal. A subdivision of the Holocene epoch. Boreal blute. The damselfly analogma boreal. Boreal blutes. Plural of boreal blute. Boreal chickadee. A small bird of species Posile hudsonicus of the tit family parody. Boreal chickadees. Plural of boreal chickadee. Boreal owl. A species of owl Egolius futurius. Boreal owls. Plural of boreal owl. Borealization. Conversion to the ecology of a typical modern coniferous forest. Boreally. In a boreal manner of or to the north. Borealosi. A particular steroid glycoside. Moria. Hypothetical linguistic macrofamily that encompasses almost all language families worldwide except those native to sub-Saharan Africa, New Guinea, Australia, and the Andaman Islands. Boreanas. A surname from Italian in turn from Slovene. Ares. The god of the north wind. Boreases. Plural of boreas. Boreaspidid. Any extinct vertebrate of the family Boreaspididae. Boreaspidids. Plural of Boreaspidid. Vorcole. A form of the kale plant, Brassica oleracea acephala, used as the vegetable spring greens and collard greens. Vorcoles. Plural of borcole. Vor. Simple past and past participle of bore. Bored in. Simple past and past participle of bore in. Bored out. Simple past and past participle of bore out. Bored out of one's brains. Extremely bored. Bored out of one's mind. Extremely bored. Bored out of one's tree. Extremely bored. Bored shitless. Very bored. Bored stiff. Extremely bored. Bored to tears. Extremely bored. Water. Comparative form of bored, more bored. Boredest. Superlative form of bored, most bored. Boredly. In a bored manner. Boredness. The state or condition of being bored. Boredom. Boredom. The state of being bored. Boredoms. Plural of boredom. Bore. Any of various species of wattle tree genus Acacia, especially Acacia pendula and Acacia glossicans. Lorien, a narrow, frequently unpaved, rural road in Ireland, often characterized by a ridge of grass growing in the middle. Boreans, plural of boreen. Boreas, plural of bore. Orifice, an extremely boring event. Orifices, plural of borifice. Borefield, an area where bores or wells are drilled. Borefields, plural of borefield. Boregasm, the result of or act of reaching the apex or climax of boredom, filling one's capacity for boredom. Boregasms, plural of Boregasm. Bore, a village and civil parish in the city of Chelmsford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 7509. Borehams, plural of Boreham. Borehamwood, a town in Elstree and Borehamwood Parish, Hertfordshire District, Southern Hertfordshire, England. The original spelling was Borehamwood. OS Grid Ref TQ 1996. Borehole, a hole bored into the ground to collect samples for analysis or to extract oil or water. Borehole, simple past and past participle of borehole. Boreholes, plural of borehole. Boreholing, present participle and gerund of borehole. Bore, any scorpion fly in the boride. Boreds, plural of borade. Boresum, the state of being boring. Boresums, plural of boresum. Bore, a surname. Burek, alternative form of burek. Borax, plural of borax. Borax, plural of burek. Boral, a surname. Boral function, a function which is Borel measurable. Boral functions, plural of Borel function. Borel measurable, such that the inverse image of any open set in its codomain is a Borel set of its domain. Borel measure, a measure whose domain is the Borel sigma algebra of a locally compact Hausdorff space. Borel measures, plural of Borel measure. Borel set, any of the members of a Borel sigma algebra. Borel sets. Plural of Borel set. Borel summation, a summation method for divergent series, particularly useful for summing divergent asymptotic series and in some sense giving the best possible sum for such series. Borel summations, plural of Borel summation. Borel transform, a transform used in Borel summation. Borel transforms, plural of Borel transform. Borel sigma algebra, the smallest sigma algebra which contains the topology of a given topological space. Borel sigma algebras, plural of Borel sigma algebra. Borla, obsolete spelling of burlap. Borlax, plural of borlap. Bor, a black rhinoceros Dichros bicornis. Boros, plural of boro. Borlas, lacking a bore. Moralian, of or pertaining to a Borel set. Borelli, a surname. Borelles, plural of Borelli. Borals, plural of Borel. Bor, a born elidine. Borns, plural of born. Warrenstein, a surname. Warrenstein, plural of Bornstein. Oh yeah, Norver. Barrio Montaigne, occupying both boreal and montane habitats. Oyorte, relating to northern and Arctic regions. Bariothurian, any placental mammal of the clade, magnorder, or superorder Boreotheria. Bariotherians, plural of Bariotherian. Bariomontane, alternative form of Bariomontane. Barioemerald, containing both deciduous and evergreen trees. Oreafe, alternative form of Bariotropical. Bariotropical, relating to the Bariotropics. Oreapex, a northern tropical region at the latitude of southern Europe that lasted until about 38 million years ago. Oef, a malaise due to excessive boredom at work. Ore, a seven-membered unsaturated ring which includes one tricoordinate boron atom. Vortens, plural of Borpin. Vor, a surname. Vorbomb, a device used to eradicate pests, especially boring insects, by releasing toxic fumes. Bohr bombs, plural of bohr bomb. Moria, of or relating to the linguist Hadget Bohrer. Urs, plural of Bohr. Wars, a surname from Czech. Wars in, third person singular simple present indicative of bore in. Or out, third person singular simple present indicative of bore out. Borescope, an optical instrument used for seeing inside tight spaces, consisting of a rigid or flexible tube with an optical relay inside so that the view through a lens or window at one end of the tube may be seen from a lens or eyepiece in the opposite end of the tube. Borescoped, simple past and past participle of borescope. Borescopes, plural of borescope. Borescoping, present participle and gerund of borescope. Mories, plural of bores. Warsi, the optical axis of a directional antenna. Warsighted, simple past and past participle of boresight. Warsighting, the alignment of a microwave or radar antenna using purely optical means. Warsights, plural of boresight. Warthum, marked by boredom, boring, uninteresting. Warsomely, in a boresome manner. Warsomeness, the state or condition of being boresome, dullness, uninterestingness. Worst, second person singular simple present indicative of bore. Mora, third person singular simple present indicative of bore. Borel, a well constructed by boring a vertical hole often subsequently fitted with a casing. Borwells, plural of borwell. Wori, a gated community. Orphy, alternative form of barfy. Or, acronym of Blackout Rage Gallon, a cheap cocktail made for college partying, typically brightly colored and made with a full bottle of hard liquor 5th to 750 ml to 1L to 1 QT, 2L to 2 QT of water, water flavoring such as Kool-Aid, Hawaiian Tropic, Mio Energy drops, and caffeine drink powder, mixed in a gallon plastic milk jug, with electrolyte drink making the remainder of the gallon. Or, a surname. Organism, an organization of autonomous organisms that exhibit collectivism, individual units that have merged to yield a unified construct and may have a collective consciousness. Borganisms, plural of borganism. War, simple past and past participle of bore. Wardelt, a surname. Wargen, a surname from Norwegian. Wargens, plural of Borgen. Warger, a surname. Warger Roadborn, a municipality of Drenthe, Netherlands. Borgerding, a surname. Borgerdings, plural of Borgerding. Borgers, plural of Borger. Warges, a surname. Wargeses, plural of Borges. Wargation, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of Jorge Luis Borges or his writings. Borgesian libraries, plural of Borgesian library. Borgesian library, a fictitious vast library containing all possible 410-page books of a certain format, including books resulting from random concatenation of letters, spaces, and punctuation marks. Borgessen, a surname. Borgessens, plural of Borgessen. Borgrev rotation, rotation plusty. Borghetti, plural of Borghetto. Borghetto, an Italian shanty town. Borghettos, plural of Borghetto. Borgholm, a city in Kalmar County, Sweden. Borgi, a crossbreed dog resulting from the breeding of a border collie and a corgi. Borgia, a surname famously borne by the House of Borgia, a prominent family during the Renaissance. Borgia, of or pertaining to the House of Borgia, a Valencian Italian noble family who became prominent during the Renaissance. Borging, present participle and gerund of Borg. Bordes, plural of Borgi. Bordide, characteristic of the Borg, an alien group that appear as recurring antagonists in the Star Trek fictional universe. Borgman, a surname. Borgman, a surname. Borgmans, plural of Borgman. Borgmans, plural of Borgman. Bordi, a commune in northern Haiti. Borgo, a small Italian village. Orgos, plural of Borgo. Ordu, a department, one of 12 in Benin. Or, plural of Bor. Ordis, plural of Bor. Oru, a region in northwest Nigeria and in the Northern Republic of Benin partitioned between Great Britain and France by the Anglo-French Convention of 1898. Warhani, yogurt-like drink of Bangladesh. Orene, any of the distinct marsupial-like mammals of the family Boridae. Orenids, plural of Borenid. Orenoi, relating to or characteristic of the Borenids. Orenids, plural of Borhenoi. Oh yeah, a surname. Moria, containing boron. Marias, plural of Varia. Vuri, of, pertaining to. Or containing the element boron. Boric acid, H3BO3, BO, a white crystalline solid soluble in hot water to form a weak acid, used as a mild antiseptic, flame retardant, insecticide, and in the manufacture of borax and other borate salts. Boric acids, plural of boric acid. Boric oxide, a white solid of empirical formula B2O3. It is an inorganic polymer used in making glass and enamel and for synthesizing other boron compounds. Boracite, synonym of delvoxite. Boracites, plural of boracite. Boricua, alternative letter case form of boricua. Boricuus, plural of boricua. Borid, any beetle of the family Boridae. Borai, the bee Therianaean. Borides, plural of bori. Boriding, the treatment of a metal surface with boride or the formation of a boride layer. Borids, plural of borid. Boricane, the island of Puerto Rico, especially in contexts relating to pre-Columbian history or contemporary indigenous affairs. Boordage, an area in the Walloon province of Hainaut in Belgium. Bornang, a saturated heterocycle that has 5 carbon atoms and a boron atom. Borananes, plural of bornane. Bornate, any compound of general formula R2BO or an ester of borinic acid. Bornates, plural of bornate. Boron, a compound of 1 atom of boron and 3 atoms or molecules of a univalent radical. Boronine, an alkene that includes a benzene ring with one of the carbon atoms replaced by a boron atom. Borinians, plural of borinine. Boreans, plural of boring. Boring, a surname. Boring as beans. Very boring, devoid of interest. Boring billion, the period of time from 1.8 Gaia to 800 MYA on Earth, lying in the middle of the Proterozoic. Boring clam, a clam, Tridacna crocea, capable of burrowing even through rock. Boring clams, plural of boring clam. Boring in, present participle and gerund of bore in. Boring out, present participle and gerund of bore out. Boringer, comparative form of boring, more boring. Boringus, superlative form of boring, most boring. Boringly, in a boring manner. Boringness, the state or condition of being boring. Borings, plural of boring. Borine, of or pertaining to the borinic acids or their derivatives. Borinic acid, any compound of general formula R2BOH. Borinic acids, plural of borinic acid. Boronine, an unsaturated heterocycle that has 5 carbon atoms, 1 boron atom, and 3 delocalized double bonds. Boronines, plural of boronine. Borang, a saturated heterocycle that has 2 carbon atoms and a boron atom. Boranes, plural of borane. Borire, an unsaturated heterocycle that has 2 carbon atoms, a boron atom, and a double bond. Borions, plural of boriron. Boris, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Boris Bike, a bicycle offered for hire in London, England as part of a bike share scheme launched in 2010. Boris Bikes, plural of Boris Bike. Boris Bus, a particular type of double-decker bus used in London as popularized by Mayor Boris Johnson, new Routemaster. Boris Buses, plural of Boris Bus. Boris's Den, Den. Boris's, plural of Boris. Orishenskiite, an orthorhombic pyramidal gray mineral containing arsenic, lead, and palladium. Warisian, of or pertaining to Boris Johnson, born 1964, English politician and Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from 2019 to 2022. Borisism, a turn of phrase employed by British politician Boris Johnson. Borisisms, plural of Borisism. Borism, war on poisoning. Borismania, enthusiasm for Boris Johnson, born 1964, British politician and Mayor of London. Borisov, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Borisov. Borisov, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Borisov. Bourgeois, the wave of immigrants that entered the United Kingdom during the premiership of Boris Johnson. Borite, a polyborate such as tetraborate. Boritake, a township in Uludka, Kyzyl-Su, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Borivali, a northern suburb of Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Borivalianacea, any of a group of complex glycosides present in the plant Chlorophytum borivilianum. Borivilianaceae, plural of Borivilianaceae. Borivali, alternative form of Borivali, Mumbai. Borivaj, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Borivoj, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Borges, a surname from Spanish. Borgeses, plural of Borges. Borgesen, a surname from Swedish. Borgesens, plural of Borgesen. Bergesen for Sman-Lehmann syndrome, a rare genetic disorder that causes intellectual disability, obesity, and growth defects. Borjigin, the clan which Genghis Khan was a member of. Borjomi, a resort town in south-central Georgia famous for its mineral water industry. Borjan, a surname. Borjans, plural of Borjan. Lur, a surname. Borge, a failure or breakdown. Mortgages, plural of borkage. Bort, simple past and past participle of bork, alternative letter case form of borked. Orden, a town and district in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Borge, alternative spelling of Burka. Borges, plural of Borka. Borkholder, a surname. Borkholders, plural of Borkholder. Borj, the name of numerous settlements in Poland. Boarding, present participle and gerund of bork, alternative letter case form of borking. Borgens, plural of borking. Vorko, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Borkowski, a surname. Borkowski, a surname from Polish. Borkowskis, plural of Borkowski. Bars, third person singular simple present indicative of bork, alternative letter case form of borks. Buri, broken. Borlund, a surname. Borlänge, a large town and municipality in Dalarna County, Sweden. Morlesti, a locality in Campania, Alba County, Romania. Morley, a hamlet and civil parish without a council in Braintree District, Essex, England, near Sudbury, Suffolk, West Grid Ref TL 8443. Borleys, plural of Borley. Borlati, ellipsis of Borlati bean. Borlati bean, a kind of plump, creamy bean with variegated coloration related to the kidney bean. Borlati beans, plural of Borlati bean. Borlatis, plural of Borlati. More, to smear with paint, oil, etc. Mormon, a surname. Mormon, a surname. Mormons, plural of Borman. Mormons, plural of Borman. Vord, simple past and past participle of Borm. Vorming, present participle and gerund of Borm. Borms, third person singular simple present indicative of Borm. Bor, a surname from English. Born again, alternative spelling of born again. Born and bred, showing characteristics of birth and upbringing, especially in relation to a particular location. Born at night but not last night, aware of one's situation, not as naive as a listener might expect. Born digital, created in an electronic format, never having existed in a physical edition. Worn in a barn, in a past tense, criticizing the person to whom the phrase is directed for inappropriately and usually neglectingly, leaving an exterior door or window open, considered ill-mannered. Worn in a mill, applied to a person who speaks more loudly than necessary. Born in the purple, alternative form of born to the purple. Worn in the vestry, born out of wedlock. Worn in with, past participle of bear in with. Worn loser, a person who is habitually unsuccessful or or world lines is constant. Worm rule, a key postulate of quantum mechanics, giving the probability that a measurement of a quantum system will yield a given result. In its simplest form, it states that the probability density of finding a particle at a given point, when measured, is proportional to the square of the magnitude of the particle's wave function at that point. Born sleeping, stillborn, having died in utero in the middle to late part of a pregnancy, usually after 20-28 weeks. Born tired, chronically tired, asthenic. Born to the purple, born and raised in a royal family. Born upon, simple past and past participle of bear upon. Born with a silver spoon in one's mouth, born rich or into a wealthy family. Born's rule, synonym of born rule. Born again, having been spiritually changed through faith. Born again virgin, a person who refrains from sexual activity regardless of any past unchaste behavior. Born again virgins, plural of born again virgin. Born agains, plural of born again. Born alive, surviving childbirth, cesarean section, or an attempted abortion. Born free, a Namibian born after independence was achieved in 1990. Born freeze, plural of born free. Born Haber cycle, a cycle concerned with the formation of an ionic compound from the reaction of a metal, often a group I or group Roman II element, with a halogen or other nonmetallic element such as oxygen, used to analyze reaction energies. Born Haber cycles, plural of born Haber cycle. Borna, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Borna disease, an infectious neurological syndrome caused by infection with Borna disease virus. Boarding, 1,4,177-trimethyl-bicyclo 2.2.1 heptane, an organic compound closely related to norbornane, any derivative of this compound. Bornanes, plural of bornane. Bornaprine, an anticholinergic used as an anti-Parkinsonian agent. Bornaprolol, a particular beta-adrenergic antagonist. Bornaviral, of or relating to bornaviruses. Bornavirus, any of a group of viruses of the genus Bornavirus responsible for Borna disease. Bornaviruses, plural of Bornavirus. Bor, a surname. Worn a hand, past participle of bear a hand. Born against, past participle of bear against. Born away, past participle of bear away. Born away the bell, past participle of bear away the bell. Worn down, past participle of bear down. Worn down on, past participle of bear down on. Worn fruit, past participle of bear fruit. Born in, past participle of bear in. Born in mine, past participle of bear in mind. Worn in on, past participle of bear in on. Worn in upon, past participle of bear in upon. Worn in with, past participle of bear in with. Worn off, past participle of bear off. Worn off from, past participle of bear off from. Worn on, past participle of bear on. Worn oneself, past participle of bear oneself. Worn out, past participle of bear out. Worn the brunt, past participle of bear the brunt. Borne up, past participle of bear up. Borne upon, past participle of bear upon. Borne with, past participle of bear with. Borne witness, past participle of bear witness. Bornean, from or pertaining to Borneo. Bornean clouded leopard, a subspecies of sunda-clouded leopard found on Borneo and Sumatra, Neopheles diety bornensis. Bornean clouded leopards, plural of Bornean clouded leopard. Bornean swiftlet, the swiftlet Collocalia. Bornean swiftlets, plural of Bornean swiftlet. Borneans, plural of Bornean. Board, boar. Bornelid, any sea slug in the family Bornelidae. Bornelids, plural of Bornelid. Borneman. A surname. Bornemanite, a monoclinic emetic light yellow mineral containing barium, fluorine, hydrogen, manganese, niobium, oxygen, phosphorus, potassium, silicon, sodium, and titanium. Borneman, a surname. Bornemans, plural of Borneman. Bornemans, plural of Borneman. Borneo, a Pacific island shared by Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia, the world's third largest island. Borneo birdwing, Troides andromesh, a species of Bornean birdwing butterfly. Borneo birdwings, plural of Borneo birdwing. Borneo camphor, synonym of camphor tree Dreabalanums aromatica. Borneo catshark, synonym of Spatula snout catshark. Borneo catsharks, plural of Borneo catshark. Borneo tang, the official time zone in the island of Borneo is +8. Borneo, a bicyclic organic compound and a terpene easily oxidized to the ketone-yielding camphor. Borneos, plural of Borneal. One, archaic form of Bornean. Ones, plural of Bornean. Borner, a surname. Borners, plural of Borner. Borns, plural of Born. Bornus et al., a cyclotol found in the Gentianaceae and Menianthaceae plant families. Bornhart, a dome-shaped, steep-sided rock such as Chauvrillove Mountain in Rio de Janeiro. Bornhardstai, an isometric hexacohedral mineral containing cobalt and selenium. Bornhards, plural of Bornhart. Bornholm, an island and municipality of Denmark in the Baltic Sea. Bornholm disease, an infectious viral disease characterized by fever and chest pain. Bornholmsk, a language or Danish dialect spoken on the Baltic island of Bornholm. Bornean, of or relating to Max Born 1880 to 1970, German physicist and mathematician who was instrumental in the development of quantum mechanics. Bornen, present participle of born. Borning, in the process of being born. Bornite, a reddish mineral that tarnishes on exposure to air. It is a mixed sulfide of iron and copper with a chemical formula Cu5Fes and is an important ore of copper. Bornites, plural of bornite. Bornitic, of or relating to bornite. Bornivore, a bornivorous set. Bornivores, plural of bornivore. Bornivorous, describing a subset of a real or complex vector space X having an associated vector bornology B that absorbs every element of B. Bornless, without birth, not born. Bornness, the state or condition with which one is born, one's inherent quality, natural ability or inclination. Borno, a state of Nigeria in the northeast geopolitical zone, capital and largest city, Maiduguri. Ornological, describing a form of locally convex space which, in some sense, possesses the minimum amount of structure needed to address questions of boundedness of sets and functions. Bornologies, plural of bornology. Bornology, the set of all bounded subsets of a topological vector space. Bornu, archaic form of Bornu. Bornauis, archaic form of Bornus. Bornus, alternative form of Burnus. Bornazes, plural of Bornus. Borns, plural of Born. Warnstein, a surname. Warnsteins, plural of Bornstein. Born, simple past and past participle of born. Borntrigger, a surname. Borntriggers, plural of Borntrigger. Borntreger, a surname. Born treasures, plural of born treasure. Bornu, an independent kingdom 1380-1893, descended from the Kingdom Bornu Empire 700-1380 that covered much of modern Chad and parts of Libya, Niger, Nigeria, and Cameroon. Bornus, a native or inhabitant of Bornu. Bornile, a univalent radical derived from Borning. Uro, the town of Middlesbrough, and more specifically Middlesbrough FC Football Club. Uro, Bora. Boroboder, alternative form of Borobudur. Borobudur, alternative form of Borobudur. Orovia, a village and commune of Suceava County, Romania. Boroluminate, any salt that is a mixed borate and aluminate. Boroluminates, plural of boroluminate. Boromino acid, an amino-substituted boronic acid. Boromino acids, plural of boromino acid. Bororgini, a boromino acid equivalent to arginine. Borobudur, alternative form of Borobudur. Borobudur, a 7th century Buddhist monument in central Java, Indonesia. Boracapte, the anion of a mercapto derivative of a particular caged borane. It is used as a therapeutic source of boron. Boracarbi, any material containing both borate and carbide ions. Boracarbis, plural of boracarbi. Boracarbonate, a mixed borate-carbonate anion or salt. Boracarbonates, plural of boracarbonate. Boracation, a cation with a positive charge on a boron atom. Boracations, plural of boracation. Borat, a village and commune of Bihar County, Romania. Boradivi, a monoclinic prismatic gray mineral containing antimony, bismuth, silver, and sulfur. Boroduteri, an anion formed of a boron atom and 4 deuterium atoms, or a salt formed by this ion. In other words, B2H4. Boroduterides, plural of boroduteri. Borodino, several villages and localities in Russia. Borodino bread. Synonym of Borodinski bread. Borodinski bread. Alternative form of Borodinski bread. Borodinski bread. Alternative form of Borodinski bread. Borodinski bread. Alternative form of Borodinski bread. Borodinski bread. A dark brown sourdough rye bread of Russian origin, traditionally sweetened with molasses and flavored with coriander and caraway seeds. Borofax. An ointment containing boric acid applied to the skin as an antiseptic. Boraf. A surname. Boros. Plural of Borov. Borafloat. A borosilicate float glass. Borofluoric acid. Fluoboric acid. Borofluoride. Archaic form of borofluoride. Borofluoride. A double fluoride of boron and hydrogen, or some other positive element or radical. Borofluorides. Plural of borofluoride. Borofluorides. Plural of borofluoride. Borovsky. A surname from Russian. Boroglyceride. A preparation made by warming boric acid with glycerine, once used as an antiseptic. Boroglycerin. A poorly characterized compound of glycerol and boric acid used as a preparation made by warming boric acid with glycerine, once used as an antiseptic. Boroglycerin. A poorly characterized compound of glycerol and boric acid used as an antiseptic. Boroglycerol. Boroglyceride. Borogove. An animal introduced in the nonsense poem Jabberwocky. According to Humpty Dumpty, a borogove is a thin shab-looking bird with its feathers sticking out all round. Something like a live moth. According to Miss Schmash, it is an extinct kind of parrot. They had no wings, beaks turned up, and made their nests under sundials, lived on veal. Borogos. Plural of borogove. Borogrove. Misspelling of borogove. Borohydrate. Misspelling of borohydride. Borohydride. DNA and Veistångedusing agent beach. Borohydrides. Plural of borohydride. Borohydroxide. An alkaline solution of borax. Borohydroxides. Plural of borohydroxide. Borak. Name of several rural localities in Russia. Borylane. A saturated heterocycle that has 4 carbon atoms and a boron atom. Borolanes. Plural of borylane. Borolanite. A pyroxymelanite containing nepheline cyanide. Borolanites. Plural of borolanite. Boryl. A theoretical heterocyclic organic compound, a 5-membered ring with the formula C4H4BH. Boryls. Plural of boryl. Borolithochrome. Any of a group of boron-containing pigments present in Jurassic red alga. Borolithochrome. Plural of borolithochrome. Boryl. A type of mollusol that has a frigid, chaotic, or pergelic temperature regime and, typically, an aeritic moisture regime. Boroic. Relating to boryls. Boryls. Plural of boryl. Borylyl. A chemical group derived from boryl by the removal of a hydrogen atom. Borylysine. A boramino acid equivalent to lysine. Boromagnesite. A mineral composed of calcium carbonate and borate. Boromagnesites. Plural of boromagnesite. Boromuscovite. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, boron, fluorine, hydrogen, oxygen, potassium, and silicon. Boromycin. A bacteriacidal antibiotic. Bora. The chemical element symbol B with an atomic number of 5, which is a metalloid found in its pure form as a dark amorphous powder. Boron arsenic. A binary compound of boron and arsenic, Ba, used as a semiconductor, sometimes alloyed with gallium arsenide. Boron carbide. a binary compound of boron and carbon, B4C, that is a very hard ceramic and is used in tank armor, bulletproof vests, etc. Boron deficiencies. Plural of boron deficiency. Boron deficiency. Any pathological effect in animals and humans due to a deficiency of boron in the diet. Boron group. A vertical series of elements in the periodic table that have 3 valence electrons. Boron is a metalloid, while aluminium, gallium, indium, and thallium are metals. Boron groups. Plural of boron group. Boron nitride. A binary compound of boron and nitrogen of empirical formula Bn exists in forms analogous to the allotropes of carbon, many of which are inorganic polymers. Boron oxide. The compound boron trioxide. Boron phosphate. An inorganic polymer of empirical formula BPO4 used as a phosphor and a source of dietary boron. Boron tree. A binary tree. Boron trees. Plural of boron tree. Boron tribromide. A binary compound of boron and bromine, BBr3. It is a strong Lewis acid. Boron trichloride. A binary compound of boron and chlorine, BCl3. It is used in metal refining. Boron trifluoride. A binary compound of boron and fluorine, BF3. It is a strong Lewis acid. Boron telluride. A binary compound of boron and iodine, Bi3. It is a crystalline solid. Boron trioxide. A white solid of empirical formula B2O3 that is an inorganic polymer and is used in making glass and enamel and for synthesizing other boron compounds. Boron 10. A stable isotope, B, having 5 protons and 5 neutrons that makes up about 20% of natural boron. It is a good absorber of slow neutrons and is used as a radiation shield in Geiger counters. Boron 11. A stable isotope, B, having 5 protons and 6 neutrons that makes up about 80% of natural boron. Boronate. Any salt or ester of a boronic acid. Boronated. That has been reacted with a boronate or with boronic acid. Boronates. Plural of boronate. Boronation. Reaction with a boronic acid or a boronate. Boronations. Plural of boronation. Boronatricalcite. Synonym of ulixite. Boronatricalcites. Plural of boronatricalcites. Boronta. A census-designated place in Monterey County, California, United States. Bora. A Papuan language spoken in Moro Province, Papua New Guinea. Borongan. A city, the provincial capital of Eastern Samar, Eastern Visayas, Philippines. Boronia. A suburb of Melbourne, Victoria. Boronias. Plural of Boronia. Boronic. Of or pertaining to the boronic acids or their derivatives. Boronic acid. Any compound of general formula RbOH. Boronic acids. Plural of boronic acid. Boronization. Alternative form of boronization. Boronization. A wall conditioning technique for fusion machines, where a thin film of boron is deposited on the walls of the vacuum vessel in order to reduce the impurity content. Boronizations. Plural of boronization. Boron-like. Resembling boron. Boronoptin. Any of several derivatives of boronic acid that mimic the action of lectins. Boronoctins. Plural of boronoctin. Boronophenylalanine. A dihydroxyboryl derivative of phenylalanine used in cancer therapy. Borons. Plural of boron. Boronyle. The group B identical to O that has a boron to oxygen triple bond. It is isoelectronic with carbon monoxide and the cyanide ion. Boroniles, plural of Boronile. Boroondara, the city of Boroondara, a local government area in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Boropeptide, any peptide that contains one or more boroamino acid. Boropeptides, plural of boropeptide. Borophagine, any extinct canid of the subfamily Borophaginae, a bone-crushing dog. Borophagens, plural of borophagine. Borophagus, relating to borophagens. Borophane, an extended two-dimensional borane analogous to graphene. Borophene, an allotrope of boron, the class of quasi-planar and planar one-atom thick molecular sheets of boron atoms, similar to carbon's graphene structure. Borophenes, plural of borophene. Borophosphate, a chemical compound containing phosphate and borate groups linked together. Borophosphates, plural of borophosphate. Borophosphosilicate, a form of glass containing additives of boron and phosphorus. Borophosphosilicate glass, a type of silicate glass that includes additives of both boron and phosphorus. Boro, the only non-extinct member of the Bororoan language family, spoken in the central Mato Grosso region of Brazil. Boro, an indigenous language of Brazil believed to be part of the Macro-Guer family. Bororone, belonging to a Brazilian language family that includes Bororo and the extinct Umatina and Atuk. Boros, plural of Boro. Boroscope, alternative form of Boreso. Boroscopes, plural of boroscope. Boroslenate, Danivisio. Boroslenates, plural of boroslenate. Borosilicate, any of various minerals whose structure is formally that of a dual salt of boric and silicic acids. Borosilicate glass, a heat-resistant glass made with the addition of boric oxide. Borosilicate glasses, plural of borosilicate glass. Borosilicated, modified by the addition of borosilicate glass. Borosilicates, plural of borosilicate. Boros New Mare, a commune of Covasna County, Romania. Borosphorene, B, a hollow cage-shaped molecule composed of 40 boron atoms, similar to sea buckyballs. Borsphorenes, plural of borosphorene. Borosulfate, dianviso. Borosulfates, plural of borosulfate. Borosulfate, alternative form of borosulfate. Borosulfates, plural of borosulfate. Bordolurate, diamio. Bordolurates, plural of bordolurate. Borotripeptide, any tripeptide that contains one or more boroamino acid. Borotripeptides, plural of borotripeptide. Borituke, synonym of bororone. Borough, the area, properly called Southwark, just south of London Bridge, which is at the north end of Borough High Street, OS Grid Ref TQ 3279. Borough Council, a body of people elected to manage the affairs of a local government district with borough status, metropolitan borough or London Borough, e.g. Spell Orne Borough Council. Borough councils, plural of borough council. Borough English, patrilineal ultimogeniture, inheritance by the youngest surviving male child. Borough Green, a village in Tonbridge and Malling Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6057. Borough Seat, a city or other place which acts as the center of government for a borough in Alaska, in the United States. Borough Seats, plural of borough seat. Borough Ridge, a town and civil parish with a town council in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Harrogate Borough. OS Grid Ref SE 3966. Moorhead, a head borough. Boroughheads, plural of boroughhead. Borough holder, a tithingman. Borough holders, plural of borough holder. Boroughhood, the state of being a borough. Boroughitis, prolific formation of new boroughs in the state of New Jersey in the 1890s. Boroughmaster, the mayor, governor, or bailiff of a borough. Boroughmasters, plural of boroughmaster. Boroughmonger, in the unreformed House of Commons, one who bought or sold the parliamentary seats of boroughs. Boroughmongering, the practices of a boroughmonger. Boroughmongers, plural of boroughmonger. Boroughmongery, the practices of a boroughmonger. Boroughs, plural of borough. Borough-wide, throughout a borough. Borovichka, a Slovak alcoholic beverage flavored with juniper berries. Borovka, a transliteration of the Russian surname Ba-or-er-or-veka or Veborokov. Borovo, a municipality of Croatia. Borovai, a surname from Russian. Borovoi, plural of Borovoi. Borovoi, a surname from Russian. Borovsk, a town in Kaluga Oblast, Russia. Borovsky, an isometric hexactahedral dark gray mineral containing antimony, palladium, and tellurium. Borovsky, a transliteration of the Russian surname Be-or-er-o-ve-askai ivi ikatkwi Borovskij. Borowiak, a surname from Polish. Borowiaks, plural of Borowiak. Borovich, a surname from Polish. Boroviches, plural of Borovich. Borowaiki, a surname from Polish. Borowaikis, plural of Borowaiki. Borowski, a surname from Polish. Borowskis, plural of Borowski. Boroi, a surname from Polish. Borois, plural of Boroi. Boroxai, a six-membered inorganic heterocycle containing 3 boron and 3 oxygen atoms. Boroxol, a 5-membered unsaturated ring compound containing boron and oxygen in the ring. Boroxols, plural of Boroxol. Borcas, a surname from Spanish. Borquizes, plural of Borcas. Bor, leafy matter found in wax. Burg, obsolete form of borage. Borages, plural of borage. Boraginaceous, obsolete form of boraginaceous. Moris, a surname from Catalan. Moresca, a mine that is no longer producing profitably. Boresques, plural of Boresca. Boredes, plural of Boras. Boreo, a surname. Boreos, plural of Boreo. Borrego, a surname. Borrego Springs, a census-designated place in San Diego County, California, United States. Origos, plural of Borrego. Boro, a sort of pear with a smooth, soft pulp. A red butter pear. Borrelia, any of various helically coiled spirochetes of the genus Borrelia, some of which cause relapsing fever. Borrelia sidle, that kills spirochetes of the genus Borrelia that cause Lyme disease. Borrelii, plural of Borrelia. Borrelial, relating to Borrelias. Borrelia, relating to or caused by Borrelia. Borrelias, plural of Borrelia. Borrelicidal, Borreliacidal. Borreliosis, plural of borreliosis. Borreliosis, infection with Borrelia bacteria, Lyme disease. Burrell, a surname. Borelli, a surname from Italian. Borellis, plural of Borelli. Burros, plural of Borel. Burros, plural of Borel. Borrera, a surname. Borreras, plural of Borrero. Bori, simple past and past participle of Bori. Maurice, third person singular simple present indicative of Bori. Burio, a surname. Murris, a small town in County Carlow, Ireland. Borromean, a word relating to the aristocratic Borromeo family of northern Italy. Borromean Islands, a group of 3 small islands and 2 islets in the Italian part of Lago Maggiore, chiefly consisting out of Isola Bella, Isola Mater and Isola dei Pescatori. Borromean nuclei, plural of Borromean nucleus. Borromean nucleus, an atomic nucleus comprising 3 bound components in which any subsystem of 2 components is unbound. Borromean rings, 3 rings joined together so that no pairs are individually linked. Bur, a surname. Burs, plural of borer. Brodo, a surname from Spanish. Brodos, plural of Borodo. Moravian, reminiscent of or pertaining to the English traveler and writer George Borrow. Borrow, a surname. Borrow a leaf out of someone's book. Alternative form of take a leaf out of someone's book. Borrow from Peter to pay Paul. Alternative form of rob Peter to pay Paul. Borrow pit, a pit dug to extract materials such as soil, gravel, or sand for use at another location. Borrow pits, plural of borrow pits. Borrow trouble, to worry about future events not in one's control and that may not come to pass. Borrowed, simple past and past participle of borrow. Borrowability, of words, constructions, etc. The quality of being borrowable. Borrowable, capable of being borrowed, available to be borrowed. Borrowash, a village in Ewash Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS grid ref SK 4234. Borrowback, an arrangement in which an asset is sold or given to another, and then borrowed back from the trust or person to whom it was sold or given. Typically, this is done either to take advantage of a lower tax rate on the part of the one to whom the asset is given, or to allow a trust to earn a higher rate of interest than that available from a bank. Borrowbacks, plural of borrowback. Borrowdale, a valley and civil parish in Cumberland Council area in the Lake District of Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough. Borrow, obsolete spelling of borrow. Borrowed, simple past and past participle of borrow. Borrowed days, alternative form of borrowing days. Borrowed light, a pane allowing light into a room from another room. Borrowed lights, plural of borrowed light. Borrowed scenery, the principle of incorporating background landscape into the composition of a garden found in traditional East Asian garden design. Borrowed time, a period of time whose precise duration is not known but which can be expected to be quite limited and at the end of which one's situation, benefits, or opportunities will be entirely terminated. Borrowed trouble, simple past and past participle of borrowed trouble. Borrowetst, second person singular simple past indicative of borrow. Borrowee, one from whom something is borrowed, a lender. Borrowees, plural of borrowee. Borrower, one who borrows. Borrowers, plural of borrower. Borrows, third person singular simple present indicative of borrow. Borrows. Second person singular simple present indicative of borrow. Borrower, third person singular simple present indicative of borrow. Borrowing, pronunciation spelling of borrowing. Borrowing, present participle and gerund of borrow. Borrowing card, a paper card used to record the borrowing of a book in a library before the advent of computer systems. Borrowing cards, plural of borrowing card. Borrowing days, the last 3 days of March supposed in Scottish and Irish folklore to have been borrowed by March from April and to be especially stormy. Borrowing trouble, present participle and gerund of borrow trouble. Borrowings, plural of borrowing. Borrows, third person singular simple present indicative of borrow. Borrows trouble. Third person singular simple present indicative of borrow trouble. Lorusso, a surname from Italian. Lorussas, plural of Borusso. Voi, pronunciation spelling of borrow. Voi, present participle and gerund of bori. Lor, plural of voi. Lors, either of two knights in Arthurian legend, an elder and a younger. Lors, a village and commune of Bihar County, Romania. Borsalino, a type of wide-brimmed felt hat. Borsalinos, plural of Borsalino. Borscht, alternative spelling of borscht. Boryas, plural of borscht. Borscht, plural of borscht. Borscht, acronym of battery feed, overvoltage protection, ringing, signaling, coding, hybrid, test the set of functions performed by a subscriber line interface circuit SLIC in the line card of a telecommunication system providing plain old telephone service. Borscht, a beetroot soup that can be served hot or cold, usually with sour cream, called borscht in its countries of origin. Borscht Belt, an area in upstate New York in the Catskills in which there were once many Jewish camps and resorts.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
Alternative spelling of Borscht Belt. Borschts, plural of borscht. Borsiki, a surname from Polish. Borsikis, plural of Borski. Warsaw Bogsem Plain, an administrative county of Hungary. Worst, a surname. Worstel, a suburb, formerly a village, in Rochester, Medway Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7366. Worstel Training, the sentencing of young offenders to a special prison. Borstalian, an inmate of a Borstal prison for young offenders. Borstalians, plural of Borstalian. Borstal, alternative form of Borstal way up a hill. Borstals, plural of Borstal. Borstals, plural of Borstal. Borsts, plural of borsts. Borsuk-Ulam theorem, a theorem stating that every continuous function from an n-sphere into Euclidean n-space maps some pair of antipodal points to the same point. Borsis, alternative spelling of Barsks. Mor, a surname from Yiddish. Ortala, a Mongol autonomous prefecture in the Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Bortezomib, a proteasome inhibitor used in cancer treatment and chemotherapy. Bor, a surname. Wharf Y Guest, a coastal village in Porthmadog Community, Gwynedd, Wales. Osgrid Ref SH 5637. Morris, plural of Borth. Borthway, a hamlet and parish of Midlothian Council area, Scotland. Osgrid Ref NT 3659. Borthwex, plural of Borthwex. Bortle, a surname. Bortle scale, a 9-level numeric scale that measures the night sky's brightness of a particular location. Bordels, a surname. Bordelseas, plural of Bordels. Bortner, a surname. Bortners, plural of Bortner. Morsem, a surname. Bortens, plural of Borten. Morts, plural of Bort. Borch, alternative spelling of borscht. Borches, plural of borch. Borch, plural of borch. Norts, a surname. Nortzes, plural of Borts. Boraki, a surname from Polish. Orakis, plural of Boraki. Boref, a surname. Boris, plural of Boref. Boro, a surname. Borums, plural of Borum. Borunda, a surname. Morandes, plural of Borunda. Bora, Borai. Moritz, plural of Boris. Orishar, the national personification of Prussia. Warofka's algorithm, a greedy algorithm for finding a minimum spanning tree in a graph or a minimum spanning forest in the case of a graph that is not connected. Borbo, a Celtic god of healing associated with hot springs. Borwing, a surname. Boroy, a village and civil parish in city of Lancaster District, Lancashire, England. Osgrid Ref SD 5273. Borex, plural of Borwick. Oh yeah, a transliteration of the Russian or Ukrainian male given name diminutive Bev. Or acute a Borgia. Boreal, any organic boron radical of the form R2b, especially when linked to a metal atom. Borylate, to modify by means of borylation. Borylated, simple past and past participle of borylate. Borylates, third person singular simple present indicative of borylate. Borylating, present participle and gerund of borylate. Borylation, any reaction that introduces a boryl group into a molecule. Borylations, plural of borylation. Borylean, a borylidine. Boryleans, plural of boryline. Borels, plural of boryl. Boris, a male given name from Ukrainian alternative form of Boris. Borisenko, a surname from Ukrainian. Borisenkos, plural of Borisenko. Warislav, a city in Lviv Oblast in western Ukraine. Boryspil, a city, the administrative center of Boryspil Urban Hromada and Boryspil Rayon, Kiev Oblast, Ukraine. Moryna, a city in Chernihiv Oblast, Ukraine. Borzoi, a dog of a particular breed, similar in shape to a greyhound but with longer, silkier hair. Borzoi, plural of Borzoi. Borøy, an island in the Faroe Islands, Denmark. Bos, initialism of Boring-Nappitz syndrome. Plural of Vo. Bos, plural of Bo. Bosen, alternative form of bosun. Botens, plural of Boston. Bos, abbreviation of Boston. Osa, alternative spelling of Boza. Mossack, a surname. Mossacks, plural of Bossack. Othel, a type of noseband used on a horse. Othels, plural of Bozel. Bossum K, a surname from Norman. Bossum Case, plural of Bosson K. Massarge, a surname from French. Massarges, plural of Bossarge. Oses, plural of Bosa. Bosadiner, a tyrosine kinase inhibitor undergoing research for use in the treatment of cancer. Masbahai, shell-shocked. Masbarai, a strategic meeting held in a private venue, less commonly outdoors, such as those to try resolve a political deadlock. Masbarides, plural of Bosbarai. Masbai, alternative form of bushbuck. Mosbox, plural of Bosbai. Bosbury, a village and civil parish served by Bosbury and Coddington Parish Council in East Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 6943. Moss, a particular cultivar of pear. Mossgage, a place set with trees or mass of shrubbery, a grove or thicket. Boscages, plural of boscage. Mosculid, a particular fungicide and insecticide. Moscarn, a locality west of Bodmin, Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SX 0467. Moscastle, a coastal village in Forbury and Minster Parish, North Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SX 0990. Moscon, a surname from Cornish. A surname from Catalan. Moshba, alternative form of bushbuck. Washbox, plural of Boschbach. Alternative form of botch. Wati, a surname. Bochis, plural of Boshi. Bochert, a surname. Boscherts, plural of Boschert. Bofes, plural of Bosch. Bosbian, of or relating to Hieronymus Bosch, c.1450-1516, early Netherlandish painter known for his fantastic imagery, detailed landscapes, and illustrations of religious concepts and narratives. Boschnalasai, a particular glycoside. Boschneger, synonym of bush negro. Boschnegers, plural of Boschneger. Boschniating, an actinidine-type alkaloid found in Boschniacia rossica. Boschnialactone, a catattractant found in Boschniacia species. Boschwark, synonym of bush pig type of African pig. Boschwarks, plural of Boschvar. Boschveld, alternative spelling of Bushveld. Moscow, a surname. Moscowville, a civil parish served by Donington and Boscobel Parish Council in Eastern Shropshire, England. Voscoom, a suburb of Bournemouth in Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole District, Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SC 1191. Moscows, plural of Bosco. Boscovich, a lunar crater. Moscovikian, of or relating to Roger Joseph Boscovich, Croatian, Ruder Josip Bošković, 1711-1787, Ragusan polymath who produced a precursor of atomic theory and made many contributions to astronomy. Mosques, plural of Bosk. Bos, a surname from Bengali. Bose-Einstein condensate, a gaseous, superfluid phase of matter in which all the particles have the same quantum state. Bose-Einstein condensates, plural of Bose-Einstein condensate. Bose-Einstein statistics, a particle statistics model that describes the behavior of collections of particles bosons that do not obey the Pauli exclusion principle. Bosolphine, any antelope of the tribe Bosolphini. Bosolphines, plural of Bosolphine. Osole, any sea slug of the family Bosolidae. Osolids, plural of Bosolidae. Bosman, a surname. Bosmans, plural of Bosman. Bosnova, a very small, supernova-like explosion which can be induced in a Bose-Einstein condensate by suitably changing its magnetic field. Bosnovas, plural of Bosnova. Bosentan, a dual endothelin receptor antagonist important in the treatment of pulmonary artery hypertension. Other, a surname. Others, plural of Boser. Bosrupian, of or relating to Esther Boserup, 1910-1999, Danish economist. Bosi, a googly. Oses, plural of Bosi. Osh, a surname. Ohya, the Lam, a nomadic people related to the Ram and Dam with origins in India who reside in the South Caucasus, Caucasian Gypsies. Patau, a coastal village and civil parish in the city of Chichester District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref SU 8004. Boschart, a surname from German. Mocharts, plural of Boschart. Boschus, synonym of Bosch the Lam people. Mochbach, archaic spelling of Bushbach. Washirs, a surname from French. Boschurses, plural of Boschers. But, simple past and past participle of Bosch. Mothal, a surname. Mothals, plural of Boschal. Butter, a surname originating as an occupation. Butters, a surname. Boschurses, plural of Boschers. Bosherston, a village in Stackpole and Castlemartin Community, South Pembrokeshire, Wales. OS Grid Ref SR 9694. Maez, plural of Bosch. Ahai, an input method for typing Chinese characters that uses the letters of the Latin alphabet to represent radicals. Washing, present participle and gerund of Bosch. Boschintang, alternative spelling of Bossintang. Moshef, a surname. Mosher, excellent, wonderful. Boshirs, plural of Bosher. Mosi, alternative form of Bosi. Oh, these, plural of Bosi. Bosiljevo, a municipality of Croatia. Aseno, the fermionic supersymmetric partner of a boson. Asanos, plural of basino. Wasantang, a soup from Korea, the main ingredient of which is dog meat. Mosjamanis, synonym of Pickeringite. Mosjesman, a bushman of southern Africa. Mosjesmans, plural of Bosjesman. Bosjesmen, plural of Bosjesmen. Moth, a bush. Mozagbe, alternative spelling of Bosker. Moskage, alternative form of boskage. Moskages, plural of boskage. Mosker, excellent, wonderful, bonzer. Boskers, plural of bosker. Mosde, a surname. Moskets, plural of bosket. Mosde, a surname. Asi, comparative form of boski. More bosky. Asgius, superlative form of bosky, most bosky. Moskin, a partition in a cowshed to separate cattle. Boskines, moskage. Moskins, plural of boskin. Moscow, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Vaskuv, a village and former municipality of South Holland, Netherlands. Boscapoid, a member of a suggested human species thought to be typified by the Boscat man fossil of the Middle Stone Age late Pleistocene discovered in 1913 in South Africa. Boscapoids, plural of Boscapoid. Boscos, plural of Bosco. Boscovich, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Boskoviches, plural of Boscovich. Mosques, plural of Bosk. Mosby, having abundant bushes, shrubs or trees. Mosler, a surname. Mosley, a surname. Osleys, plural of Bosley. Badma, a surname. Basmagian, a surname from Armenian. Basmagians, plural of Basmagian. Bosman, a surname from Dutch. Bosman transfer, a free transfer. Bosman transfers, plural of Bosman transfer. Bosmas, plural of Bosma. Bosmanid, any onomapod of the family Bosmanidae. Bosmanids, plural of Bosmanid. Bosun, alternative form of bosun. Bosun and hers, abbreviation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Botna, a major river in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Asija, a geographic region of Bosnia and Herzegovina consisting of the northern 3/4 of the country. Bosnia and Herzegovina, alternative spelling of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia and hers, abbreviation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina, a country on the Balkan Peninsula in Southeast Europe. Official name, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Capital and largest city, Sarajevo. Part of Yugoslavia until 1992. Bosnia and Herzegovinian, of, from, or pertaining to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovinians, plural of Bosnia and Herzegovinian. Bosnia-Herzegovina, alternative form of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia-Herzegovina, alternative form of Bosnia and Herzegovina, a country on the Balkan Peninsula in Southeast Europe. Bosnia, a person from Bosnia. Bosniacization, alternative form of Bosniacization. Bosniacization, alternative form of Bosniakization. Bosniaks, plural of Bosniak. Bosniak, a person belonging to an autochthonous South Slavic people living mainly in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Sandžak region of Serbia and Montenegro. Bosniakization, making something more Bosniak, especially the formation of a Bosniak culture, customs, language or ethnicity or cultural assimilation into a Bosniak community. Bosniaks, plural of Bosniak. Bosnian, of or pertaining to Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Bosnian people or their culture and language. Bosnian pine, a pine native to mountains in the Balkans and southern Italy. Pinus helldrygii. Bosnian pines, plural of Bosnian pine. Bosnianas, the state or quality of being Bosnian. Bosnians, plural of Bosnian. Bosnjasai, a municipality of Croatia. Botno, pertaining to Bosnia, Bosnians or the Bosnian lect. Bosons, plural of boson. Modem, the breast or chest of a human or sometimes of another animal. Bosom buddies, plural of bosom buddy. Bosom buddy, a very close friend. Bosom friend, a very close friend. Bosom friends, plural of bosom friend. Bodon, obsolete form of bosom. Muent, having a bosom of a specified kind. Bodons, plural of bosom. Ophoir, comparative form of bosomy, more bosomy. Ophoiest, superlative form of bosomy, most bosomy. Bosoming, present participle and gerund of bosom. Bosomless, without a bosom. Bosoms, plural of bosom. Bosomwere, a surname. Bosomy, full of sheltered hollows or recesses. Boson, a particle with totally symmetric composite quantum states which exempts them from the Pauli exclusion principle and that hence obeys Bose-Einstein statistics. They have integer spin. Among them are many elementary particles, and some gauge bosons are known to carry the fundamental forces. Compare fermion. Boson star, a theoretical type of heavenly body composed of a form of boson that is self-repelling, what should be highly dense and bend spacetime in a manner approaching that of a black hole. Boson stars, plural of boson star. Bosonic, of, pertaining to, or resembling a boson. Bosonification, synonym of bosonization. Bosonifications, plural of bosonification. Bosonization, alternative spelling of bosonization. Bosonizations, plural of bosonization. Bosonize, alternative spelling of bosonize. Bosonized, simple past and past participle of bosonize. Bosonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bosonize. Bosonizing, present participle and gerund of bosonize. Bosonization, the act, process, or result of bosonizing. Bosonizations, plural of bosonization. Bosonize, to describe a particle or system as if it were a boson and followed Bose-Einstein statistics. Bosonized, simple past and past participle of bosonize. Bosonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bosonize. Bosonizing, present participle and gerund of bosonize. Bosom-like, resembling or characteristic of bosons. Bosons, plural of boson. Masori, a village and commune of Hunedoara County, Romania. Mosox, the Boston Red Sox. Bosazoku, A Japanese subculture associated with customized motorcycles and riding together in large groups. Basazoku. Alternative form of Basazoku. Bosphorian. Alternative spelling of Bosporian. Bosphorus. The narrow strait beside Istanbul, Turkey, connecting the Black Sea to the Sea of Marmara, the northern end of the Turkish Straits connecting the Black Sea with the Aegean and Mediterranean. Bosporan. Of or pertaining to the Bosporan Kingdom. Bosporans. Plural of Bosporan. Bosporia. Synonym of Bosporan. Bosporus. Alternative spelling of Bosphorus. Moth. A surname. Bosque County. One of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Meridian. Mosques. A surname from Spanish. Bosques. Plural of Bosques. Mosque. Alternative spelling of Bosquet. Bosques. Plural of Bosque. Mosques. A surname. Bosquezes. Plural of Bosques. Mador. A town in southern Syria. Bus. Initialism of bond and option sales strategy. Bus. A surname. Boss about. To act in a bossy manner toward another person, ordering them to do things, whether or not one is actually their superior. Boss around. To act in a bossy manner with another person, ordering them to do things, whether or not one is actually their superior. Boss boy. The black leader of a gang of miners. Boss boys. Plural of boss boy. Boss button. Synonym of boss key. Boss buttons. Plural of boss button. Boss head. A clamp with 2 thumb screws for holding 2 rods at a right angle to each other for attaching laboratory equipment to a retort stand. Boss heads. Plural of boss head. Boss key. A key which, when pressed, hides a program from view by a superior in the workplace. Boss keys. Plural of boss key. Boss man. Alternative form of bossman. Boss of the plains. A lightweight all-weather hat with a high crown, designed for the American West. Boss rush. A situation, sometimes an extra stage in which the
Les aubaines du Vendredi fou sont en cours. Économisez jusqu'à 60% sur certains articles de grande marque.
To strive to reach one's goals through effort and determination, to start working hard. Moisside. Cross-eyed, squinting. Bossa Nova. A lively Brazilian dance that is similar to the samba. Bossa Novas. Plural of Bossa Nova. Bossa Ball. An originally Spanish team sport similar to volleyball, played on an inflatable court with a trampoline on each side of the net. Wasage. A rough, unfinished stone block, which is left projecting from the wall of a building to be later sculpted. Bossages. Plural of bossage. Bossal. Alternative form of bossale. Bossal. A black African-born enslaved person in a French or sometimes other European colony, especially Haiti, as opposed to a slave born in the colony. Bossales. Plural of bossale. Bossals. Plural of bossal. Bossa Nova. Alternative form of bossa nova. Bossa novas. Plural of bossa nova. Alternative form of bossa novas. Bossard. A surname from French. Bossards. Plural of bossard. Mossart. A surname from French. Bossarts. Plural of bossart. Bossscheider. A surname. Bossdom. The realm or sphere of bosses. Boss. A surname. Boss. Having a boss, employer, etc., or controlled by one. Bossed about. simple past and past participle of boss about. Bossed around. Simple past and past participle of boss around. Bossed up. Simple past and past participle of boss up. Bossylated. Marked or covered with many bosses protuberances. Bossylation. The presence of bosses on the skin. Bossylations. Plural of bossylation. Bossylated. Alternative form of bossylated. Bossylation. Alternative form of bossylation. Bossylations. Plural of bossylation. Bossar. A bossy person, one who orders others around. Bossarman. A surname. Bossarmens. Plural of bossarmen. Bossers. Plural of bossar. Bossart. A surname. Bossars. Plural of bossart. Bosses. Plural of boss. Bosses about. Third person singular simple present indicative of boss about. Bosses around. Third person singular simple present indicative of boss around. Bosses of the plains. Plural of boss of the plains. Bosses up. Third person singular simple present indicative of boss up. Bosses. Superlative form of boss, most boss. Moth. A small boss or knob, especially one in a series. Bossets. Plural of bosset. Boss fight. A fight against a boss. Boss fights. Plural of boss fight. Bossful. Pertaining to, resembling, or having the qualities of a boss, boss-like, bossy. Boss head. Alternative form of boss head. Boss heads. Plural of boss head. Bosse. The state or condition of a boss. Bosse. A surname from Italian. Bosse. A surname from French. Other. A surname from French. Bossier City. A city in Bossier Parish in the northwestern region of Louisiana in the United States. Bossier Parish. One of 64 parishes in Louisiana, United States, the equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. Parish seat, Benton. Bossiers. Plural of Bossier. Boss. Plural of bossy. Boss. Superlative form of bossy, most bossy. Bossily. In a bossy manner. Bossiness. The characteristic of being bossy. Bossinesses. Plural of bossiness. Bossy. Present participle and gerund of boss. Bossing about. Present participle and gerund of boss about. Bossing around. Present participle and gerund of boss around. Bossing up. Present participle and gerund of boss up. Bossings. Plural of bossing. Bossington. A place in England. Bosses. Plural of bossy. Bossish. Characteristic of a boss, boss-like. Bossism. The domination of a political party by a single, powerful person, the boss. Bossisms. Plural of bossism. Bosku. Najib Razak, former Prime Minister of Malaysia. Boss ladies. Plural of boss lady. Boss lady. Female, equivalent of bossman. Waffler. A surname from German. Wafflers. Plural of bossler. Bossless. Without a boss. Bosslessness. Absence of a boss. Bosslet. A lesser boss. Bosslets. plural of bosslet. Boss-like, like or resembling a boss raised area, protrusion. Bossling, a diminutive, subordinate, or petty boss. Bosslings, plural of bossling. Bossly, of, belonging to or befitting a boss. Bossman, a male boss or employer. Bossman, plural of bossman. Bossnapping, a means of activism in which staff kidnap or surround a corporate executive until demands are met. Bossnappings, plural of bossnapping. Bossness, the state or condition of a boss. Bossocracies, plural of bossocracy. Bossocracy, rule by bosses. Bossas, a municipality of Lleida Prefecture, Catalonia, Spain. Bossbat, a person who is rather or overly bossy. Bossbats, plural of bossbot. Bossware, software installed on employees' computers for the purpose of allowing a manager to track their working time and activity. Bosswoman, a female boss. Bosswomen, plural of bosswoman. Boss, tending to give orders to others, especially when unwarranted, domineering. Bossy pants, a pushy or domineering person. Bovia, the letter R in certain English words, such as bird and sort, that modifies the pronunciation of the preceding vowel. Oviars, plural of bossy a. Oviars, plural of bossy a. Bossumberts, alternative form of bossaboots. Bossy pants, alternative form of bossy pants. Bossaboots, a bossy person. Bossipants, alternative form of bossy pants. Boss, to break. Mostal, alternative form of borstal. Bostals, plural of bostal. Boston, a town in Taksan, Turpan Prefecture, Xinjiang, Autonomous Region, China, formerly a township. Bostengi, alternative spelling of Bostengi. Bostengmis, plural of Bostengi. Bostengi, one of the imperial gods of the Ivan Empire. Bostengis, plural of Bostengi. Boste, simple past and past participle of boss. Mostal, synonym of Holloway. Bostals, plural of Bostal. Moster, a surname. Bosters, plural of Boster. Assoon, alternative spelling of Bastoon. Aslerns, plural of Bastoon. Bostian, a surname. Bostians, plural of Bostian. Mosse, a surname from Slovene. Moste, a surname. Mostics, plural of Boste. Boston. Great, excellent. Austin, alternative form of Boston. Bosting, alternative form of Boston. Mostai, a surname. Bostock Green, a model estate village in Bostock Parish, Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6769. Mostocks, plural of Bostock. Moston, a town and borough in Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 3244. Boston baked beans, a variety of baked beans sweetened with molasses and flavored with salt pork or bacon. Boston Bar, a community in the Fraser Canyon, British Columbia, Canada, across the river from North Bend. Boston Bean, synonym of haricot bean. Boston Beans, plural of Boston Bean. Boston Brahmin, a person of high social standing who is a member of a wealthy, influential family with a lengthy history of residence in or near the city of Boston, USA. Boston Brahmin, alternative letter case form of Boston Brahmin. Boston Brahmins, plural of Boston Brahmin. Boston Brahmins, plural of Boston Brahmin. Boston brown bread, a type of dark, slightly sweet steamed bread, usually sweetened with molasses, popular in New England. Boston brown breads, plural of Boston brown bread. Boston bun, a large spiced bun with a thick layer of coconut icing. Boston buns, plural of Boston bun. Boston butt, a cut of pork from the upper part of the shoulder from the front leg. Boston butts, plural of Boston butt. Boston classicists, synonym of second New England school. Boston crab, a submission wrestling move. Boston crabs, plural of Boston crab. Boston cream, of a bready/cakey foodstuff, having been glazed in chocolate and filled with custard. Boston cream donut, a round deep-fried pastry that is traditionally filled with vanilla custard and glazed in milk chocolate. Boston cream donuts, plural of Boston cream donut. Boston cream donut, alternative spelling of Boston cream donut. Boston cream donuts, plural of Boston cream donut. Boston cream pie, a round cake that is split, filled with custard or cream, and frosted with chocolate, the official dessert of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Boston cream pies, plural of Boston cream pie. Boston fern, Nephropes exaltata CV bastoniensis, a fern with gracefully arching fronds. Boston ferns, plural of Boston fern. Boston ivies, plural of Boston ivy. Boston ivy, a perennial vine related to the grapevine, Parthenocissus tricuspidata, which, like true ivy heterohelix, is planted next to masonry buildings to grow on the walls. In spite of the name, Boston ivy is native to Japan, Korea, and China. Boston lettuce, a variety of soft lettuce. Boston lettuces, plural of Boston lettuce. Boston marriage, a long-term monogamous relationship between two unmarried women, especially in New England between the 18th and early 20th centuries. Boston marriages, plural of Boston marriage. Boston marrow, a sweet, pear-shaped, orange variety of the squash Cucurbita maxima. Boston marrows, plural of Boston marrow. Boston mess, a pattern which consists of throwing each prop straight up whilst crossing and uncrossing one's arms. Boston mountains, a mountainous ecoregion in the U.S. states of Arkansas and Oklahoma. Boston round, synonym of Boston round bottle. Boston round bottle, a strong, heavy bottle used in the pharmaceutical and chemical industries, often made of amber glass to filter out ultraviolet light, but sometimes made of plastic. Boston round bottles, plural of Boston round bottle. Boston rounds, plural of Boston round. Boston six specific influential classical music composers who lived during the late 19th and early 20th centuries in Boston, considered part of the Second New England School, John Knowles Payne 1839–1906, Arthur Foote 1853–1937, George Chadwick 1854–1931, Amy Beach 1867–1944, Edward MacDowell 1861–1908, and Horatio Parker 1863–1919. Boston Sour, a whiskey sour made with egg white. Boston Sours, plural of Boston Sour. Boston Spa, a village and civil parish in the Metropolitan Borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 4345. Boston Tea Party, a political protest that took place in Boston Harbor in 1773, in which demonstrators, in defiance of the Tea Act, destroyed an entire shipment of tea sent by the East India Company. Boston Terrier, a medium-sized black and white dog. Boston Terriers, plural of Boston Terrier. Boston Version, a Bowdlerized version of a play to appeal to puritanical sensibilities. Boston Versions, plural of Boston Version. Bostoner, a person who was born in or who lives in Boston, Massachusetts. Bostoners, plural of Bostoner. Bostonese, a Bostonian. Bostoneses, plural of Bostonese. Bostonia, a census-designated place in San Diego County, California, United States. Bostonian, a person who was born in or who lives in Boston, Massachusetts. Bostonians, plural of Bostonian. Bostonite, synonym of Bostonian from or of Boston, Massachusetts, or Boston, Lincolnshire. Bostonites, plural of Bostonite. Bostonization, the process of Bostonizing. Bostonize, to make Bostonian, to adapt to the norms or culture of Boston. Bostonized, simple past and past participle of Bostonize. Bostonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Bostonize. Bostonizing, present participle and gerund of Bostonize. Bostons, plural of Boston. Asther, a foolish person. Astherans, plural of Bastoon. Ostrich, any beetle of the family Bostrichidae. Bostrichids, plural of Bostrichid. Bostrichiform, of or pertaining to the Colopter and infraorder Bostrichiformia. Bostrom, a surname from Swedish. Boströmian, of or relating to Christopher Jacob Bostrom 1797–1866, Swedish philosopher. Bostroms, plural of Bostrom. Bostrices, plural of Bostrix. Bostrichid, misspelling of Bostrichid. Bostrichids, plural of Bostrichid. Bostrichoi, arranged in a helical manner on the outside of a long, tapering, conical rachize, having the form of a bostrix. Bostrix, a helicoid cyme. Bostrixes, plural of bostrix. Mos, third person singular simple present indicative of bos. Bostwe, a surname. Bostwickite, an orthorhombic dark red mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Bostwicks, plural of Bostwick. Bosun, alternative form of boatswain warrant or petty officer on board a naval ship. Bosun's chair, synonym of boatswain's chair. Bosun's chairs, plural of bosun's chair. Bosuns, plural of bosun. Bosutinib, a tyrosine kinase inhibitor undergoing research for use in the treatment of cancer. Boswell, a Scottish habitational surname from Old French of Norman origin from Buzil in France. Boswellian, of or pertaining to James Boswell 1740-1795, Scottish lawyer and writer, best known for his biography of Samuel Johnson. Boswellic, relating to boswellic acids or their derivatives. Boswellic acid, any of a series of pentacyclic triterpene molecules produced by plants in the genus Boswellia. Boswellic acids, plural of boswellic acid. Boswellism, the writing style of James Boswell 1740-1795, Scottish lawyer and writer, best known for his biography of Samuel Johnson. Boswellisms, plural of Boswellism. Boswellis, to eulogize. Boswellis, simple past and past participle of Boswellize. Boswellizer, one who Boswellizes. Boswellizers, plural of Boswellizer. Boswellizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Boswellize. Boswellizing, present participle and gerund of Boswellize. Boswells, plural of Boswell. Boswell, a municipality in Aargau Canton, Switzerland. Boswer, a surname from Old English. Bosworth, plural of Boswer. Initialism of beginning of tape. A piece of software designed to perform a task, often a minor but repetitive one, automatically or on command. Bot farm, a venue where multiple computers execute repeated tasks and automated programs at a large scale. Bot flies, plural of bot fly. Bot fly, alternative form of bot fly. Bot her, a large collection of compromised systems exploited for malicious purposes. Bot herder, alternative form of botherder. Bot herders, plural of bot herder. Bot herds, plural of bot herd. Bot flies, plural of bot fly. Bot fly, alternative form of bot fly. Veau de bag, a traditional Greek or Spanish wineskin bag. Typically it is made of leather and is used to carry wine, although any liquid can be carried. Bota bags, plural of bota bag. Botafogo, a dance step in samba. Botafogos, plural of botafogo. Bothe, vald. Votelakite, a green monoclinic copper mineral, polymorphous with atacamite, paratacamite, and clinotacamite. Botelakites, plural of botelakite. Batamachi, a Japanese sweet made by soaking sweet rice and forming it into balls with azuki bean paste packed around them. Batan, a female given name from Japanese. Batana, a Mexican appetizer. Botanas, plural of botana. Botanic, of or pertaining to botany. Botanic garden, a botanical garden. Botanic gardens, plural of botanic garden. Botanica, a shop that deals in herbs and charms used especially by followers of Santeria. Botanical, of or pertaining to botany, relating to the study of plants. Botanical garden, a place where a variety of plants are grown, primarily for scientific or educational reasons, but are normally open to the public and include ornamental plants from around the world. Botanical gardens, plural of botanical garden. Botanical name, a formal scientific name of a plant, especially as conforming to the Eichmann. Botanical names, plural of botanical name. Botanically, in a botanical manner. Botanicals, plural of botanical. Botanicas, plural of botanica. Botany, obsolete spelling of botanic. Botanics, plural of botanic. Botanics, plural of botanic. Botanies, plural of botany. Botanize, alternative spelling of botanize. Botanize, simple past and past participle of botanize. Botanizer, alternative spelling of botanizer. Botanizers, plural of botanizer. Botanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of botanize. Botanizing, present participle and gerund of botanize. Botanism, botany. Botanist, a person engaged in botany, the scientific study of plants. Botaniste, of or relating to botanists or botany. Botanist, plural of botanists. Botanize, to do the work of a botanist, as to inventory the plant life in an area and to collect plants for research purposes. Botanize, simple past and past participle of botanize. Botanizer, an amateur botanist, especially one who enjoys finding plants in nature and identifying them. Botanizers, plural of botanizer. Botanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of botanize. Botanizing, present participle and gerund of botanize. Botaноgenomics, the study of botanical genomes. Methanol, a heterogeneous material consisting of synthesized natural plant oil and chalk used primarily as a floor covering. Botanologer, a botanist. Botanology, the science of botany. Botanomancy, divination by plants, a form of pyromancy in which tree branches and or leaves are burnt. Botanomantic, of or pertaining to botanomancy. Botanophile, a person with an interest in botany. Botanophiles, plural of botanophile. Botanophilis, synonym of botanophile. Botanophilus, plural of botanophilis. Botanophobia, the fear of plants. Botany, a branch of biology concerned with the scientific study of plants. Botany Bay, a bay of New South Wales, south of Sydney Cove, Australia, the site of a landing by explorer Botany Bay dozens, plural of Botany Bay dozen. Botany Bay fever, penal servitude, transportation. Botany Bay greens, synonym of New Zealand spinach. Botargo, botarga, a cake or sausage made from salted mullet roe. Botargos, plural of botargo. Botargos, plural of botargo. Moth, initialism of British Overseas Territories, citizen, a type of British national with ties to a British overseas territory. But, to perform a task in an unacceptable or incompetent manner, to make a mess of something. Botch job, a job that has been botched. Botch jobs, plural of botch job. Botch up, to ruin, mess up. Botch up, a botched job. Botch ups, plural of botch up. Botch work, alternative form of botch work. Botch, simple past and past participle of botch. Botch job, alternative form of botch job. Botch jobs, plural of botch job. Botched up, simple past and past participle of botch up. Botchedly, in a botched manner. Botcher, a person who mends things, especially such a cobbler or tailor. Botcheries, plural of botchery. Botchery, bundling, awkward or botch. Botchers, plural of botcher. Botchery, an act of botching or being sloppy. Botches, plural of botch. Botches up. Third person singular simple present indicative of botch up. Ate, comparative form of botchy, more botchy. Is, superlative form of botchy, most botchy. Watchoe, in a botchy manner. Botchiness, the state of being bashy. Watching, present participle and gerund of botch. Botching up, present participle and gerund of botch up. Botchwork, inferior and shoddy work. Watty, full of botches or mistakes, poorly done. Vaccinic, acid, a phytotoxic polykedide associated with the fungus Botrytis cinerea. Botsinin, any of a group of botsinellides. Botsinens, plural of botsinin. Botsinelli, a lactone derived from botsinic acid. Bot, plural of bot. Ot, initialism of benefit of the doubt. Ut, atonement, compensation, amends, satisfaction, as man boat, a compensation for a man's slaying. Vodesh, a surname. Hode, the droplet-shaped motif on which paisley patterns are based. Vodes, plural of bote. Odol, a floating hotel, a boat that acts as a hotel. Voler, a surname originating as an occupation, cognate to the common noun butler. Odless, alternative spelling of profitless, useless. Ova, a surname from Portuguese. Odolo, a surname. Odolos, plural of bodolo. Odols, plural of bodol. Ove, a town in Luang Namtha province, Laos. Bodi, a commune of Argeș County, Romania. Otero, a surname from Spanish. Votral, the shape, crampet or tag of a scabbard or a representation thereof in heraldry. Votrol, alternative form of botrol. Votrols, plural of botrol. Votrals, plural of botrol. Oteros, plural of botero. Bots, plural of boat. Otsti, a commune of Argeș County, Romania. Movies, a pufferfish of the genus Sphoeroids. Bodetes, plural of bodete. Boatsterd County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Fincastle. Boatgrad, a town in western Bulgaria. Botflies, plural of botfly. Motfly, one of several Dipterous insects of the family Oestridae, the larvae of which are parasites on many animals, including humans. But, a surname. Both barrels, the maximum damage that a weapon can deliver. Ode of ours, that which belongs to both of us, the possessive first person pronoun used without a following noun. Both of theirs, that which belongs to both of them, the possessive third person plural pronoun used without a following noun. Both of yours, that which belongs to both of you, the possessive second person pronoun used without a following noun. Both respirator, an early form of iron lung. Both respirators, plural of both respirator. Both siderism, alternative form of both siderism. Both sidesism, alternative form of both sidesism. Both-handed, skilled or able to use either hand with unspecified degrees of equalness, ambidextrous. Both-handedly, using both hands. Both-handedness, ambidexterity. Both-sided, seeing or supporting both sides of an argument or debate. Both-sidedness, the state or property of being both-sided. Both-sidism, alternative form of both-sidism. Both-siderism, alternative form of both-siderism. Both sides, to engage in both-sidism, to treat a policy debate or controversy as a conflict between two equally valid or equally dangerous, etc. viewpoints. Both-sidised, simple past and past participle of both sides. Both-sideses, third-person singular simple present indicative of both sides. Both-sidesing, present participle and gerund of both sides. Both-sidesism, alternative form of both-sidesism. Both-sidism, alternative form of both-sidism. Boa, a surname from Afrikaans. Bothes Hill, a small town in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Bothan, a surname. Bofamily, a surname. Bofamilies, plural of bofamily. Bothes, plural of botha. Ma, a surname. Matal, a city in King and Snohomish counties in the U.S. state of Washington. Mater, to annoy, to disturb, to irritate, to be troublesome to make trouble for. Bother one's ours, to bother, to take the trouble to do something. Botherance, something that bothers, bother, annoyance, nuisance. Botherances, plural of botherance. Botheray, to bother. Botherated, simple past and past participle of botheray. Botherates, third-person singular simple present indicative of botherate. Botherating, present participle and gerund of botherate. Botheration, a mild expression of annoyance or exasperation, bother. Botherations, plural of botheration. Botherer, a malicious hacker who controls a botnet. Bothereders, plural of botherer. Bothered, annoyed, irritated. Botherer, agent noun of bother, one who bothers. Botherers, plural of botherer. Botherin, pronunciation, spelling of bothering. Bothering, present participle and gerund of bother. Botherings, plural of bothering. Botherless, free from bother or difficulty. Botherme. Bother, annoyance. Botherments, plural of botherment. Bothers, third person singular simple present indicative of bother. Bothersome, causing trouble, annoyance, inconvenience, irritation, or perplexity. Bothersomely, in a bothersome way. Bothersomeness, the state or condition of being bothersome. Boths, plural of both. Bothed, any of the species of the left-eye flounder family Bothidae. Bothids, plural of bothed. Bothi, alternative form of bothy. Bothies, plural of bothy. Bothnian, a war relating to Bothnia, an area of northern Europe by the Gulf of Bothnia. Bothnian Bay, the most northern part of the Gulf of Bothnia. Bothnian Sea, the southern part of the Gulf of Bothnia. Bothnians, plural of Bosnian. Bovinech, Bothnian. Both remitted, Any extinct turtle of the family Bophrimididae. Bophrimidids, plural of Bophrimidid. Bophrynchima, dotted or pitted ducts or vessels forming the pores seen in many kinds of wood. Ovea, plural of Bophrium. Oveo, relating to or composed of Bophria. Bophridorid, any beetle of the family Bophridoridae. Bophridorids, plural of Bophridorid. Bophridia, plural of Bophridium. Bophridio, relating to Bophridia. Bophridium, an outgrowth from the scolex of some tapeworms that is used for adhesion. Ophrymbriante, any snail of the family Bophrymbriantidae. Ophrymbriantids, plural of Bophrymbriante. Ophiolithian, any tapeworm of the order of Eosphylidia. Ophiolithians, plural of Ophiolithian. Ophiopid, any placoderm of the genus Bophiopes. Ophiopidae, any placoderm fish in the family Bophiopidae known from Eocene to Flaminian. Ophiopidids, plural of Bophiopidid. Ophiophids, plural of Bophriopid. Bovarium, a protruding cup or small groove used for adhesion, especially in cestodes. Bophryurid, any scorpion in the family Bophryuridae. Bophryurids, plural of Bophryurid. Bovra, plural of Bophros. Bofragericin, a polypeptide thrombin inhibitor in the venom of a lance-edged snake Bothrops gyraraca. Ovrumbin, a thrombin present in the venom of the pit viper Bothrops gyraraca. Ophropacin, an endopeptidase present in the venom of Bothrops gyraraca. Bothrope, of or relating to the genus Bothrops venomous pit vipers endemic to Central and South America. Bothropoi, any viper of the genus Bothrops. Bothropoids, plural of Bothropoi. Bothros, an artificial hole or depression in the ground, used for washing and libations, etc. in ancient times. Bophrosome, an organelle that supports the ectoplasmic net of a labyrinthid. Bophrosomes, plural of Bophrosome. Bothsidism, Bothsidism. Bothsider, someone who believes in bothsidism. Bothsiderism, Bothsidism. Bothsidism, a tendency to treat all policy debates as if the opposing sides present equally strong arguments or are equally valid or equally dangerous. Bothsidisms, plural of Bothsidism. Bothsidesists, of or pertaining to Bothsidism. Bothsidesists, plural of Bothsidesists. Bothsidism, alternative form of Bothsidism. Bothliz, utilizing both Western and indigenous knowledge systems, two-way. Bovlal, a large village in South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 7058. Bovlels, plural of Bofwell. Bodhi, a small cottage, especially one for communal use in remote areas by laborers or farmhands or as a mountain shelter. Bothi Ballad, a traditional song sung by farm laborers in northeast Scotland. Bothi Ballads, plural of Bothi Ballad. Bothaman, a laborer living in a bothy. Bothamen, plural of Bothamen. Botifera, a spiced pork sausage typical of Catalan cuisine. Botiferus, plural of Botifera. Of it, any fish in the family Botiidae. Ode is plural of Botiid. Modaja, a Caribbean musical instrument of the aerophone type, consisting of an earthenware jug or jar with two openings. Botellas, plural of botella. Botella, a traditional Spanish porous clay vessel designed to hold water and to cool it by evaporation. Botellos, plural of botello. Botella, a barangay of Santa Cruz, Marinduque, Philippines. Botkin, a surname. Botkins, plural of botkin. Botles, too grievous to be atoned for by the payment of a bot or boat, irredeemable, unpardonable. Botley, a hamlet in Chesham Parish, Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 9802. Bohadka, a hereditary form of slavery. Motley, resembling a bot automated software process. Botla, a Northeast Caucasian language, Deep Hokin in southwestern Dagestan, Russia. Botmaster, a malicious hacker who controls a botnet. Botmasters, plural of botmaster. Botnet, a collection of compromised computers that is gradually built up and then unleashed as a DDoS attack or used to send very large quantities of spam. Botnets, plural of botnet. Though the Inia geoffrensis, a species of freshwater dolphin endemic to the Amazon River system. Bataken, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Batacudo, one of a tribe of South American Indians of eastern Brazil. Batacudos, plural of Batacudo. Botogenin, an organic compound found in the plant Dioscorea mexicana. Botolen, a municipality of Zambales, Philippines. Botolph, an English male given name after Botwolf of Thorney. Botolph Claydon, a hamlet in East Claydon Parish, Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale District. OS Grid Ref SB 7324. Botomancy, alternative form of botonomancy. Botany, alternative form of botany. 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 Botany, having a bud-like projection or a kind of trefoil at the end, in particular of a cross having a trefoil of buds at the end of each arm. Bod Oroga, a village and commune of Teleorman County, Romania. Odos, plural of Bodo. Batasani, the capital and largest city of Batasani County, Romania. Botosphere, the part of the internet in which bots operate. Batavro, an oceanic language spoken in southern Vanuatu. Botox, a toxic compound generic name botulinum toxin type produced by the bacterium Clostridium botulinum that causes the paralysis of muscles, used in cosmetic surgery to conceal wrinkles and for muscle spasm relief and headache prevention. Botox smile, synonym of Pan Am smile. Botox smiles, plural of Botox smile. Botox, simple past and past participle of Botox. Botoxes, third person singular simple present indicative of Botox. Botoxing, present participle and gerund of Botox. Botulinum, a polycyclic phenol that is a fungal metabolite. Botrustin, a coagglutinin present in snake venom that causes platelet aggregation. Botros, a surname from Arabic. Botroses, plural of botros. Ate, any of a group of terpenoids that are secondary metabolites of the ascomycete hypoxylon. Atens, plural of Batwiang. Atayao, a bicyclic aldehyde, 1,3-AR4, 6R7, 7AS174-mil, 7-A-hydroxy, 1,336-tetramethyl-2,3-A, 4,5,6,7-hexahydroquinone, 4-yl acetate that is a phytotoxic sesquiterpene metabolite secreted by the fungus Botrytis cinerea. Atandao, a bicyclic aldehyde related to Botrytiol that is a phytotoxic sesquiterpene metabolite secreted by the fungus Botrytis cinerea. Motrolid, any of the genus Botrytis of tunicates. Motrolids, plural of Botrylid. Atacusine, any of a family of terpene heterogibbons, but spedialba that is sponiad of applications as dovule. Atacusanes, plural of Botryacoxane. Athazen, a hydrous magnesium sulfate mineral. A determinate inflorescence similar to a raceme taking the form of flowers arranged alongside an axis. Ateoido, having the form of a bunch of grapes. Ateodole, in a batoidal manner. Ateis, plural of bateoi. Atale, a variety of datolite usually having a batoidal structure. Batiomycosis, bacterial pseudomycosis, a rare chronic granulomatous bacterial infection that affects the skin and sometimes the viscera. Bavamicate, relating to or caused by bacteriomycosis. Athethe, any extinct cumative fern of the genus Bathyopteris. Athethrids, plural of Bathyopteri. Atheos, having the form of a cluster of grapes. Bathysaeus, or relating to the Bathysaeaceae. Batride, relating to Botrytis. Botrytici, a fungicide that acts against Botrytis fungi. Botryticides, plural of Botrytici. Botrytis, any fungus of the genus Botrytis, especially Botrytis cinerea, which is responsible for the formation of noble rot on grapes. Botrytization, alternative form of botrytization. Botrytize, alternative form of botrytize. Botrytize, simple past and past participle of botrytize. Botrytizes, plural of botrytis. Botrytizing, present participle and gerund of botrytize. Botrytization, the process of botrytizing. Botrytize, to infect or be infected with noble rot Botrytis cinerea. Botrytize, simple past and past participle of botrytize. Botrytizes, third person singular simple present indicative of botrytize. Botrytizing, present participle and gerund of botrytize. Bots, plural of bot. Bots, abbreviation of Botswana. Motsford, a civil parish of Westmoreland County, New Brunswick, Canada. Botsfords, plural of Botsford. Botsis, a surname. Botsizes, plural of Botsis. Botsplying, to provide a response that appears superficially helpful due to choice of polite words, which is in fact most often unhelpful due to the lack of human thought put into the response. Botsplaining, speech produced by software intended to appear helpful, but often unhelpful, especially when produced by artificial intelligence AI software bots. Botswa, alternative form of Basra. Botswana, a country in southern Africa, capital, Gaborone. Botswanan, a person from Botswana or of Botswanan descent. Botswanans, plural of Botswanan. Botswanian, Botswanan, a person from Botswana or of Botswanan descent. Botswanians, plural of Botswanian. Of, a surname. Bothammer, a hammer used to process flax. Bothammers, plural of Bothammer. Bot hammer. Alternative form of bot hammer. Rotaval. That is susceptible or accessible for the use of automated tools. Obsolete form of Bhutan. Matarya. A Mediterranean dish of cured fish roe. Matargas. Plural of Batarga. Batari. A surname from Italian. Bataris. Plural of Batari. Botger. A surname from German. Botchers. Plural of Botcher. Populated with bots, automated players. Botenga. A workshop or studio in Italy. Botengas. Plural of Botega. Botega. Plural of Botega. Botten. A surname. Bottens. Plural of Botten. Other. One who operates a bot automated software process. Bottery sparrow. Pugia batui, a medium-sized sparrow found mainly in Mexico. Bottery sparrows. Plural of bottery sparrow. Botters. Plural of botter. Botsford. A village and civil parish in Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 8039. Otter. A surname from German. Bergerware. A dark red stoneware first sold in 1710, a significant stage in the development of porcelain in Europe. Bergerwares. Plural of Bergerware. Bodgers. Plural of Bodger. Muthi. A surname. Botticelli. A guessing game in which one person or team thinks of a famous person and reveals the initial letter of that person's name and then answers yes/no questions from the other players as they guess at the identity. Botticellian. Of pertaining to or reminiscent of Sandro Botticelli 1445-1510, Italian painter of the early Renaissance era, or his works. Bodes. Plural of body. Motsi. A small boot, a lady's boot. Botno. A city, the county seat of Bottineau County, North Dakota. Bottineau County. One of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Bottineau. Bottines. Plural of bottine. Body. Present participle and gerund of bot. Bottine. A surname from Italian. Bottinas. Plural of bottini. Botanoite. A trigonal pyramidal mineral containing antimony, hydrogen, nickel, and oxygen. Bodies. Plural of body. Bottle. A container, typically made of glass or plastic and having a tapered neck, used primarily for holding liquids. Bottle and glass. Ars. Bottle away. To store up or stock up. Bottle bank. A large container into which glass bottles are placed for recycling. Bottle banks. Plural of bottle bank. Bottle blonde. Alternative form of bottle blonde. Bottle blonde. A person, usually a woman, who dyes or bleaches their hair a shade of blonde. Bottle blondes. Plural of bottle blonde. Bottle blondes. Plural of bottle blonde. Bottle brush. A brush having bristles that radiate from a central stem, used for cleaning bottles. Bottle brushes. Plural of bottle brush. Bottle cage. A device used to hold a water bottle so it can be attached to a bicycle. Bottle cages. Plural of bottle cage. Bottle cap. Any of several designs of closure used to seal bottles. Bottle caps. Plural of bottle cap. Bottle chart. A chart purporting to show the track of sealed bottles thrown from ships into the sea, based on its currents. Bottle charts. Plural of bottle chart. Bottle club. An establishment that is not licensed to sell alcohol, but only to serve alcohol that patrons have brought from elsewhere. Bottle clubs. Plural of bottle club. Bottle collar. Wine collar. Bottle collars. Plural of bottle collar. Bottle crate. A container used for transport of beverage containers. In the present day, they are usually made of plastic, but before the widespread use of plastic, they tended to be made of wood or metal. Bottle crates. Plural of bottle crate. Bottle dance. A dance performed with a bottle balanced on one's head. Bottle dances. Plural of bottle dance. Bottle deposit. A monetary deposit collected at the point of sale when a bottled beverage is purchased, and fully or partially refunded when the empty bottle is returned. Bottle deposits. Plural of bottle deposit. Bottle down. To stifle, to cause to dwindle or be suppressed. Bottle dry. A fundraiser in which money is collected by returning donated bottles for recycling. Bottle drives. Plural of bottle dry. Bottle episode. An episode of a television series designed to be inexpensive and restricted in its use of sets, effects, cast members, etc. Bottle episodes. Plural of bottle episode. Bottle feeder. Alternative form of bottle feeder. Bottle feeders. Plural of bottle feeder. Bottle fight. A hand-to-hand fight or brawl in which glass bottles are used as extempore weapons. Bottle fights. Plural of bottle fight. Bottle flipping. An activity where one makes a water bottle somersault in the air, aiming to have it land on its base. Bottle girl. A woman employed at a nightclub who serves drinks to clients. Bottle girls. Plural of bottle girl. Bottle glorifier. A display that is designed to fit on a bottle, typically with a cutout area to hold the bottle in position. Bottle glorifiers. Plural of bottle glorifier. Bottle gourd. Calabash crescentia cugite or Legionaria cicerea. Bottle gourds. Plural of bottle gourd. Bottle green. A dark green color like that of some wine bottles. Bottle greens. Plural of bottle green. Bottle hanger. A label placed on the neck of a wine bottle. Bottle hangers. Plural of bottle hanger. Bottle imp. A Cartesian diver. Bottle imps. Plural of bottle imp. Bottle it. To suppress an action or expression, especially when due to lack of courage. Bottle jack. A jack, typically a jack screw shaped like a bottle. Bottle jacks. Plural of bottle jack. Bottle jaw. Submandibular edema resulting from anemia, usually caused by intestinal parasites. Bottle jaws. Plural of bottle jaw. Bottle kiln. Synonym of bottle oven. Bottle kilns. Plural of bottle kiln. Bottle man. Alternative form of bottleman. Bottle men. Plural of bottle man. Bottleneck inflation. Alternative form of bottleneck inflation. Bottleneck inflations. Plural of bottleneck inflation. Bottle off. To draw from a cask and put into bottles. Bottle opener. A device used to remove the cap from a bottle. Bottle openers. Plural of bottle opener. Bottle out. To fail to perform a promised or planned action due to lack of courage or nerve, to run away or back down from a contest or challenge. Bottle oven. A bottle-shaped kiln, typical of the industrial landscape of Stoke-on-Trent, England. Bottle ovens. Plural of bottle oven. Bottle palm. Hyphord legenicalis, a palm tree found on Round Island. Bottle parties. Plural of bottle party. Bottle party. A party where guests bring and consume their own bottles of drink. Bottle rat. A woman in a nightclub who feigns interest in people ordering bottle service in order to get free drinks. Bottle rats. Plural of bottle rat. Bottle rocket. A small skyrocket that can be launched from an empty bottle. Bottle rockets. Plural of bottle rocket. Bottle sedge. A sedge species, Carex rostrata. Bottle sedges. Plural of bottle sedge. Bottle service. A feature of many upscale bars and nightclubs by which patrons may purchase entire bottles of alcoholic drink for their personal consumption, sometimes including extras such as a reserved table or the services of a dedicated host. Bottle share. A gathering to which each participant brings a rare or unusual beer, especially craft beer, to share with the other attendees. Bottle shares. Plural of bottle share. Bottle shop. A liquor store. Bottle shops. Plural of bottle shop. Bottle show. Synonym of bottle episode. Bottle shows. Plural of bottle show. Bottle sling. A knot that can be used to create a handle for a glass or ceramic container with a slippery narrow neck. Bottle slings. Plural of bottle sling. Bottle stopper. An object such as a bung or cork that is used to close or cap the top of a bottle, typically to preserve the contents or prevent spillage. Bottle stoppers. Plural of bottle stopper. Bottle store. A liquor store. Bottle stores. Plural of bottle store. Bottle top. A bottle cap. Bottle tops. Plural of bottle top. Bottle trap. A baited trap used to catch insects, made from a plastic bottle. Bottle traps. Plural of bottle trap. Bottle tree. Any of a number of trees that have a swollen base to the trunk giving a bottle-like appearance, including bottle trees. Plural of bottle tree. Bottle up. To put into bottles. Bottle warmer. A device for heating a baby's bottle. Bottle warmers. Plural of bottle warmer. Bottle whore. Synonym of bottle rat. Bottle whores. Plural of bottle whore. Bottle larse. A kind of fly. Bottle larses. Plural of bottle larse. Bottle blonde. Having bleached hair in a shade of blonde. Bottle fed. Simple past and past participle of bottle feed. Bottle feed. To feed a baby using a bottle, especially using a bottle filled with milk other than from its mother. Bottle feeder. Alternative form of bottle feeder. Bottle feeders. Plural of bottle feeder. Bottle feeds. Third person singular simple present indicative of bottle fee. Bottle jack. Alternative form of bottle jack. Bottle jacks. Plural of bottle jack. Bottle nose. An eruption on the nose such as is produced by excessive consumption of alcohol. Bottlenose dolphin. Alternative spelling of bottlenose dolphin. Bottlenose dolphins. Plural of bottlenose dolphin. Alternative spelling of bottlenose dolphins. Bottlenose. Alternative form of bottlenose. Bottlenosed dolphin. Alternative spelling of bottlenose dolphin. Bottlenosed dolphins. Plural of bottlenosed dolphin. Alternative spelling of bottlenose dolphins. Bottlenoses. Plural of bottlenose. Bottle-o. A bottle shop. Bottle-o, alternative form of bottle-o. Bottle-os, plural of bottle-o. Bottle opener, alternative spelling of bottle opener. Bottle openers, plural of bottle opener. Bottle-os, plural of bottle-o. Bottle shock, a temporary condition of wine characterized by muted or disjointed fruit flavors. Bottle sickness, synonym of bottle shock. Bottle sucker, a boozer, especially one who drinks from the bottle rather than a glass. Bottle suckers, plural of bottle sucker. Bottle tight, completely watertight, without any leaks. Bottlable, capable of being bottled. Bottle brush, a cylindrical brush on a thin shaft that is used to clean bottles. Bottle brushes, plural of bottle brush. Bottle cap, alternative form of bottle cap. Bottle caps, plural of bottle cap. Bottle, simple past and past participle of bottle. Bottled away, simple past and past participle of bottle away. Bottled down, simple past and past participle of bottle down. Bottled gas, a gas which is normally a gas at room temperature stored as a compressed liquid within a metal or composite gas cylinder. Bottled gases, plural of bottled gas. Bottled in bond, of a distilled beverage, aged and bottled according to a set of legal regulations contained in the U.S. government's Standards of Identity for Distilled Spirits, as originally specified in the Bottled in Bond Act of 1897. Such beverages must be the product of one distillation season January, June, or July, December by one distiller at one distillery, and must have been aged in a federally bonded warehouse under U.S. government supervision for at least 4 years and bottled at 100 U.S. proof 50% alcohol by volume. Bottled off, simple past and past participle of bottle off. Bottled out, simple past and past participle of bottle out. Bottled up, simple past and past participle of bottle up. Bottled water, drinking water sold by bottle, either natural or processed by, for example, filtering, carbonation, or mineralization. Bottled waters, plural of bottled water. Bottle feeder, one who feeds an infant or baby animal with a bottle. Bottle feeders, plural of bottle feeder. Bottle feeding, the act or process of feeding a human baby with a bottle, as bottle feedings, plural of bottle feeding. Bottlefish, oarfish. Bottleflies, plural of bottlefly. Bottlefly, a fly. Bottleful, as much as a bottle will hold. Bottlefuls, plural of bottleful. Bottlegate, an incident in a 2001 American football game between the Cleveland Browns and the Jacksonville Jaguars, where a controversial call by an official led to fans throwing bottles and other debris onto the field. Bottleham, a nickname for Tottenham. Bottlehead, a beetlehead, a fool. Bottleheads, plural of bottlehead. Bottle holder, a person who attends a boxer during a bout. Bottle holders, plural of bottle holder. Bottle job, a person or team that loses bottles a lead in a game or a title race. Bottle jobs, plural of bottle job. Bottle light, a fish of the genus Dinaphos of deep-water fishes. Bottle light, resembling or characteristic of a bottle. Bottle maker, a manufacturer of bottles. Bottle makers. Plural of bottle maker. Bottle making. The manufacture of bottles. Bottleman. A man who aids a boxer by passing him a bottle of water to drink during a fight. Bottlemen. Plural of bottlemen. Bottleneck. The narrow portion that forms the pouring spout of a bottle, the neck of a bottle. Bottleneck guitar. A technique of playing guitar by sliding a metal tube, or originally a glass bottleneck, along the guitar strings to alter the pitch. Bottleneck guitars. Plural of bottleneck guitar. Bottleneck inflation. A type of inflation in which the supply falls drastically while demand remains constant. Bottleneck inflations. Plural of bottleneck inflation. Bottlenecked. Simple past and past participle of bottleneck. Bottlenecking. Present participle and gerund of bottleneck. Bottlenecks. Plural of bottleneck. Bottlenose. Bottlenose dolphin. Bottlenose dolphin. One of the species of gray dolphin in the genus Tursiops, between 2 and 4 meters in length, inhabiting warm and temperate seas worldwide. Bottlenose dolphins. Plural of bottlenose dolphin. Bottlenose skate. Rostrorhyncha alba, a benthic skate native to the coastal eastern Atlantic Ocean, now in danger through overfishing. Bottlenose skates. Plural of bottlenose skate. Bottlenose whale. Any whale of the 2 species in genus Hyperoodon, both with characteristic bottle-shaped noses. Bottlenose whales. Plural of bottlenose whale. Bottlenose. Having a rounded prominent head with a short snout, like the bottlenose whale. Bottlenosed dolphin. Alternative spelling of bottlenosed dolphin. Bottlenosed dolphins. Plural of bottlenosed dolphin. Alternative spelling of bottlenose dolphins. Bottlenoses. Plural of bottlenose. Bottler. A person, company, or thing who bottles, especially in bulk. Bottlers. Plural of bottler. Bottles. Plural of bottle. Bottles away. Third person singular simple present indicative of bottle away. Bottles down. Third person singular simple present indicative of bottle down. Bottles off. Third person singular simple present indicative of bottle off. Bottles out. Third person singular simple present indicative of bottle out. Bottles out. Third person singular simple present indicative of bottle up. Bottle screw. Screw. Bottle screws. Plural of bottle screw. Bottleful. Plural of bottleful. Bottle shop. Alternative form of bottle shop. Bottle shops. Plural of bottle shop. Bottle swore. The quantity contained in a bottle. Bottle tail. A bottle tail squid. Bottle tail squid. A cephalopod of the family Sapieridae. Bottle top. Alternative form of bottle top. Bottle tops. Plural of bottle top. Bottle tree. Any of the genus Brachychiton of trees and large shrubs native to Australia. Bottle trees. Plural of bottle tree. Bottle washer. A machine or, rarely, a person that washes bottles. Bottle washers. Plural of bottle washer. Bottling. A batch of bottled liquids, as from a single vat, barrel, or seasonal growth. Bottling away. Present participle and gerund of bottle away. Bottling down. Present participle and gerund of bottle down. Bottling off. Present participle and gerund of bottle off. Bottling out. Present participle and gerund of bottle out. Bottling plant. A factory where drinks are bottled. Bottling plants. Plural of bottling plant. Bottling up. Present participle and gerund of bottle up. Bottlings. Plural of bottling. Botlo, a door-to-door trader in used bottles. Botlos. Plural of botlo. Botto, a surname from Italian. Bada, a surname. Bottom age, alternative form of bottom age. Bottom age, alternative form of bottom age. Bottom antiquark, the antiparticle of the bottom quark. Bottom antiquarks, plural of bottom antiquark. Bottom bitch, the most successful prostitute under a particular pimp who has higher status but more responsibilities. Bottom bitches, plural of bottom bitch. Bottom bracket, a bicycle part that connects the crankset chainset to the frame and allows the crankset to rotate freely. Bottom brackets, plural of bottom bracket. Bottom burr, a fart. Bottom burps, plural of bottom burr. Bottom dead center, a position in the cycle of a piston engine wherein the piston is at the bottommost point in its stroke. In a four-stroke cycle, BEC occurs twice, at the end of the intake stroke and at the end of the power stroke. Bottom dar, an underdog, someone at a disadvantage. Bottom dogs, plural of bottom dar. Bottom dollar, the last of one's money, all of one's money. Bottom dollar. Plural of bottom dollar. Bottom drawer, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see bottom drawer. Bottom drawer syndrome, the situation where information is hidden or discarded because it is undesirable in some way, for example, unfavorable research results. Bottom drawers, plural of bottom drawer. Bottom edge, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see bottom edge. Bottom edged, simple past and past participle of bottom edge. Bottom edges, plural of bottom edge. Bottom edging, present participle and gerund of bottom edge. Bottom fall out, to fail, to collapse, to worsen, to enter a state of disarray. Bottom fallen out, past participle of bottom fall out. Bottom falling out, present participle and gerund of bottom fall out. Bottom falls out, third person singular simple present indicative of bottom fall out. Bottom feeder, a fish or other aquatic creature that feeds off the bottom of its habitat, a flatfish. Bottom feeders, plural of bottom feeder. Bottom feeding, feeding off plant and animal life found in the lowest regions of its habitat. Bottom fell out, simple past of bottom fall out. Bottom fermentation, a slow alcoholic fermentation process carried out at low temperatures during which the yeast sinks to the bottom of the liquid, used in brewing lager-type beers. Bottom fermentations, plural of bottom fermentation. Bottom fishing, fishing with bait, lines, and other gear used to catch aquatic creatures which inhabit the lowest regions of a body of water, including a seabed or riverbed. Bottom four, to be anally penetrated by. Bottom gear, synonym of low gear. Bottom gears, plural of bottom gear. Bottom girl, synonym of bottom bitch. Bottom girls, plural of bottom girl. Bottom growth, growth of the clitoris under masculinizing HRT. Bottom hand, with a standard batting grip, the hand placed further down the handle of the bat, the batsman's dominant hand providing most power to a shot. Bottom hands, plural of bottom hand. Bottom heat, heat supplied from below to the roots or rooting medium of plants under propagation, usually in hothouses or greenhouses. Bottom kill, A method of closing an oil well by drilling a relief well to the bottom of the borehole of the blown-out well and pumping in heavy drilling fluid synthetic mud to counteract oil pressure and staunch the flow, then filling in the orifice to the oil reservoir with concrete cement to seal the blowout and the relief wells. Bottom kills, plural of bottom kill. Bottom line, the final balance, the amount of money or profit left after everything has been tallied. Bottom liner, a person who is most concerned with the bottom line. Bottom liners, plural of bottom liner. Bottom lines, plural of bottom line. Bottom man, understander. Bottom of the barrel, the lowest possible level of a person or thing in terms of character or quality, also a person or thing at such a level. Bottom of the harbor, a tax avoidance scheme from the 1970s. Atom of the hour, the time at or very close to half the next hour of time. Bottom of the line, the worst or lowest quality on the market, especially among a range of products. Bottom of the ninth, the second part of the ninth and final inning, the end of the game. Bottom of the sea, synonym of seabed. Bottom of the table, finishing in last place in the standings in a league or tournament. Bottom on, to ground or base on. Bottom order, the batsmen constituting the tail who bat last roughly in positions 8 to 11. Bottom out, to reach the bottom, to reach the nadir or lowest point. Bottom pair, a pair consisting of one whole card and the lowest ranking community card. Bottom pairs, plural of bottom pair. Bottom power, person's use of their sexual attractiveness to gain advantages in business. Bottom quark, a quark having a fractional electric charge of -1/3 and a mass of about 4,100 to 4,400 MeV. Bottom quarks, plural of bottom quark. Bottom sheet, a bed sheet used to cover a mattress, i.e. the sheet that one typically lies on. Bottom sheets, plural of bottom sheet. Bottom surgeon, a surgeon who performs bottom surgery. Bottom surgeons, plural of bottom surgeon. Bottom surgeries, plural of bottom surgery. Bottom surgery, gender-affirming surgery performed on the reproductive organs, particularly the genitals. Bottom the house, to clean a house from top to bottom, to clean a house extremely thoroughly. Bottom time, the total amount of time calculated in minutes from the beginning of a descent underwater to the beginning of an ascent above water. Bottom times, plural of bottom time. Bottom type, the type that is a subtype of all other types. Bottom types, plural of bottom type. Bottom woman, synonym of bottom bitch. Bottom women, plural of bottom woman. Bottom age, younger than the oldest age permitted to participate in a competition and therefore eligible to participate in its next season. Bottom age, alternative form of bottom age. Bottom dwelling, living on or near the bed of the sea, a lake, or other body of water. Bottom end, of or relating to the lower gears on a geared engine, especially in a motor vehicle. Bottom feeder, alternative form of bottom feeder. Bottom feeders, plural of bottom feeder. Bottom fishing, alternative form of bottom fishing. Bottom hat transform, synonym of black top hat transform. Bottom hat transforms, plural of bottom hat transform. Bottom line, to set a minimum acceptable rule, boundary, or condition for someone. Bottom line, simple past and past participle of bottom line. Bottom lines, third person singular simple present indicative of bottom line. Bottom lining, present participle of bottom line. Bottommost, lowest, closest to the bottom. Bottom of the harbor, alternative form of bottom of the harbor. Bottom of the line. Alternative form of bottom of the line. Bottom posts. A post on an online forum whose contents are placed below a quoted message which is being replied to. Bottom posted. Simple past and past participle of bottom posts. Bottom poster. Someone who bottom posts. Bottom posters. Plural of bottom poster. Bottom posting. Present participle and gerund of bottom posts. Bottom posts. Plural of bottom posts. Bottom shelf. Cheap or low quality. Bottom up. Of or relating to a hierarchical system that progresses from multiple small subunits to a single, large basic unit. Bottom upwards. Synonym of upside down. Bottomage. Alternative form of bottom age. Bottomage. Alternative form of bottom age. Bottom. Obsolete spelling of bottom. Bottomed. Having some specified type of bottom. Bottomed for. Simple past and past participle of bottom for. Bottom on. Simple past and past participle of bottom on. Bottomed out. Simple past and past participle of bottom out. Bottom the house. Simple past and past participle of bottom the house. Bottomness. The state or quality of having a particular type of bottom. Bottomless. Obsolete spelling of bottomless. Bottomer. A surname. Bottomers. Plural of bottomer. Bottoms. Plural of bottom. Bottom feeder. Alternative form of bottom feeder. Bottom feeders. Plural of bottom feeder. Bottom feeding. Alternative spelling of bottom feeding. Bottom fish. Any fish that lives on or near the seabed. Bottom fishes. Plural of bottomfish. Bottom full. The amount that a bottom all senses can hold. Bottom Yate. A district of central Blackburn, Lancashire. Bottom Yates. Plural of bottom gate. Bottomhood. The state, quality, or condition of a bottom non-penetrative sexual role. Bottoming. Present participle and gerund of bottom. Bottoming for. Present participle and gerund of bottom for. Bottoming on. Present participle and gerund of bottom on. Bottoming out. Present participle and gerund of bottom out. Bottoming the house. Present participle and gerund of bottom the house. Bottomings. Plural of bottoming. Bottomland. Flat land along a river, lying a few feet above normal high water, naturally fertile, and often consisting of alluvial deposits. Bottomlands. Plural of bottomland. Bottomless. Having no bottom. Bottomless pit. A pit with no visible bottom and apparently infinite depth. Bottomless pits. Plural of bottomless pit. Bottomlessly. In a bottomless manner. Bottomlessness. The state or quality of being bottomless. Bottomlessnesses. Plural of bottomlessness. Bottomai. A surname from Old English. Bottomley projection. A kind of equilibrium map projection intended as an alternative to the bond projection that would reduce the extent of extreme distortion at the edges and give a more satisfying overall shape. Bottomley projections. Plural of bottomley projection. Bottomless. Plural of bottomley. Bottomos. Alternative form of bottommost. Bottomess. A quantum number of quarks and hadrons determined by the number s of bottom quarks and antiquarks present. Symbol B. Bottomonia. Plural of bottomonium. Bottomonium. Any meson, such as an upsilon particle, formed from a bottom quark and its antiquark. Bottomoniums. Plural of bottomonium. Bottomries. Plural of bottomry. Bottomry. An early form of maritime contract in which the owner of a ship could borrow money using the ship as collateral. Bottoms. A surname. Bottoms for. Third person singular simple present indicative of bottom for. Bottoms of the hour. Plural of bottom of the hour. Bottoms of the hours. Plural of bottom of the hour. Bottoms on. Third person singular simple present indicative of bottom on. Bottoms out. Third person singular simple present indicative of bottom out. Bottoms the house. Third person singular simple present indicative of bottom the house. Bottoms up. Cheers the drinking toast. Bottoms up squat. Synonym of Anderson squat. Bottom set bed. The bottommost layer of sediment deposited in a deltaic environment. Bottom space. The psychological state of the submissive or bottom during sadomasochistic activity. Bottom spin. Synonym of backspin. Bottomward. Toward the bottom of something. Bottomwards. Toward the bottom of something. Bottomwear. Clothing worn below the waist, including trousers, skirts, leggings, etc. Bottomy. Having a deep pitch. Botta. A small village in Dandy Parish, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 6904. Botton. A surname from Italian. Botany. Alternative form of botany. Botany. Alternative form of botany. Botany. Alternative form of botany. Botans. Plural of botan. Botania. Plural of botanium. Onio. Synonym of bottomonium. Botany. Alternative form of botany. Botor. A surname. Botors. Plural of botorf. Botos. Plural of boto. Botromycin. A macrocyclic peptide with antibiotic activity, first isolated from Streptomyces botropensis. Botromycins. Plural of botromycin. Botschot. A city in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Bots. The disease caused by the maggots of the horse bot fly when they infect the stomach of a horse. Body. Rado. Body bandit. Synonym of ars bandit, a gay man. Body bandits. Plural of body bandit. Body burr. Flatulence. Body burps. Plural of body burp. Botuliform. Having the shape of a sausage. Botulin. An extremely potent nerve toxin produced by the aerobic bacteria Clostridium botulinum. Ingesting botulin results in the serious medical condition of botulism. Botulinal. Of or pertaining to botulism or botulin toxins. Botulinic. Of or pertaining to the botulinum bacterium. Botulinogenic. Alternative form of botulogenic. Botulins. Plural of botulin. Botulinum. An anaerobic soil bacterium, Clostridium botulinum, that secretes the toxin botulin. Botulinum toxin. A neurotoxic protein produced by the bacterium Clostridium botulinum. Botulinum toxins. Plural of botulinum toxin. Botulinus. Alternative form of botulinum. Botulism. Poisoning caused by the toxin from Clostridium botulinum, an anaerobic bacterium that grows in improperly prepared food. Botulisms. Plural of botulism. Botulismus. Obsolete form of botulism. Botulogenic. That produces botulism. Botulotoxin. Botulinum toxin. Otis. Initialism of Bank of the United States. Otis Fleming. Alternative form of Bodus Fleming, Cornwall, England. Bodus Fleming. A village and civil parish north of Saltash, East Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SX 4061. Butvenia. A type of Slavic kvass-based cold soup. Radla. Initialism of Breath of the Wild, short for The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Bot W. Initialism of Breath of the Wild, short for The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Botwa. A town in Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Botiroid. Misspelling of Batayoy. Bots. A surname from German. Otzes. Plural of bots. Bertzinger complex. A group of neurons located in the rostral ventrolateral medulla and ventral respiratory column in mammals. It plays an important role in controlling breathing and responding to hypoxia. Otsa. Alternative form of Basra. Mubat. A Bengali ritual feast traditionally held after a wedding, where the groom's family for the first time taste rice cooked by the new bride. Ouakai. A city in Ivory Coast. Noatha. A town and commune in Blida province, Algeria. Valba/Kiki effect. A non-arbitrary mapping between speech sounds and the visual shape of objects. Valbuik. Alternative form of bublic. Valbliki. Plural of Balblick. Valbliks. Plural of Balblick. Valbu. A flowing wide-sleeved robe worn by men in much of West Africa, and to a lesser extent in North Africa. Malbus. Plural of Balbu. Balquen model. A model of hysteresis, typically employed to describe nonlinear hysteretic systems. Balkan. Alternative spelling of Balkan. Balkans. Plural of Balkan. Valsharasai. A particular steroid glycoside. Valk. A surname. Valchaline. A boy. Valchalines. Plural of Valchaline. Bouchard. A surname from French. Bouchards. Plural of Bouchard. Voucht. A surname from French. Vouched. Simple past and past participle of bouch. Auhe. A small pastry case filled with a savory mixture, served as an hors d'oeuvre. Bouchées. Plural of boucher. Voucher. A surname from French. Vouchery. A social event at which people gather to butcher and make food from an animal, especially a pig. Voucheries. Plural of vouchery. Voucherize. To impregnate timber, railroad ties, etc. with a preservative solution of copper sulfate. Voucherize. Simple past and past participle of voucherize. Voucherizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of voucherize. Voucherizing. Present participle and gerund of voucherize. Vouchers. Plural of voucher. Voucherville. A city in the Montérégie region in Quebec, Canada. Vouches. Plural of Vouch. Vouches du Rhône. A department of Provence-Alpes-Côte d'Azur, France, located in the historical region and province of Provence. Capital, Marseille. Vouchette. A surname. Vouchilin. A surname from French. Vouchilins. plural of Bouchelin. Vouching, present participle and gerund of Bouch. That, a surname. Vaux, plural of Bouc. Vauco, alternative spelling of Bouclé. Bouclé, a fabric knitted or woven of uneven yarn with a surface of loops and curls. Boucles, plural of Boucle. Bouclés, plural of Bouclé. Bouctich, a town in Kent County, New Brunswick, Canada. Oat, a weevil, a worm that breeds in malt, biscuit, etc. Burda, a were-hyena in Ethiopian mythology. Budakian, a surname from Armenian. Budakians, plural of Budakian. Burda, archaic form of Buddha. Buddhism, obsolete form of Buddhism. Buddhist, obsolete form of Buddhist. Buddhists, plural of Buddhists. Budi, a surname. Brudery, a sulk, a fit of pouting. Bruderies, plural of Brudery. Brudica, a queen of the British Iceni tribe that led an uprising against the occupying forces of the Roman Empire. Died c. 61 c. Brudigan, of or relating to Boudica, queen of the British Iceni tribe. Brudica, alternative form of Boudica. Brudigan, alternative form of Boudican. Budaisia, alternative form of Boudica. Budaisian, alternative form of Boudican. Boude, a kind of blood sausage in French, Belgian. Luxembourgish and related cuisines. Boudinin, a process in which a more competent layer is broken into sausage-shaped pieces as less competent layers surrounding it are deformed. Boudinic, subjected to boudinage. Boudinages, plural of boudinage. Boudinot, a surname from French. Boudins, plural of Boudin. Boujalel, a town in Tazmal district, Béjaïa province, Algeria. Boudoir, a woman's private sitting room, dressing room, or bedroom. Boudoir biscuit, synonym of Ladyfinger finger-shaped sponge cake. Boudoir biscuits, plural of boudoir biscuit. Boudoir piano, synonym of upright piano. Boudoir pianos, plural of boudoir piano. Boudoirs, plural of boudoir. Ouaou, a town in Boumerd's province, Algeria, former name, Alma. Oued reaction, the redox reaction of a chemical equilibrium mixture of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide at a given temperature. It is the disproportionation of carbon monoxide into carbon dioxide and graphite, or its reverse. Boudouet reactions, plural of Boudouet reaction. Boudalma, alternative form of Boudrima. Boudreau, a surname from Old French, especially common among Cajun people. Boudes, plural of boud. Bouvet, a satisfying meal. Rouvages, plural of bouffage. Bouvancy, the quality of eating bouffant. Boet, of hair or clothing, full-bodied or puffy, puffed out away from head or body. Bouffant cap, a loose cap, so called because of its puffy shape, typically secured around the head with an elastic, and frequently used in cleanrooms, food service, and other settings to contain loose hair. Bouffant caps, plural of bouffant cap. Bouffant gown, a woman's evening gown that has a wide, full skirt, often of several layers. Bouffant gowns, plural of bouffant gown. Bouffantly, in a bouffant manner. Bouffants, plural of bouffant. Bouffanty, like a bouffant, as in a hairdo. Bouver, a surname from French. Bouvards, plural of bouver. Oath, a comic opera. Wote, simple past and past participle of bouve. Bouffée délirante, a syndrome in West Africa and Haiti involving a sudden outburst of aggression with confusion and sometimes hallucinations. Bose, plural of bouve. Bouvet, present participle and gerund of bouve. Bouvy, in a bouffant style. Bougainvillea, alternative spelling of Bougainvillea. Bougainvilleas, plural of Bougainvillea. Bougainvillea, alternative spelling of Bougainvillea. Bougainvilleas, plural of Bougainvillea. Bougainville, a surname from French. Bougainville crow, Corvus mici, a species of corvid crow. Bougainville crows, plural of Bougainville crow. Bougainvillea, any of several South American flowering shrubs or lianas of the genus Bougainvillea, having 3 showy, colorful bracts attached below each group of 3 inconspicuous flowers. Bougainvillian, a native or inhabitant of Bougainville. Bougainvillians, plural of Bougainvillian. Bougainvilleas, plural of Bougainvillea. Bougainvillea, alternative form of Bougainvillea. Bougainvilleas, plural of Bougainvillea. Bougainvillea, any hydroid of the family Bougainvilleidae. Bougainvilleads, plural of Bougainvillea. Bouver, a rafter or cross spar of a roof, especially of a cottage. Bougers, plural of Bouger. Maubde, the right to rations at court, granted to the king's household, attendants, etc. Maurit, simple past and past participle of Bauge. Baudi, obsolete form of Baugi, tapered cylindrical medical instrument. Maugis, plural of Baugi. Bauges, third person singular simple present indicative of Bauge. Baugith, obsolete form of budget purse, bag, etc. Maugits, plural of Bauget. La, a surname. Thou, beach, a hamlet in Chiddingstone Parish, Sevenoaks District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4846. Thou pot, a vessel for holding stems of flowers and branches to decorate an indoor space. Thou pots, plural of bow pot. Thou, obsolete spelling of bow. Mod, having a specified kind of bowels. Bauer, a surname from German. Bowers, plural of Bauer. Baudo, both Baugi and Ghetto. Mau, a surname. Vowless, without vowels. Bowler, a surname. Bowness, plural of Bowner. Thoupot, alternative form of Bowpot. Thoupots, plural of Bowpot. Mas, plural of Bow. Boy, simple past and past participle of buy. Bought a dog and barked oneself. Simple past and past participle of buy a dog and bark oneself. Bought a pup. Simple past and past participle of buy a pup. Bought a ticket to. Simple past and past participle of buy a ticket to. Bought and paid for. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see bought, paid for. Bought back. Simple past and past participle of buy back. Bought down. Simple past and past participle of buy down. Bought in. Simple past and past participle of buy in. Bought into. Simple past and past participle of buy into. Bought. Simple past and past participle of buy it. Bought off. Simple past and past participle of buy off. Bought off on. Simple past and past participle of buy off on. Bought out. Simple past and past participle of buy out. Bought out from under. Simple past and past participle of buy out from under. Bought over. Simple past and past participle of buy over. Bought priesthood. The constellation of technocrats, columnists, pundits, university professors, public intellectuals, business lobbyists, and other powerful groups who benefit from the political status quo and use their position to defend and support it. Bought priesthoods. Plural of bought priesthood. Bought straw hats in winter. Simple past and past participle of buy straw hats in winter. Bought the farm. Simple past and past participle of buy the farm. Bought the rack. Simple past and past participle of buy the rack. Bought time. Simple past and past participle of buy time. Bought to let. Simple past and past participle of buy to let. Bought up. Simple past and past participle of buy up. Bought with one's ears. Simple past and past participle of buy with one's ears. Bought wolf tickets. Simple past and past participle of buy wolf tickets. Bought. Having been purchased or bought rather than homemade, store-bought. Boughtus. Second person singular simple past indicative of buy. Botha, a place name. Watton Mallow, a civil parish and small village in Maidstone Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8849. Mawton under Blaine, a village and civil parish in Swale District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 0659. Bossons, plural of boss 0659. Bossons, plural of bosson. Bots, plural of bot. What? Then they. May, full of bass. Maudi, a surname from French. Mauginage, the use of a baugi. Mauginages, plural of bauginage. Mauginous, the quality of being gaudy. Audi, comparative form of baugi, more baugi. Maudis, plural of baugi. Audius, superlative form of baugi, most baugi. Baudinage, alternative form of bauginage. Bauginages, plural of bauginage. Bauging, present participle and gerund of bauge. Baugonia, alternative spelling of begonia. Bauber's law, synonym of Beer-Lambert law. Hut, a surname from French. Bouillabaisse, a type of fish soup or stew from Provence, France. Bouillabaisses, plural of bouillabaisse. Really, meat stewed with juice. Bouillon, alternative spelling of bouillon. Bouillons, plural of bouillon. Bouillies, plural of bouilli. Bouillon, a clear seasoned broth made by simmering usually light meat, such as beef or chicken. Bouillon cube, a small cube consisting of dry ingredients that can be dissolved to make a broth or soup stock. Bouillon cubes, plural of bouillon cube. Bouillons, plural of bouillon. Roulette, a rapidly played variety of Brelan or Gleek, a card game resembling poker. Bouira, a city, the capital of Bouya province, Algeria. Maumi, alternative form of budge. Maudia, alternative form of bouya type of stew. Vaudels, a commune in Doubs department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Bauji, alternative spelling of Bauji. Novelli. Vauquez, a surname. Vaf, a Tunisian alcoholic drink made from figs. Malketchba, a surname. Vaudnight, a surname. Vauknights, plural of Bauknight. Vauquelos rule, a rule of the Proto-Indo-European reconstructed language that states that a labioblar stop *kw *gw aspirated assimilates to an ordinary velar stop *k *g *d aspirated next to the vowel *u or its corresponding glide *w. Vaux, plural of Bauk. Mal, a curved handle. Mua, any of various Caribbean drums. Boulanger, a surname from French. Boulanger potatoes, sliced layered potatoes cooked with herbs, onions, etc., and meat or vegetable stock. Boulangerie, a French or French-style bakery. Boulangeries, plural of boulangerie. Boulangeries, a lead antimony sulfide mineral that forms metallic gray monoclinic crystals. Boulangerites, plural of boulangeries. Boulanism, the spirit or principles of the French political movement identified with Georges Boulanger 1837–1891, who promoted an aggressive nationalism which opposed Germany and called for the defeat of the Franco-Prussian War 1870–71 to be avenged. Boulanges, supporting Boulanism. Boulanges, plural of Boulanges. Woua, a district of Cairo, Egypt. Bouas, plural of Boua. Boula, a surname from French. Valby, a small coastal village in Loftus Parish, Redcar and Cleveland District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 7619. Though, obsolete form of bold. Bolden, a surname. Boldens, plural of Bolden. Boulder, a town in Western Australia, merged with Kalgoorlie in 1989 as the city of Kalgoorlie-Boulder. Boulder City, a city in Clark County, Nevada, United States. Boulder Clay, a geological deposit of clay often full of large stones and boulders which is formed out of the ground moraine material of glaciers and ice sheets. Boulder County, one of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat, Boulder. Boulder Creek, a census-designated place in Santa Cruz County, California, United States. Boulder Holder, alternative form of over-the-shoulder boulder holder, a large bra. Boulder Holders, plural of boulder holder. Boulder Opal, an opal consisting of concretions and fracture fillings in a dark siliceous ironstone matrix. Boulder Opals, plural of boulder opal. Boulderable, suitable for or possible to boulder. Boulder, simple past and past participle of boulder. Boulderer, a climber who takes part in bouldering. Boulderers, plural of boulderer. Bouldering, climbing without ropes on large boulders or boulder-sized objects. Boulderized, A native or inhabitant of Boulder, Colorado, United States. Boulderites, plural of boulderize. Odorless, without boulders. Boulder-like, resembling or characteristic of a boulder. Boulders, plural of boulder. Boulder stone, a rounded stone that is larger than a pebble, a cobblestone. Boulder stones, plural of boulder stone. Bouldery, of, pertaining to, or containing boulders. Bolden, a surname. Boldens, plural of bolden. Boldly, obsolete form of boldly. Boltaukian, a surname from Armenian. Boltaukians, plural of Boldaukian. Oh, one of the bowls used in the French game of boules. Ode, simple past and past participle of boule. Boulanger, a surname from French. Boulangers, plural of boulanger. Bouler, a surname. Boulers, plural of bouler. Boues, plural of boule. Bouet, a surname from French. Bouletic, boulimic modality. Bouvets, plural of boulet. Boutai, plural of boots. Eudhia, plural of boulutirian. Euteria, a building in ancient Greece housing the Boule Council of Citizens where public affairs were discussed. Bout, counselor. Ode, pertaining to the curial class from which were drawn councils in ancient Greece. Boulevard, a census-designated place in San Diego County, California, United States. Boulevard stop, a very brief halt in a vehicle. Boulevard stops, plural of boulevard stop. Boulevard, alternative spelling of boulevard. Boulevards, plural of boulevard. Boulevier, a man who frequents the boulevards, thus a man about town or bon vivant. Boulevardier, simple past and past participle of boulevardier. Boulevardiering, present participle and gerund of boulevardier. Boulevardiers, plural of boulevardier. Boulevardize, to convert into boulevards. Boulevardized, simple past and past participle of boulevardize. Boulevardizes, third person singular simple present indicative of boulevardize. Boulevardizing, present participle and gerund of boulevardize. Boulevard-like, resembling or characteristic of a boulevard. Boulevards, plural of boulevard. Bouleversement, complete overthrow, reversal, turmoil. Bouleversements, plural of bouleversement. Boer, archaic form of bulwark. Bowie, a surname from French. Bowies, plural of bouli. Oe, a town in the outback of Western Queensland, Australia. Bulimia, archaic form of bulimia. Bulimic, archaic form of bulimic. Bue, present participle and gerund of boule. O, alternative form of boule. Bouze, plural of boule. Boulin, misspelling of bouillon broth. Boulogne, a former commune in Vendée Department, Pays de la Loire, France. Boulogne fever, synonym of diphtheria. Boulogne sore throat. Synonym of diphtheria. Boulogne-Billancourt, a commune of Hauts-de-Seine, Ile-de-France, in the western suburbs of Paris, France. Boulogne-sur-Mer, a commune of Pas-de-Calais department, Houts de France, France. Boulamaic, expressing a wish or desire. Boulanize, a draft horse of a large, elegant breed, usually gray. That was plural of bow. Malster, archaic form of bolster. Malster, simple past and past participle of balster. Balstering, present participle and gerund of balster. Balsters, third person singular simple present indicative of balster. Both, alternative form of bolt to sift. Volte, a surname. Volte, simple past and past participle of bolt. Volto, a molding with quarter circle convexity, found just below the abacus in the Tuscan and Roman Doric capital, a torus, an ovalo. Volthos, plural of boltal. Volther, a surname. Volthers, plural of bolter. Boltham, a southern suburb of Lincoln, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 9669. Volte, alternative form of bolty. Volten, alternative form of boltal. Volte, present participle and gerund of bolt. Voltings, plural of bolting. Voltins, plural of bolton. Bolton, a surname. Boltons, plural of Bolton. Bolt, third person singular simple present indicative of bolt. Valware, a surname. Valwares, plural of Valware. Valwarism, the tactic in negotiations with labor unions of investigating a dispute and then making an ultimate offer that will not be revised. Valla, a surname from Czech. Valman, a surname. Valmans, plural of Bauman. Valdes, plural of Bauma. Valverds, a city, the capital of Balmards province, Algeria. Val, ready, prepared. Bouncable, misspelling of bounceable. Mouse, to change the direction of motion after hitting an obstacle. Bounce around, to discuss or brainstorm ideas on a topic. Bounce back, to recover from a negative situation without seemingly any damage. Bounce backs, plural of bounce back. Bounce house, synonym of bouncing castle. Bounce houses, plural of bounce house. Bounce in, to appear suddenly and with hostility. Bounce into, to be forced into doing something that one is uncomfortable with. Bounce off, to test ideas on someone. Bounce off the walls, to be overly active relative to the enclosed space in which one is. Bounce on it. Synonym of decride. Bounce rate, the proportion of visitors who arrive at a website and then leave rather than continuing to view other pages within the same site. Bounce rates, plural of bounce rate. Bounce rubble, to bomb a target that has already been severely bombed, so that little further damage is possible. Bounce the rubble, alternative form of bounce rubble. Bounce, the quality of being bouncy or exuberant. Bounceable, able to be bounced. Bounce-aback, a rebound. Bounce-aback ability, the ability to bounce back or recover from bad circumstances. Bounce-abackable, displaying an ability to recover from damage or a setback. Bounce-abacks, plural of bounce-aback. Bounced, simple past and past participle of bounce. Bounced around, simple past and past participle of bounce around. Bounce back, simple past and past participle of bounce back. Bounced check. A check that has been rejected by the bank against which it is drawn for insufficient funds. Bounced checks. Plural of bounced check. Bounced check. A check returned by the bank due to insufficient funds. Bounced checks. Plural of bounced check. Bounced in. Simple past and past participle of bounce in. Bounced into. Simple past and past participle of bounce into. Bounced off. Simple past and past participle of bounce off. Bounced off the walls. Simple past and past participle of bounce off the walls. Bounced on it. Simple past and past participle of bounce on it. Bounce it down. The throwing of the ball down onto the ground by the umpire, after which the ruckmen from opposing teams battle for control of the ball. Bounce it downs. Plural of bounce it down. Bounceless. That does not require debouncing. Bouncelessness. Absence of bouncing. Bouncer. A member of security personnel employed by bars, nightclubs, etc. to decide who can enter, maintain order, and deal with patrons who cause trouble. Bouncer. Befitting or characteristic of a bouncer security personnel. Bouncers. Plural of bouncer. Bounces. Plural of bounce. Bounces around. Third person singular simple present indicative of bounce around. Bounces back. Third person singular simple present indicative of bounce back. Bounces in. Third person singular simple present indicative of bounce in. Bounces into. Third person singular simple present indicative of bounce into. Bounces off. Third person singular simple present indicative of bounce off. Bounces off the walls. Third person singular simple present indicative of bounce off the walls. Bounces on it. Third person singular simple present indicative of bounce on it. Bounceth. Third person singular simple present indicative of bounce. Bouch. Obsolete form of bunch. Bounched. Simple past and past participle of bounce. Bounches. Plural of bounce. Bouching. Present participle and gerund of bounce. Bouncy. Comparative form of bouncy, more bouncy. Bounciest. Superlative form of bouncy, most bouncy. Bounce silly. In a bouncy manner. Bouncin'. Pronunciation spelling of bouncing. Bounciness. The characteristic of being bouncy. Bounciness. Plural of bounciness. Bouncinette. Alternative form of bouncinette. Bouncinettes. Plural of bouncinette. Bouncinet. A baby seat that gently bounces or rocks, often equipped with a safety harness to keep the baby secure. Bouncinets. Plural of bouncinette. Bouncing. Healthy, vigorous. Bouncing around. Present participle and gerund of bounce around. Bouncing back. Present participle and gerund of bounce back. Bouncing bet. Saponaria officinalis. The common soapwort. Bouncing bets. Plural of bouncing bet. Bouncing betties. Plural of bouncing Betty. Bouncing Betty. A landmine which is propelled a meter or two into the air before exploding to increase the amount of damage inflicted on surrounding troops. Bouncing bomb. A bomb designed to bounce to a target across water in a calculated manner in order to avoid obstacles and allow the bomb's speed and detonation time to be predetermined. Bouncing bombs. Plural of bouncing bomb. Bouncing castle. a large inflatable structure resembling a castle, etc., on which children jump and play as on a trampoline. Bouncing castles, plural of bouncing castle. Bouncing in, present participle and gerund of bounce in. Bouncing into, present participle and gerund of bounce into. Bouncing off, present participle and gerund of bounce off. Bouncing off the walls, present participle and gerund of bounce off the walls. Bouncing on it, overpraising somebody or something. Bouncingly, with a bouncing motion. Bouncings, plural of bouncing. Bouncy, easily bounced. Bouncy ball, a small polybutadiene rubber ball with a strong rebound when thrown or dropped. Bouncy balls, plural of bouncy ball. Bouncy castle, synonym of bouncing castle. Bouncy castles, plural of bouncy castle. Bouncy house, synonym of bouncing castle. Bouncy houses, plural of bouncy house. Bouncy bouncy, sexual intercourse. Bound, a surname. Bound ahead, to gather momentum, to increase quickly, to increase concerningly quickly. Bound bailiff, a sheriff's officer who serves writs, makes arrests, etc. Bound bailiffs, plural of bound bailiff. Bound Brook, a borough in Somerset County, New Jersey, United States. Bound for, moving towards, going in the direction of. Bound form, a unit of language that can only be used as part of a word, not as a word on its own, such as the English suffix lie. Bound forms, plural of bound form. Bound morpheme, a morpheme that can only occur when bound to a root morpheme. For example, cran as in cranberry, ed, ing, lie. Bound morphemes, plural of bound morpheme. Bound off, simple past and past participle of bind off. Bound on equip, simple past and past participle of bind on equip. Bound on pickup, simple past and past participle of bind on pickup. Bound over, simple past and past participle of bind over. Bound properties, plural of bound property. Bound property, a property of an object that transmits notification of any changes to an adapter or event handler. Bound state, a composite of two or more particles that behaves as a single particle. Bound states, plural of bound state. Bound termineme, terminology, a termineme that cannot stand alone in its related domain or environment, a terminological bound morpheme. Bound to, indicates something which cannot be avoided. Bound up, connected or relevant. Bound variable, a variable that is associated with a value and therefore a variable that is an allocated storage location. If the programming language implements a representation of a canonical unknown value, infinity, etc., the value bound to the variable may be one of these. Bound variables, plural of bound variable. Bound water, water that is bound to an inorganic surface. Bound waters, plural of bound water. Boundable, able to be bounded or circumscribed. Boundance, obsolete spelling of abundance. Boundary, enclosed by a boundary or boundaries. Boundaries, plural of boundary. Boundaryless, alternative spelling of boundaryless. Boundarylessness, alternative form of boundarylessness. Boundary, the dividing line or location between two areas. Boundary commission, A legal or statutory body set up to determine the geographical boundaries of nations, states, parliamentary constituencies, or other entities. Boundary condition. Any of a set of constraints that limit the solutions of a differential equation. Boundary conditions. Plural of boundary condition. Boundary corner. A defensive position responsible for covering the deep half of the field on the boundary side. Boundary corners. Plural of boundary corner. Boundary county. One of 44 counties in Idaho, United States. County seat, Bonners Ferry. Boundary four. A four scored by hitting the ball past the boundary rather than an all-run four. Boundary fours. Plural of boundary four. Boundary group. The image of the K plus one letter 1D57 aspirated boundary homomorphism for a given chain complex. Boundary homomorphism. A group homomorphism on the group of simplicial K-chains induced by mapping each oriented K-simplex to a particular formal sum of its faces. Boundary homomorphisms. Plural of boundary homomorphism. Boundary rider. A person employed to travel along the boundary of a station to check and maintain the fencing. Boundary riders. Plural of boundary rider. Boundary term. A word or phrase that is used for othering, a term that serves to identify someone or something as other than the speaker. Boundary terms. Plural of boundary term. Boundary umpire. A match official who decides when the ball has over the boundary line out of bounds and whether it was on the full from a kick. Under the rules as of 2007, a free kick results from on the full or a throw-in otherwise. Boundary umpires. Plural of boundary umpire. Boundary waters. A region in Minnesota, USA, and Ontario, Canada, characterized by boggy marshes and woodlands. Boundary rider. Alternative form of boundary rider. Boundary riders. Plural of boundary rider. Boundary. The creation of a boundary. Boundaryless. Without a boundary or boundaries. Boundarylessness. Lack of boundaries. Boundation. The state or quality of being bound or obliged, obligation. Boundations. Plural of boundation. Bound. Obsolete spelling of bound. Bounded. Simple past and past participle of bound. Bounded ahead. Simple past and past participle of bound ahead. Bounded function. Any function whose values remain bounded by some constant. Bounded functions. Plural of bounded function. Bounded lattice. Any lattice type of partially ordered set that has both a greatest and a least element. Bounded lattices. Plural of bounded lattice. Bounded rationality. A model of human behavior which states that individuals often make decisions that are merely adequate rather than optimal. Boundedly. In a bounded manner. Boundedness. The state or quality of being bounded. Boundednesses. Plural of boundedness. Bounden. Now chiefly in the term bounden duty, made obligatory, binding. Boundenly. In a bounden manner. Bounder. Something that bounds or jumps. Bounderish. Pertaining to or having the characteristics of a bounder, loutish, boorish. Bounderishly. In a bounderish manner. Bounderism. The behavior of a bounder. Bounders. Plural of bounder. Boundest. Second person singular simple present indicative of bound. Bounded. Third person singular simple present indicative of bound. Bounding. Present participle and gerund of bound. Bounding ahead. Present participle. And gerund of bound ahead. Bounding mine. A landmine which, when activated, uses a small propellant charge to toss the main body of the mine up to approximately waist height before exploding, in order to more efficiently injure its target. Bounding mines. Plural of bounding mine. Boundingly. With a bounding motion. Boundings. Plural of bounding. Boundless. Without bounds. Unbounded. Boundlessly. In a boundless manner. Boundlessness. The property of being boundless, of being without limits or ends. Boundlessnesses. Plural of boundlessness. Boundling. One who is bound. Boundlings. Plural of boundling. Moundness. The state or quality of being bound. Mounds. A surname. Bounds ahead. Third person. Singular simple present indicative of bound ahead. Bounds Green. A suburb in the borough of Haringey, in northern Greater London OS Grid Ref TQ 2991. Bounds Goer. A land surveyor who walked and measured the boundaries of towns and typically received alcohol in return. Bound Scoers. Plural of bound scoer. Bound Stone. A kind of calcareous rock sediment where the original components have been bound together after deposition. Bound Stones. Plural of bound stone. Mounger. Obsolete spelling of bounder boundary, limit. Boungers. Plural of bounger. Boundy. A surname. The. Obsolete form of bound. Mound. Simple past and past participle of bound. Well. A surname. Mount. Alternative form of bun purse. Mount. Alternative spelling of bun purse. Bounges. Plural of bounge. Thouthing. Present participle and gerund of bound. Mounds. Third person singular simple present indicative of bound. Bounteous. Inclined to be generous. Bounteously. In a bounteous manner. Bounteousness. The characteristic of being bounteous. Bounteousnesses. Plural of bounteousness. Mounta. Alternative form of bounty. Mounteths. Plural of bounteth. Bounty. Having a bounty. Bounties. Plural of bounty. Bountiful. Having a quantity or amount that is generous or plentiful, ample. Bountiful. Archaic form of bountiful. Bountifuller. Comparative form of bountiful. More bountiful. Bountifully. In a bountiful manner. Bountifulness. The characteristic of being bountiful. Bountyhead. Bounteousness. Bountyhood. Goodness, generosity. Bountiless. Alternative form of bountiless. Bounteous. Obsolete form of bounteous. Bounteous. Alternative form of bounteousness. Mounteth. A bonus payment made by an employer to a servant. Mounteths. Plural of bountiff. Bounty. Generosity. Also countable an act of generosity. Bounty hunter. A person who catches criminals and brings them to the police in return for a reward. Bounty hunters. Plural of bounty hunter. Bounty jumper. One who, during the latter part of the Civil War, enlisted in the United States service and deserted as soon as possible after receiving the bounty. Bounty jumpers. Plural of bounty jumper. Bounty gate. The New Orleans Saints bounty scandal. Bounty. Goodness, future. At a present participle and gerund of bounty. Bounteous, without bounty. Bouphonia, the annual sacrifice of an ox and mock trial of the slaughter at the ancient Athenian Dipolia. Bouquet, a surname from French. Bouquet garni, a bundled mixture of herbs or dried herbs used as a flavoring for stews, soups, and sauces. Bouquet of circles, a graph with only one vertex. Bouquet of spheres, a wedge product of two or more spheres joined at a distinguished point, usually the equator. Vaupotin, alpine ibex capra ibex. Vaupoitins, plural of Bauquetin. Bouquet-like, resembling or characteristic of a bouquet. Bouquets, plural of bouquet. Bouquets and brickbats. Praise and criticism, complimentary and uncomplimentary feedback to the same or to different targets. Bouquets garnis, plural of bouquet garni. Bouquets of circles, plural of bouquet of circles. Bouquets of spheres, plural of bouquet of spheres. Where, a surname. Burasque, a tempest. Burasques, plural of burasque. Burasa, a surname. Burasas, plural of burasa. Burbakian, relating to Burbacism. Burbakians, plural of Burbakian. Burbacism, a 20th century French movement aiming to found all of mathematics on set theory. Bourbakis, a supporter of Burbacism. Bourbakis, plural of Bourbakis. Burbo, a surname from French. Bourbos, plural of Bourbo. Mura, a European dynasty which reigns in Spain and formerly ruled the Kingdom of France. Bourbon and branch, ellipsis of bourbon and branch water, bourbon whiskey mixed with plain water. Bourbon biscuit, an oblong chocolate-flavored biscuit with a chocolate cream filling. Bourbon biscuits, plural of bourbon biscuit. Bourdan chicken, a North American Cajun-style or Chinese-style dish of chicken marinated in soy sauce with brown sugar, ginger, bourbon whiskey, and sometimes honey. Bourbon County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Fort Scott, named after the county in Kentucky. Bourbon cream, a chocolate-flavored biscuit consisting of two baked halves filled with chocolate icing. Bourbon creams, plural of bourbon cream. Bourbon virus, a virus believed to be in species Dori thyditavirus in family Orthomyxoviridae, a tick-borne virus discovered in 2014 that has caused at least one fatality in an otherwise healthy man. Bourbon whiskey, alternative form of bourbon whiskey. Bourbonian, of or relating to the Bourbon dynasty of Europe. Bourbonians, plural of Bourbonian. Bourbonic, of or relating to the House of Bourbon. Bourbonish, characteristic of a Bourbon Democrat. Bourbonism, the principles of the supporters of the House of Bourbon, obstinate conservatism. Bourbonisms, plural of Bourbonism. Bourboness, of or pertaining to Bourbonism. Bourboness, plural of Bourboness. Bourbonize, a place name. Bourbons, plural of Bourbon. Arche, a surname. Virtues, plural of virtue. Mar, a joke, jesting, banter. Bourdain, a surname from French. Bourdeaux, a surname from French. Bourdeaux, plural of Bourdeaux. Bourdeaux turpentine, a turpentine obtained from pinus Pinester maritime pine. Bird, simple past and past participle of bird. Birder, a jester. Birders, plural of birder. Bird, a surname from French. Bourdieu, of or relating to Pierre Bourdieu 1930–2002, sociologist, anthropologist, and philosopher whose work was primarily concerned with the dynamics of power in society. Bourdieu, or pertaining to Pierre Bourdieu. Bourdieu, a surname from French. Bourdon, present participle and gerund of bird. Bourdon, a flute stop on an organ of 8, 16, or 32, generally characterized by a low, dark tone. Bourdonnet, having the ends terminating in rounded knobs like those on a pilgrim's staff, pomedy. Burdens, plural of burden. Birds, plural of bird. Burekas, Israeli snacks related to the burek, made from either phyllo dough or puff pastry, with various fillings. Bury, a surname from French. Mur, a topographical surname from Anglo-Norman for someone who lived in a fortified place. Bourg-en-Bresse, a commune, the capital of Ain department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Bourg-Saint-Maurice, a commune in Savoie department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Barbals, a surname from French. Barbats, plural of Burgaut. Bourgeois, a surname from French. Bourgeoise, a female member of the bourgeoisie, a wealthy woman. Bourgeoise, simple past and past participle of bourgeois. Bourgeoises, plural of bourgeois. Bourgeoisie, a class of citizens who were wealthier members of the third estate. Bourgeoises, plural of bourgeoisie. Bourgeoisification, the process of adopting or the condition of adopting the characteristics of the bourgeoisie, and bourgeoisement. Bourgeoisifications, plural of bourgeoisification. Bourgeoisify, simple past and past participle of bourgeoisify. Bourgeoisifies, third person singular simple present indicative of bourgeoisify. Bourgeoisify, to make bourgeois. Bourgeoisifying, present participle and gerund of bourgeoisify. Bourgeoising, present participle and gerund of bourgeois. Bourgeoisitic, bourgeois. Bourgeoisie, in a bourgeois manner. Bourgeoisness, the state or condition of being bourgeois. Burden, obsolete form of burgeon. Bourdonnant, an aromatic aldehyde with a floral fragrance, used in perfumery. Bourgeon, simple past and past participle of burgeon. Burgeoning, present participle and gerund of burgeon. Burgeonings, plural of burgeoning. Burdens, third person singular simple present indicative of burgeon. Arges, a cathedral city, the capital of Cher department, Centre Val de Loire, France. Barda, a surname from French. Burgets, plural of burget. Urdo, alternative form of Bulgar. Burgi, a member of the bourgeoisie. Burgies, plural of Burgi. Bourgogne, Burgundy, a historical region and former administrative region of France, since 2016 part of the administrative region of Bourgogne-Franche-Comté. Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, an administrative region in eastern France created in 2016 by the merger of Burgundy and Franche-Comté. Bourget, a surname from French. Bourdains, plural of Bourgogne. Artis, plural of Bur. Bergeticrinid. Any crinoid of the order Bergeticrinida. Bergeticrinids, plural of Bergeticrinid. Berberism. The political ideology of Tunisian President Habib Bourguiba. Bourguignon. The Romance Burgundian language or dialect. Bourguignon. Alternative form of Bourguignon. Bourguignons, plural of Bourguignon. Bourguignons, plural of Bourguignon. Bury, a mullet Lisa Ramada. Sin, Mugil capito found in the rivers of southern Europe and in Africa. Berignan, of or relating to Antoinette Berignan 1616-80, a religious visionary who believed religion should consist of inward emotion rather than knowledge or practice. Berignanism. Berignan beliefs generally. Uris, plural of Buri. Burka, alternative spelling of Burka. Urkes, plural of Burka. Arf, a topographical surname from Anglo-Norman for someone who lived in a fortified place. Arks, plural of Burke. Burka, alternative spelling of Burka. Urkes, plural of Burka. Berland, a surname. Berlands, plural of Berland. Berla, obsolete form of bylaw. Berlais, plural of Berlaw. Bor, a surname. Bornbrook, a suburb of Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0482. Bor, a market town and civil parish with a town council in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref FTF 0920. Warren N, a place in England. Warren tests, a diagnostic test for vesicointestinal fistulae based on observation of a urine sample after a barium enema. Warren tests, plural of Bourne tests. Bournemouth, a large town, part of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole District, Dorset, England. Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, a unitary authority of Dorset, England, formed on 1 April 2019, which replaced and merged the boroughs in these three towns. Bournes, plural of Bourne. Bournes Green, a suburb of the city of Southend-on-Sea, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9186. Warneville's disease, tuberous sclerosis. Borneless, without a bourne or limit. Bornonite, a sulfosalt mineral, a sulfantimonite of lead and copper. Bornonites, plural of bornonite. Bornus, alternative form of burnous. Bornhouses, plural of Bornus. Bournes, plural of Bourne. Bourneville, a suburb and model village in the south of the city of Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0481. Berta, alternative spelling of Burka. Burkas, plural of Burka. Burf, a surname from French. Burquay, a surname from French. Burquens, plural of Burquin. Beret, a card game traditionally played in Louisiana, U.S. Bury, alternative spelling of beret. Beret, a Baroque dance of French origin, common in Auvergne and Biscay in Spain in the 17th century. Arias, plural of Bury. Burez, plural of beret. Burras, an accurately machined portion around the diameter of a shell of the gun, which acts to increase accuracy of projectile fit to the barrel. Burrellets, plural of burrelles. Ruri, a dish made with monkfish, mayonnaise, and a vegetable brunoise. Burides, plural of bur-I. Arth, plural of bur. Arsalt, a variety of climbing rose. Arsots, plural of bursalt. Ars, a stock exchange. Arsas, plural of bourse. Barsakwat, a surname from French. Barsakwats, plural of Bersakwat. Berta, a suburb and former hamlet in Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 7033. Burton on the Water, a village and civil parish in Cotswold District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1620. A municipality of Saarland, Germany. Mas, a surname. Mast, simple past and past participle of Baus. Vassar, obsolete form of boozer. Bowsers, plural of Bowser. Bowses, plural of Bows. Bowsfield. A surname. Bowsfields, plural of Bowsfield. Bowsewage, a mixture of clay and moss or grass, used in construction as a simpler substitute for pirotage. Bowsing, present participle and gerund of bows. Bowsing Ken, a pub, a public house, a tavern. Bowsing Kens, plural of Bowsing Ken. Bowsing Ken, alternative spelling of Bowsing Ken. Bowsing Kens, plural of Bowsing Ken. Mauska, a surname. Vasquez, plural of Bauska. Bausman, a surname. Bausmans, plural of Bausman. Batsauki, alternative form of Buzauki. Batsaukis, plural of Bausauki. Mauske, a surname from French. Batskes, plural of Bauske. Bausingdaltite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, magnesium, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Mausted, a surname. Bowstead Hill, a hamlet in Berg by Sands Parish, Cumberland Council area, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 2959. Boustrafetic, synonym of Boustrafetin. Boustrafetin, in a fashion such that the reading direction changes from right to left to right with each new line. Boustrafetin only, in a Boustrafetin manner. Boustrafedonic, relating to the Boustrafetin mode of writing. Boustrafedonically, in Boustrafedonic fashion. Boustrafetins, plural of Boustrafetin. Maustrophic, Boustrafedonic. Massy, obsolete form of boozy. Math, a surname. Bauta, alternative form of Bauta. Bounty, a sudden outbreak or outburst, a caprice, a whim. Baudades, plural of Baute. Vapar, Mataria. Thou, a surname from French. Vouche, pronunciation spelling of about you. Vouches, plural of Boucha. Woucher, an English surname originating as an occupation common throughout the Midlands. About you, about you. Bouthet, simple past and past participle of bout. Boutifu, an incendiary, an inciter of quarrels. At fs, plural of boutifu. Boudel, a surname. Bouthel, a surname from French. Bouttels, plural of Boutel. Outlier interval, a period of interstadial warming approximately 70,000 years ago. Baudels, plural of Baudel. Bouderol, alternative form of Botrol. Bouderols, plural of Bouderol. Boudersum, a municipality in Flemish Brabant province, Belgium. Moute, an outfit chosen for a bout. Boutfits, plural of boutfit. Mouthilet, a surname. Alwi, a surname from French. Baudeliers, plural of Baudelier. Boutin, a surname from French. Baving, present participle and gerund of bout. Mountains, plural of Boughton. Boutique, a small shop, especially one that sells fashionable clothes, jewelry, and the like. Boutique camping, synonym of glamping. Boutique hotel, a small hotel in settings with upscale accommodations and individualized unique selling points. Boutique hotels, plural of boutique hotel. Boutique bike, resembling or characteristic of a boutique. Boutiques, plural of boutique. Boutique, resembling or characteristic of a boutique fashionable shop. Bouthin, a surname from Old French. Boutinous fever, a fever resulting from infection by the bacterium Megetia canoriae. Boudier, a small flower or bunch of flowers worn in a buttonhole or pinned to the lapel of a jacket. Oh yeah, alternative spelling of boutonniere. Boutonniere deformities, plural of boutonniere deformity. Boutonniere deformity, a deformed position of the fingers or toes in which the joint nearest the knuckle is permanently bent toward the palm while the farthest joint is bent away from it. Boutonniered, wearing a boutonniere. Boutonnieres, plural of boutonniere. Boutonnieres, plural of boutonniere. Boutons, plural of bouton. Mautros, a surname from Arabic. Boutroses, plural of boutros. Bouts, plural of bout. Boutremes, a game in which someone is given rhyming words as the ends of verses of a poem which need to be filled out. Other. About to. What? A surname from French. That's, plural of bout. Boutwell, a surname. Boutwells, plural of Boutwell. Boudai, an informal greeting. Boudelka, a Russian unit of measure equivalent to 1.353 pints, about the capacity of a wine bottle. Boudelkes, plural of Boudelka. Bouvardia, any plant of the genus Bouvardia. Bouvardias, plural of Bouvardia. Bouvardin, a cyclic hexapeptide isolated from Bouvardia ternifolia that has anti-cancer properties. Wouveret-Hoffmann syndrome, paroxysmal tachycardia. Ellipsis of Bouvet Island. Bouvet Island, an uninhabited volcanic island independent territory of Norway in the South Atlantic Ocean, south-southwest of the South African Cape of Good Hope. Bouvet, a surname from French. Bouvet, synonym of Bouvier des Flanders type of dog. Bouvier des Flanders, a breed of very large black dog with terrier-like appearance. Bouviers, plural of Bouvier. Bouviers des Flanders, plural of Bouvier des Flanders. Thou, a unit of measure for area on Java, equivalent to about 0.7 hectares. Bouwens, a surname from Dutch. Bouwenses, plural of Bouwens. Bauman, a surname. Baumans, plural of Bauman. Maus, plural of Bau. Bauxwiller, a commune in the department of Basse-Rhine, Alsace, Grand Est, France. Maut, misspelling of boy. Mauhis, misspelling of buoyant. Mauhe, a Thai ethnic group of southern China and northern Vietnam. Bauer, a surname from French. Bauers, plural of Bauer. Baudes, a surname from French in turn from Occitan. Bauda, a genre of popular music from Dominica. Moya, a surname from Galician. Moeth, plural of Bouza. Bouzegard, a surname. Bouzegards, plural of Bouzegard. Bouzelage, alternative form of Bausilage. Boozing Ken, alternative spelling of Bousing Ken. Boozing Cans, plural of Boozing Ken. Boozing Ken, alternative spelling of Bousing Ken. Boozing Cans, plural of Boozing Ken. Boozak, alternative spelling of Buzak. Bouzaki, a Greek long-necked plucked fretted lute with a sharp, metallic sound. Bouzoukia, a Greek nightclub playing traditional Greek music. Bouzoukias, plural of Bouzoukia. Bouzoukis, plural of Bouzouki. Bouzoukis, someone who plays the bouzouki. Bouzoukis, plural of Bouzoukis. Bouzaks, plural of Bouzouk. Ode, a surname. Mavard, a surname from French. Bavards, plural of Bavard. Bavarism, alternative spelling of Bavarism. Bavaris, a person who experiences Bavarism. Bavarists, plural of Bavaris. Bavarism, an imagined or unrealistic conception of oneself. Boves, plural of Bova. Mavate, synonym of Oxgang. Mavates, plural of Bavate. Bo, a surname. Bovi, a surname. Bovies, plural of Bovi. Oval, a surname from Norman. Novos, plural of Beauvais. Beauvais, a commune in Somme department, Hauts-de-France, France. Mauve, a river in Devon, England, which joins the River Tyne. Beauvais coal, a kind of brown lignite. Beauvais Tracy, a town and civil parish with a town council in Tainbridge District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SX 8178. Of health, of or pertaining to cattle. Bovichti, alternative spelling of Bovichti. Bovichthids, plural of Bovichtid. Bovichtid, any fish of the family Bovichtidae. Bovichtids, plural of Bovichtid. Bovicidal, pertaining or inclined to bovicide. Bovicide, the killing of a cow. Bovicides, plural of bovicide. Bovicin, any of a group of bacteriocins produced by Streptococcus bovis. Bovicins, plural of bovicin. Boviculture, the rearing and care of cattle. Bovid, an animal of the family Bovidae such as the antelope, cattle, goat, and sheep. Bovidomorph, any animal having the form of a member of Bovidae. Bovidomores, plural of bovidomorph. Movids, plural of bovid. Movi, a surname. Movies, plural of bovi. Woviform, shape like an ox. Wovi, of or pertaining to cattle. Bovine ephemeral fever, a viral disease of cattle caused by species of genus Ephemerovirus transmitted by insects. Bovine growth hormone, a hormone produced by cows that increases milk production. Bovine infectious petechial fever, synonym of petechial fever. Bovine leukosis, alternative spelling of bovine leukosis. Bovine leukemia, bovine leukosis. Bovine leukemia, alternative spelling of bovine leukemia. Bovine leukosis, leukemia in cattle. Bovine malignant catarrhal fever, a fatal lymphoproliferative disease that affects bovines. Bovine papillomatosis, an infection of cattle caused by the bovine papillomavirus. Bovine papillomavirus, any of a paraphyletic group of DNA viruses that commonly cause warts on cattle. Bovine papillomaviruses, plural of bovine papillomavirus. Bovine papular stomatitis, a disease in cattle caused by a virus of the family Poxviridae. Bovine petechial fever, synonym of petechial fever. Bovine scatology, WIT. Bovine spongiform encephalopathy, a fatal neurodegenerative disease of cattle which is transmissible to humans through misshaped prion proteins caused by eating infected tissues. Bovine viral diarrhea, any of various diseases caused by a bovine viral diarrhea virus. Bovine viral diarrhea, alternative spelling of bovine viral diarrhea. Bovinely, in a bovine manner. Bovineness, the state or condition of being bovine. Bovines, plural of bovine. Bovington, a village in Hertfordshire, England. Bovington, a surname. Bovington Camp, a military base in Wool Parish, Dorset, England. OS grid ref SY 8389. Bovinic acid, rumenic acid. Bovinize, alternative form of bovinize. Bovinized, simple past and past participle of bovinize. Bovinities, plural of bovinity. Bovinity, the condition of being bovine. Bovinization, the process or the result of bovinizing. Bovinize, to introduce bovine genes into the genome of an organism. Bovinized, into whose genome has been introduced bovine genes. Bovinizing, present participle and gerund of bovinize. Bovinocidin, the neurotoxin 3-nitropropionic acid. Mawai, alternative form of bovine. Bovoids, plural of bovoid. Mavacide, a particular steroid glycoside. Mavavaccination, the vaccination of cattle with bavavaccine to prevent tuberculosis. Bavavaccinations, plural of bavavaccination. Bavavaccine, a vaccine to prevent tuberculosis in cattle. Bovril, a brand of beef extract made in the UK. Bovrilize, alternative form of bovrilize. Bovrilize, simple past and past participle of bovrilize. Bovrilizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bovrilize. Bovrilizing, present participle and gerund of bovrilize. Bovrilize, condense, to reduce to essential details as when explaining something. Mavralize, simple past and past participle of mavralize. Mavralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of mavralize. Mavralizing, present participle and gerund of mavralize. Mavirabasai, a particular steroid glycoside. Bowder, pronunciation spelling of bother. Bother bird, the female counterpart of a bother boy. Bother birds, plural of bother bird. Bother boots, stout lace-up boots, especially Dr. Martens, perceived to be worn for the purpose of kicking people in fights, and popular with skinheads or other troublemakers out looking for bother. Bother boy, a hooligan who creates bother trouble, specifically a member of a skinhead gang. Bother boys, plural of bother boy. Bother, bothered, caring about something. Bothering, present participle and gerund of bother. Bothers, plural of bother. Initialism of bag of words. W, alternative lettercase form of bow. A surname. Bow and arrow, a weapon consisting of a bow and a supply of arrows often kept in a quiver. Bow and scrape, to make a deep bow with the right leg drawn back, thus scraping the floor, left hand pressed across the abdomen, right arm held aside. Ball, a rubberized ball placed on the bow of the boat to protect others from collisions with the pointed end of the bow. Bow balls, plural of bow ball. Bow Brickhill, a village and civil parish in Milton Keynes Borough, Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 9034. Bud, any of various dermestid beetles which feed on the hair of a violin bow. Bow cap, a reinforcement made of metal or fabric that is used to strengthen the front section of an airship's bow. Bow caps, plural of bow cap. Bow chaser, one of a pair of long guns mounted forward in the bow of a sailing warship to fire directly ahead, used when chasing an enemy to shoot away her sails and rigging. Bow chasers, plural of bow chaser. Bow chico wow. Wow, alternative form of bow chica wow wow. Bow chica bow wow, alternative form of bow chica wow wow. Bow chica wow wow, sexual activity or approval. Bow collector, a form of current collector in the shape of a bow or loop mounted on the roof of a train or tram. Bow collectors, plural of bow collector. Bow compass, an archograph. Bow compasses, plural of bow compass. Bow Creek, a river in Greater London, England, which is the tidal part of the River Lee before it reaches the Thames. Diddley, alternative spelling of diddley bow. Diddleys, plural of bow diddley. Bow down, to bow, to bend oneself as a gesture of deference or respect. Bow down before the porcelain god. Synonym of worship the porcelain god, to vomit into a toilet bowl. Drill, a simple rotational hand-operated tool of prehistoric origin, used as a fire drill for ignition or for other drilling tasks such as woodwork and dentistry. Drills, plural of bow drill. Foil, a retractable underwater wing attached to the bow of a ship. Foils, plural of bow foil. Frame, a decorative frame that is shaped like a bow. Frames, plural of bow frame. Grip, the small section of a stringed instrument's bow near the heel having grippy material such as goatskin leather or snakeskin wrapped tightly around the bow stick between the lapping and the frog, so as to facilitate it being held and to protect the stick. Bow grips, plural of bow grip. Bow guard, alternative form of bow guard. Bow guards, plural of bow guard. Bow harp, synonym of arched harp. Bow harps, plural of bow harp. Bow hunting, alternative form of bow hunting. Bow in, to turn in, to enter. Bow Island, former name of Hao Atoll in French Polynesia. Bow kite, an inflatable kite incorporating a bridle on the leading edge and used in kiteboarding or snowkiting. Bow kites, plural of bow kite. Bow leg, alternative form of bow leg. Bow legs, plural of bow leg. Bow maker, one who manufactures bows for use in archery. Bow makers. Plural of bow maker. Bow net, a trap for lobsters consisting of a wickerwork cylinder with a funnel-shaped entrance at one end. Bow nets, plural of bow net. Bow eft, to resign or leave with one's credibility or reputation still intact. Bow pen, bow compasses, one leg of which carries a pen. Bow pencil, bow compasses, one leg of which carries a pencil. Bow pencils, plural of bow pencil. Bow pens, plural of bow pen. Bow plane, a diving plane mounted on or near the bow of a submarine. Bow planes, plural of bow plane. Bow rail, a railing that is mounted on the bow of a boat. Bow rails, plural of bow rail. Bow riding, a behavior exhibited by dolphins where they swim alongside the bow of a moving boat. Bow river, a river flowing in Alberta, Canada into the Oldman River. Bow rudder, one of the diving rudders on the front of a submarine. Bow rudders, plural of bow rudder. Bow saw, a lightweight metal-framed saw in the shape of a bow with a removable coarse, wide blade, used for cutting tree trunks. Bow saws, plural of bow saw. Bow shock, a shock wave formed by the bow of an object traveling at supersonic speed. Bow shocks, plural of bow shock. Bow spring, a spring in the shape of a bow. Bow springs, plural of bow spring. Bow scent rudder, alternative form of bow street runner. Bow scent rudders, plural of bow scent rudder. Bow street, a street in London WC2, England of Bow Street runner fame OS Grid Ref TQ 3081. Bow street runner, a member of an early police force founded in 1742 in London, England. Bow street runners, plural of bow street runner. Bow stroke, the movement of the bow back and forth perpendicularly across the string of an instrument producing sound. Bow thruster, a propulsion unit mounted in or on the bow of a vehicle. Bow thrusters, plural of bow thruster. Bow tie, alternative spelling of bow tie. Bow ties, plural of bow tie. Bow to subserviently adhere to a tradition, etc. Bow up, to become overtaken by impatience, anger, or frustration, to reach one's limit, to square up or assert oneself. Bow wave, the wave that forms at the bow of a ship as it moves through the water and defines the outer limits of the ship's wake. Bow waves, plural of bow wave. Bow window, a curved, bow-shaped window space projecting outward from the main walls of a building, a bay window that is curved. Bow windows, plural of bow window. Bow wow, alternative form of bow wow. Bow wows, plural of bow wow. Mo. Past of bow. Bow's notation. A diagramming convention for modeling stresses and loads, marking various areas with letters. Bo chico wow wow. Alternative form of bo chico wow wow. Bo chica bo wow. Alternative form of bo chico wow wow. Bo chica wow wow. Alternative form of bo chica wow wow. Bow face. Having the front surface arced or bowed outward. Bow fronted. Synonym of bow front, having an outward curving front. Bow guard. A protective structure on the bow of a boat. No guards. Plural of bow guard. Bow legged. Having bowed legs, having legs bent noticeably outward at the knee. Bow-legged Y brass. Wealthy. Having lots of money. Bow-leggedness. Alternative form of bow-leggedness. Bow riding. Alternative form of bow riding. Bow tie. Alternative spelling of bow tie. Bow tie. Alternative form of bowtied. Bow ties. Plural of bow tie. Oh wow. Representing the sound of a dog barking. Bow wow theories. Plural of bow wow. Theory. Bow wow theory. A speculative theory that human language originated from the imitation of animal vocalizations. Bow wows. Plural of bow wow. An Egyptian doorman. Bowel. Capable of being bowed bent. Malads. Plural of boa. Motor. An under-officer of the forest who dealt with trespassers. Voters. Plural of bowbearer. Nobels. A small city, the county seat of Burke County, North Dakota, United States. Mobe. Bent, like a bow for archery. Mowbray. A surname from Old English. Mowbricks. Plural of Bowber. Mowber. A large village in Cassup-cum-Corrington Parish, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3038. Motap. Alternative form of bowcap. Motap. To perform cunnilingus. Mopas. Plural of bowcat. Botative. Simple past and past participle of bowcat. Botating. Present participle and gerund of bowcat. Bodacious. Misspelling of bodacious. Modern. A place name. Weldon cable. A flexible cable used to transmit mechanical force by the movement of an inner cable, most commonly of steel, relative to a hollow outer housing. Bowden cables. Plural of Bowden cable. Bowdish. A surname. Bowdishes. Plural of Bowdish. Bowditch. A habitational surname. Bowditch effect. The autoregulation process by which myocardial tension increases with an increase in heart rate. Bowditch effects. Plural of Bowditch effect. Bowditch Island. Former name of Fakeafo. Bowditches. Plural of Bowditch. Dover. A surname. Bodorization. Alternative letter case form of bodorization. Bodorizations. Plural of bodorization. Bodorize. Alternative form of bodorize. Bodorize. Simple past and past participle of bodorize. Bodorizer. Alternative form of bodorizer. Bodorizers. Plural of bodorizer. Bodorizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of bodorize. Bodorizing. Present participle and gerund of bodorize. Bowlerism. a policy of bodoization or censorship by removing what is considered indecent. Bowdlerisms, plural of Bowdlerism. Bowdlerization, alternative letter case form of Bowdlerization. Bowdlerizations, plural of Bowdlerization. Bowdlerize, alternative form of Bowdlerize. Bowdlerize, simple past and past participle of Bowdlerize. Bowdlerizer, one who Bowdlerizes. Bowdlerizers, plural of Bowdlerizer. Bowdlerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Bowdlerize. Bowdlerizing, present participle and gerund of Bowdlerize. Bowdoin, a surname from French. Baudouins, plural of Baudouin. Modin, a suburban village near Altrincham, metropolitan borough of Trafford, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 7586. Baudrill, alternative form of Baudrill. Baudry, a surname from French. Baudries, plural of Baudry. A surname. Vlad, simple past and past participle of bow. Vowed and scraped, simple past and past participle of bow and scrape. Bow down, simple past and past participle of bow down. Bowed down before the porcelain god, simple past and past participle of bow down before the porcelain god. Bow dulcimer, a type of Appalachian dulcimer played with a bow and held upright like a cello. Bow dulcimers, plural of bow dulcimer. Bowed guitar, synonym of arpeggione. Bowed guitars, plural of bowed guitar. Bow in, simple past and past participle of bow in. Bowed out, simple past and past participle of bow out. Bowed psalteries, plural of bowed psaltery. Bowed psaltery, a psaltery adapted to be played with a bow instead of with plucking, with a triangular shape and a whole rose in the center of the soundboard. Bowed to, simple past and past participle of bow to. Bowed down, weighed down with troubles, dejected. Bowedness, quality of being that. Bowel, a part or division of the intestines, usually the large intestine. Bowel cancer, any of the many types of cancers affecting the gastrointestinal tract, rectum, or colon. Bowel cancers, plural of bowel cancer. Bowel movement, the discharge of feces from the body, an act of defecation. Bowel movements, plural of bowel movement. Bowel obstruction, an obstruction of the intestines which prevents normal digestion. Bowel obstructions, plural of bowel obstruction. Bowel transit time, the amount of time that it takes for food to travel from the mouth to the end of the intestine. Bowels, simple past and past participle of bowel. Bowling, present participle and gerund of bowel. Mattle, a surname from Norman. Mowel, simple past and past participle of bowel. Vowelless, without pity. Voweling, present participle and gerund of bowel. Vowels, the deepest or innermost part. Moe, a surname from Welsh in turn originating as a patronym. Bowen Hills, an inner suburb of the city of Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, named after George Bowen. Bowen technique, a form of body work in alternative medicine involving gentle rolling motions along the muscles, tendons, and fascia. Bowen's disease, a neoplastic skin disease, an early stage or intraepidermal form of squamous cell carcinoma. Bowen-Armstrong syndrome, synonym of Rosella-Guglielminetti syndrome. Bowen-Conradi syndrome, an autosomal recessive disease involving skeletal dysmorphology and growth failure. Bowenite, a hard, compact variety of the serpentine species Antigorite. Bowenites, plural of bowenite. Bowenoid, resembling Bowen's disease. Bowen work, Bowen technique, bodywork technique. Vower, a surname. Vower anchor, each of the two main anchors of a ship, carried permanently attached to their cables on each side of the bow, always ready to be let go in case of an emergency. Vower anchors, plural of bower anchor. Vower Ashton, a small area in the city and county of Bristol, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5671. Vower bird, any bird of the Australasian family Tillenorhinchidae, noted for building display structures, bowers, and decorating them with bright objects such as shells, glass, flowers, etc. Bower birds, plural of bower burr. Bower vine, a flowering vine native to Australia and grown as an ornamental in warmer climates, Pantorrhea jasminoides. Bower vines, plural of bower vine. Bower barf, to subject metal to the Bower barf process for reducing corrosion. Bower barf process, a method of coating iron or steel with magnetic iron oxide in order to minimize atmospheric corrosion. The articles to be treated are put into a closed retort and a current of superheated steam passed through for a period, followed by a current of producer gas carbon monoxide to reduce any higher oxides that may have been formed. Bower barfed, simple past and past participle of bower barf. Bower barfing, present participle and gerund of bower barf. Bower barfs, third person singular simple present indicative of bower barf. Bower bank, a surname. Bower bird, alternative spelling of bower bird. Bower birds, plural of bower burr. Bower Chalk, a village and civil parish in South Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 0223. Bower, furnished with a bower. Boweries, plural of bowery. Bowering, present participle and gerund of bower. Bowerland, a rural area, farmland, bowery. Bowerless, not having a bower. Bowerlet, a little bower. Bowerlets, plural of bowerlet. Bowerman, a surname. Bowermans, plural of bowerman. Bowers, a surname. Bowers Gifford, a small village in Bowers Gifford and North Benfleet Parish, Basildon District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7588. Bowers Gifford and North Benfleet, a civil parish in Basildon District, Essex, England, that includes the named places. Bowersock, a surname. Bowersocks, plural of bowersock. Bowersocks, a surname. Bowersockses, plural of bowersocks. Bowwoman, a female servant who waits upon a lady in her bedroom. Bowwomen, plural of bowerwoman. Bowery, a surname from Middle English. Boweries, plural of bowery. Us, a surname. Bowes Park, a suburban area of London in Barnet Borough and Haringey Borough, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3091. Bobbersfield, a suburb of Stockton-on-Tees, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 4417. Bus, a bower or young hawk. Bosses, plural of boas. Boas. Second person singular simple present indicative of bo. Boa. Third person singular simple present indicative of bo. Bove. Any of the two extant elongated fish of the genus Amia, native to North America, previously thought to be the same species. Bove. Stinking, disgusting. Bovins. Plural of bovin. Bovish. To fish with a bow. Bovier. One who engages in bowfishing. Bowfisherman. Synonym of bowfisher. Bowfishers. Plural of bowfisher. Bowfishing. The act of fishing with a bow. Bowfoil. Alternative form of bowfoil. Bowframe. Alternative form of bow frame. Bowfoot. Having an outward curving front. Mode. To bulge or swell out. Moment. Simple past and past participle of boge. Ojas. Third person singular simple present indicative of boge. Wode. Alternative form of boget. Wobets. Plural of boget. Modi. Alternative form of boji. Wojis. Plural of boji. Present participle and gerund of boge. Ograce. A frame or fender made of rope or junk old cordage, hung over the sides or bow front of a vessel to avoid it getting damaged. Bograces. Plural of bograce. Mogard. A protective cover worn on the wrist or forearm, sometimes extending to partially cover the hand, which provides protection from the snap of a released bowstring. Bogards. Plural of bogard. Oben. Synonym of crossbow. Obener. Synonym of crossbowman. Boji. Alternative form of boji. Owet. A large baleen whale, of species Balaena mystistis, having a large, rounded head that inhabits Arctic waters. Bowhead whale. Bowet. Bowhead whales. Plural of bowhead whale. Bowheads. Plural of bowhead. Bowhunt. To hunt game using a bow and arrow. Bowhunted. Simple past and past participle of bowhunt. Bowhunter. One who hunts with a bow and arrow. Bowhunters. Plural of bowhunter. Bowhunting. The hunting of game using a bow and arrow. Bowhuntress. A female bowhunter. Bowhuntresses. Plural of bowhuntress. Bowhunts. Third person singular simple present indicative of bowhunt. Surname. Bowie County. One of 254 counties in Texas, United States. County seat, Boston. Its courthouse is in New Boston. Bowie knife. A large sheath knife, usually of clip point style and usually with large guards at the ricasso. Bowie knives. Plural of Bowie knife. Of or relating to David Bowie 1947-2016, English musician and actor. A fan of English musician and actor David Bowie 1947-2016. Plural of Bowieite. Oes. Plural of Bowie. Oes. Reminiscent of David Bowie 1947-2016, English musician and actor or his work, glamorous, eclectic, innovative. Bowing. Present participle and gerund of bow all senses. Bowing and scraping. Present participle and gerund of bow and scrape. Bowing down. Present participle and gerund of bow down. Bowing down before the porcelain god. Present participle and gerund of bow down before the porcelain god. Vowing in, present participle and gerund of bow in. Vowing out, present participle and gerund of bow out. Vowing stone, a cromach. Vowing stones, plural of bowing stone. Vowing to, present participle and gerund of bow to. Bowingly, in a bowing manner. Vowings, plural of bowing. Bowings and scrapings, plural of bowing and scraping. Mojies, plural of boji. Moti, a shed for cattle or sheep. To belch, to burp. Simple past and past participle of boke. Mover, a surname. Odors, plural of boker. Vofith, a surname. Vogin, present participle of boke. Vokith, present participle and gerund of boke. Votes. Alternative form of bow kite. Mona, a knot that has 2 loops and 2 loose ends, either used decoratively or to tie shoelaces. Monots, plural of bona. Looks. Third person singular simple present indicative of boke. Oh, a roughly hemispherical container used to hold, mix, or present food, such as salad, fruit or soup, or other items. Bola googly, to surprise someone, to introduce to someone something unexpected, underhand, or requiring a quick reaction or correction. Bolbero, a tumulus shaped like an inverted bowl. Bolberos, plural of bolbero. Mole chair, papas and chair. Mole chairs, plural of bowl chair. Bowl cut, a haircut where the hair is cut short on the sides and back and allowed to grow long on the top, as though only the hair not covered by an inverted bowl had been removed. Bowl cuts, plural of bowl cuts. Bowl down, to knock over. Bowl down, simple past and past participle of bowl down. Bowl downing, present participle and gerund of bowl down. Bowl downs, third person singular simple present indicative of bowl down. Bolfo, alternative form of bowlful. Bolfos, plural of bowlful. Bowl game, a postseason college football competition. Bowl games, plural of bowl game. Bowl haircut, synonym of bowl cut. Bowl haircuts, plural of bowl haircut. Bowl hat, a type of woman's hat of the 1920s, having a hard round felt top and very narrow brim. Bowl hats, plural of bowl hat. Bowl lute, a lute with a body shaped like a bowl. Bowl lutes, plural of bowl lute. Bowl of cherries, an enjoyable experience. Molat, to take all the opponent's wickets in whatever way and thus end their innings. Bowl over, to overwhelm, to cause to fall to the ground. Bowl pack, a quantity of recreational drug sufficient to fill the bowl of a small pipe used to smoke it. Bowl packs, plural of bowl pack. Bowlet, to travel or arrive in a wheeled vehicle. Bowl wax, a soft wax gasket inserted between the outlet horn of a floor-mounted toilet and a flange to which it is bolted to seal the connection. Elfo, uncommon form of bowlful. Bowlfuls, plural of bowlful. Olaf, nolat. Bilofs, plural of bowl off. Bowlat. A series of deliveries at an unguarded wicket at the end of a non-first-class cricket match, used to decide the winner of a drawn match. Bowlat. Plural of bowl-out. Bowl-shaped. Having the form or the shape of a bowl, characterized by a concave, curved, or round structure. Bowland. A surname. Bowland Forest High. A civil parish in Ribble Valley District, Lancashire, England. Bowland Forest Low. A civil parish in Ribble Valley District, Lancashire, England. Bowlands. Plural of bowland. Oas. Round tarts of sugar, apple, and bread sold in the streets. Boda. Synonym of round-back kind of mandolin. Bodax. Plural of bowlback. Moe. A surname. Hoe. Of or relating to John Bowlby, 1907-1990, British developmental psychologist. Ovies. Plural of Bowlby. Other. Dated form of boulder. Boulderized. Misspelling of boulderized. Boulders. Plural of boulder. Bouldery. Archaic form of bouldery. Oaths. A surname. Boldses. Plural of bolds. Oh. Obsolete form of bowl. Though. Simple past and past participle of bowl. Bowl a googly. Simple past and past participle of bowl a googly. Bowled out. Simple past and past participle of bowl out. Bowled over. Simple past and past participle of bowl over. Bowled up. Simple past and past participle of bowl up. Owe. A leg that curves outward at the knee. Owege. Alternative spelling of bow-legged. Bow-leggedness. The quality of being bow-legged. Boweds. Plural of bow-lay. Molen. A surname from German. Bolens. Plural of Bolen. Bowe. A surname originating as an occupation. Bowler hat. A hard round black felt hat with a narrow brim, formerly worn by men. Bowler hat out. To eject someone from an organization. Bowler hats. Plural of bowler hat. Bowler hatted. Simple past and past participle of bowler hat. Bowler hatting. Present participle and gerund of bowler hat. Bowler hatted. Wearing a bowler hat. Over. Wearing a bowler hat. Bowlers. Plural of bowler. Os. A surname. Oas. Without a bow. Bowe. A hamlet in Blakemere Parish, Herefordshire, England. OS grid ref so 5452. Bowley's law. A stylized fact of economics which states that a country's wage share remains constant over time. Bowleys. Plural of bowley. Owlful. The amount that a bowl will hold. Alpha. Now uncommon spelling of bowlful. Owlfus. Plural of bowlful. Owlfus. Plural of bowlful. Bow-like. Resembling or characteristic of a bow-bent frame for firing arrows. Wowen. A surname. Wowen. Pronunciation spelling of bowling. Bowline. A rope fastened near the middle of the leech or perpendicular edge of the square sails. Bowlined. Fasten with a bowline. Bowlines. plural of bowline. Owe, a surname. Bowling agoogly, present participle and gerund of bowl agoogly. Bowling alley, a building or room which contains lanes for bowling. Bowling alleys, plural of bowling alley. Bowling average, the number of runs conceded divided by the number of wickets taken, used as a statistic. Bowling averages, plural of bowling average. Bowling bag, a long bag with two rounded handles of the kind used for carrying bowling equipment. Bowling bags, plural of bowling bag. Bowling ball, a solid ball used in the sport of bowling, with finger holes allowing it to be picked up. Bowling balls, plural of bowling ball. Bowling club, a club for people who play bowls. Bowling clubs, plural of bowling club. Bowling crease, the white line marked at each end of the pitch through the wicket and ending at the return creases. When bowling, the bowler's front foot must not cross this line until after the ball has been delivered. Bowling creases, plural of bowling crease. Bowling figures, a group of statistics listed for each bowler in a single innings: number of overs bowled, number of maiden overs bowled, number of runs conceded and number of wickets taken. Bowling green, a number of places in the United States. Bowling green, a finely laid, close-mown and rolled stretch of lawn for playing the game of bowls. Bowling greens, plural of bowling green. Bowling out, present participle and gerund of bowl out. Bowling over, present participle and gerund of bowl over. Bowling shirt, a style of camp shirt typically incorporating contrasting earth tones and simple geometric designs, sometimes made of silk, and sometimes with a single left-hand pocket and slash or a small logo or monogram. Bowling shirts, plural of bowling shirt. Bowling up, present participle and gerund of bowl up. Bowling green, alternative spelling of bowling green. Bowling shirt, wearing a bowling shirt. Bowling night, saponite. Bowlings, plural of bowling. Billiards, a pool game that borrows aspects of ten-pin bowling. Bowl-like, resembling or characteristic of a bowl. Bowlmaker, a manufacturer of bowls. Bowlmakers, plural of bowlmaker. Bowlmaking, the manufacture of bowls. Oa, a bowling club. Oas, plural of bolo. O's, plural of bow. Bowls a googly, third person singular simple present indicative of bowl a googly. Those full, plural of bowl full. Bowls of cherries, plural of bowl of cherries. Those at, third person singular simple present indicative of bowl out. Roll over, third person singular simple present indicative of bowl over. Those at, third person singular simple present indicative of bowl up. Those full, plural of bowl full. Bowls full, plural of bowlful. Bowlful, plural of bowlful. Bowltube iris, the plant Iris macrosiphan. Bowmaker, alternative form of bowmaker. Bowmakers, plural of bowmaker. Bowmaking, the manufacture of bows for archery or for musical instruments. Bowman, a surname originating as an occupation for a bowman. Bowman County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Bowman. Bowman's capsule. A cup-like sac at the beginning of the tubular component of a nephron in the mammalian kidney. Bowman's capsules. Plural of Bowman's capsule. Bowman's gland. An olfactory gland consisting of an acinus in the lamina propria and a secretory duct going out through the olfactory epithelium. Bowman's glands. Plural of Bowman's gland. Bowman's root. Gilenia trifoliata, a herbaceous perennial in the Rosaceae family, native to eastern North America, with pale pink flowers. Bowman-Burke protease inhibitor. Any of a family of ureacotinase inhibitors that mainly of seeds of legumes and cereal grains. Bowman-Burke protease inhibitors. Plural of Bowman-Burke protease inhibitor. Bowmans. A locality in the mid-north of South Australia, named after pastoralists R. and C. Bowman. Bowmanship. A mastery of archery. Bowmer brain. Nickname for the Bowmer 901B, the first American-made pocket calculator. Bowmer brains. Plural of Bowmer brain. Bowmaster. An expert or consummate archer. Bowmasters. Plural of Bowmaster. Bowman. Plural of Bowman. Belmont. A rural community in Canyon County, Idaho, United States. Beaumont Water. A river in the Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland and Northumberland, England, where it forms the River Glen. Beaumont. A village on Lough Indal, Isla, Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NR 3159. Wilmouth guitarfish. Rhina ancylostoma, a ray of the family Rhinidae. Wilmouth guitarfishes. Plural of Beaumouth guitarfish. What? A surname. Moan. Obsolete. Spelling of bound. Boundaries. Plural of boundary. Boundary. Obsolete form of boundary. Bones. Plural of bone. What? A surname. Bone. Simple past and past participle of bone. Bones. Plural of bone. Bowness. A civil parish served by Bowness-on-Solway Parish Council in Cumberland District, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough. Bowness-on-Solway. A coastal village in Bowness Parish, Cumberland District, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough OS Grid Ref NY 2262. Bowness-on-Windermere. A town on Lake Windermere, in Windermere and Bowness Parish, Westerland and Furness District, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District OS Grid Ref SD 4096. Boning. Present participle and gerund of bone. Bones. Plural of bone. Operson. A bowman or bowwoman. Bobiker. A gillnet boat that deploys the net from the bow of the boat. Bobikers. Plural of bobiker. Bowplane. A surface, usually horizontal, near the bow of a marine vessel, used for stability or control. Bowplanes. Plural of bowplane. Bowpot. Archaic form of bowpot. Bowpots. Plural of bowpot. Bowrail. Alternative form of bow rail. Oral. A town in Wingecarribee Shire, Southern Highlands, New South Wales, Australia. Bower. Obsolete form of bower. Bowers. Plural of bower. Bowrider. A kind of runabout boat with an open bow area. Bowriders. Plural of bowrider. Bowriding. Alternative form of bow riding. Bowring. A surname. Bowrings. Plural of bowring. Bowrington. An area of Wan Chai District, Hong Kong. Bora. A surname. Borons, plural of boron. Mus, plural of bow. Bows and arrows. Plural of bow and arrow. Bows and scrapes. Third person singular simple present indicative of bow and scrape. Bows down. Third person singular simple present indicative of bow down. Bows down before the porcelain god. Third person singular simple present indicative of bow down before the porcelain god. Bows in. Third person singular simple present indicative of bow in. Bow that. Third person singular simple present indicative of bow out. Bows to. Third person singular simple present indicative of bow to. That's all. Alternative form of bow saw. Bow saws, plural of bow saw. Mouse, to drink excessively and socially, to carouse. Mouse, simple past and past participle of bows. Bowther, a surname. Bowthers, plural of Bowser. Alice, third person singular simple present indicative of bows. Bowsher, a surname. Bowyers, plural of Bowsher. Bowfuff, alternative spelling of bowshock. Bowshocks, plural of bowshock. Bowtha, the act of firing an arrow from a bow. Bowshots, plural of bowshot. Bowsai. Right-hand side of a rowing boat. Nasi, a simple device with three holes used for tensioning stays on boats or guy lines on tents. Othe, comparative form of bowsy, more bowsy. Osis, plural of bowsy. Othis, superlative form of bowsy, most bowsy. Bowsing, present participle and gerund of bows. Bowsing ken, alternative spelling of bowsing ken. Bowsing kens, plural of bowsing ken. Bowsing ken, alternative spelling of bowsing ken. Bowsing kens, plural of bowsing ken. Bowsman, a sailor who works in the bow of a vessel. Bowsman, plural of bowsman. Bowspring, alternative form of bowspring. Bowsprit, a spar projecting over the prow of a sailing vessel to provide the means of adding sail surface. Bowsprits, plural of bowsprit. Bowsprited, having a bowsprit. Osen, to dunk or immerse into water for remedial purposes. Bosuned, simple past and past participle of bosun. Bosuning, present participle and gerund of bosun. Bosuns, third person singular simple present indicative of bosun. Bowstave, the stave of a bow to which the string is attached. Bowstaves, plural of bowstave. Bowster, obsolete form of bolster. Bowsters, plural of bowster. Bowstring, the string of an archer's bow. Bowstring bridge, a tied arch bridge which has an upper arch tied to the bridge deck below. Bowstring bridges, plural of bowstring bridge. Bowstring hemp, synonym of myrrel. Bowstring knot, a type of open loop knot often used to form a lariat or for a bowstring end, as the name suggests. Bowstring knots, plural of bowstring knot. Bowstring, simple past and past participle of bowstring. Bowstringer, a device for stringing a bow. Bowstringers, plural of bowstringer. Bowstringing. Present participle and gerund of bowstring. Bowstrings. Plural of bowstring. Bowstroke. Alternative form of bowstroke. Bowstrokes. Plural of bowstroke. Bowstring. Simple past and past participle of bowstring. Bowswoman. A female archer. Bowswomen. Plural of bowswoman. Boozy. Obsolete spelling of boozy. Odal. Alternative form of boltal. Odell. A surname. Odells. Plural of bodal. Odals. Plural of bodal. Bowthruster. Alternative form of bowthruster. Bowtie. A man's necktie tied in a bow around the throat. Bowtie Aaron. Alternative form of Bodian. Bodian. A macrocycle composed of a fluorophore suspended in a pillar Aaron. Though the wearing a bow tie. Obies. Plural of bow tie. Bowwoman. A female archer. Bowwoman. Plural of bowwoman. Bowwood. Any wood suited to making bows for archery. Bowwoods. Plural of bowwood. Bowow. Alternative spelling of bowwow. Bowwow theories. Plural of bowwow theory. Bowwow theory. Alternative form of bowwow theory. Bowow. Simple past and past participle of bowwow. Bowwowing. Present participle and gerund of bowwow. Bowows. Plural of bowwow. Bowdot. A strap worn below the knee, especially by laborers to keep the trousers up or to stop them stretching while bending. Bowyans. Plural of bowyan. Bowfire. A surname originating as an occupation for someone who made bows for archery. Bowires. Plural of bowwire. Mox. A surname. Box and Cox. Two people who occupy the same post or location in an alternating arrangement. Box and Cox. To alternate with each other, often in the same post or location. Box and lock. To suppress or hide something so that it is not readily available or capable of action. Box and whisker plot. Alternative form of box and whiskers plot. Box and whisker plots. Plural of box and whisker plot. Box and whiskers plot. A graphical summary of a numerical data sample through 5 statistics: median, upper quartile, lower quartile, and upper extreme and lower extreme values, by depiction as a box with its edges at the quartile marks an internal line at the median and with lines protruding from the box as far as the extremal values. Box and whiskers plots. Plural of box and whiskers plot. Box art. The illustrations or photography on the box in which a product is packaged. Box bed. Alternative form of box bed. Box beds. Plural of box bed. Box bike. Synonym of backfiets. Box bikes. Plural of box bike. Box boy. A man who assists a disc jockey by transporting and setting up the speakers, the collection of records, etc. Box boys. Plural of box boy. Box braid. Singular of box braids. Box braids. Hair braids characterized by boxy or square-shaped hair divisions. Box breathing. a breath-based relaxation technique that involves visualizing a journey around the four sides of a square, pausing while traveling horizontally and breathing in while traveling up the square and out while traveling down it. Box Butte County, one of 93 counties in Nebraska, United States. County seat, Alliance. Box Calf, a type of chromium-tanned calfskin leather with a regular grain of rectangular lines. Box Camera, a very simple type of photographic camera, being box-shaped and with a simple lens and using roll film for taking snapshot pictures. Box Cameras, plural of box camera. Box Canyon, a canyon which has a single access for entrance and exit, being otherwise enclosed on all sides by steep walls. Box Canyons, plural of box canyon. Box Car, alternative form of box car. Etymology 1. Box cars, plural of box car. Box checker, a person who follows instructions to the letter and avoids taking any risks. Box checkers, plural of box checker. Box clever, to act wisely. Box coat, a heavy overcoat worn by coachmen riding on the box seat. Box coats, plural of box coat. Box crab, any of the crabs of the genus Callapa. Box crabs, plural of box crab. Box cutter, alternative form of box cutter. Box cutters, plural of box cutter. Box elder, Acer negundo, a North American maple. Box Elder County, one of 29 counties in Utah, United States. County seat, Brigham City, named after the box elder trees that grow there. Box elder maple, Acer negundo. Box elder maples, plural of box elder maple. Box elders, plural of box elder. Box file, a lightweight flattish cubital container with a hinged lid, suitable for storing a stack of papers. Box files, plural of box file. Box girder, a steel beam with a hollow rectangular cross section, used for constructing bridges, etc. Box girders, plural of box girder. Box Harry, to go with that dinner. Box Hill, a hill and village in Mole Valley District, Surrey, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 1751 Hill, TQ 1951 Village. Box Hockey, a game in which two competing players with sticks attempt to move a hockey puck through the central dividers of a box and out through a goal hole on the opposite side. Box House, a saloon with cubicles in which customers could tryst with waitresses. Box houses, plural of box house. Box in, to enclose by drawing a box around. Box iron, a non-electric clothes iron which is heated by placing something hot as a piece of iron, the slug, or heated charcoal into its hollow chamber. Box irons, plural of box iron. Box jellies, plural of box jelly. Box jelly, box jellyfish. Box jellyfish, Pacific jellyfish of class Cubozoa. Box jellyfishes, plural of box jellyfish. Box joint, synonym of finger joint. Box joints, plural of box joint. Box junction, a junction designed to prevent congestion and gridlock. Vehicles may only enter the box-shaped area, usually marked with crossing diagonal lines, if their exit from the junction is clear, or in some cases if they intend to make a turn. Box junctions, plural of box junction. Box kick, a type of kick performed by the scrum half from the base of a ruck, maul, or scrum. The scrum half will stand sideways onto the opposition with his kicking foot further from them and kick the ball high into the air so as to hopefully prevent the opposition charging down the kick. Box kicked, simple past and past participle of box kick. Box kicking, present participle and gerund of box kick. Box kicks, plural of box kick. Box kite, a kite consisting of two light rectangular boxes or cells open on two sides and fastened together horizontally. Box kite spider, any aardweaver in the genus Isaacsia of tropical Africa. Box kites, plural of box kite. Box lacrosse, an indoor version of lacrosse played mostly in North America and distinguished from field lacrosse. Box level, a spirit level in which a glass-covered box is used instead of a tube. Box levels, plural of box level. Box lunch, a packed lunch in a box. Box lunches, plural of box lunch. Box man, the pilot flying behind the leader in a box formation. Box meal, a ready meal supplied packaged in a box. Box meals, plural of box meal. Box men, plural of box man. Box model, the set of CSS rules that govern the size, shape, spacing, borders, and margins of web page elements. Box models, plural of box model. Box nasties, plural of box nasty. Box nasty, a packed lunch supplied in a box. Box no, abbreviation of box number. Box nos, plural of box no. Box number, a numerical address for postal correspondence managed by a company or organization on behalf of the addressee and used, for example, for convenience if one does not have a suitable physical address for receiving mail, or to avoid giving one's real address, for example, in a newspaper advertisement. Box numbers, plural of box number. Box of birds, alternative form of box of fluffy ducks. Box of fluffies, alternative form of box of fluffy ducks. Box of fluffy ducks, used to express that everything is good. Box of ivories, a set of teeth. Box of tricks, a box, suitcase, etc. used by a magician to carry stage paraphernalia. Box off, to turn the head of a vessel either way by bracing the headyards aback. Box office, a place where tickets are sold in a theater/theater or cinema. Box offices, plural of box office. Box oneself into a corner, to create a predicament or problem for oneself, to do something that leaves one with no good alternatives or solutions. Box operator, synonym of D'Alembert operator. Box operators, plural of box operator. Box out, to position oneself between an opposition player and the basket in anticipation of getting a rebound. Box party, a box social. Box pleat, a knife pleat when arranged back to back with others. Box pleats, plural of box pleat. Box plot, a graphical summary of a numerical data sample through 5 statistics, median, lower quartile, upper quartile, and some indication of more extreme upper and lower values. Box plots, plural of box plot. Box poison, the plant Gastrolobium parviflorum. Box room, a small bedroom in a house, often used for storage. Box rooms, plural of box room. Box score, a score showing the final scores of the teams in a game, as well as certain individual and team achievements. Box scores, plural of box score. Box C, a seat among a group of seats in an enclosure, as at a theater or stadium. Box seats, plural of box seat. Box set, Related musical or video recordings that are gathered on multiple items of the same kind of media, compact discs, DVD, VHS tapes, etc., and placed in a box to be sold as a unit. Box sets, plural of box set. Box social, a fundraising event in which boxes are decorated and filled with meals for two, traditionally by women, and others, traditionally men, bid on them, anticipating a meal with the preparer. Box socials, plural of box social. Box someone's ears, to slap someone on the side of the head, usually as an informal punishment. Box split, a gymnastics position where the legs are split completely to the sides and form a flat bottom with the legs splayed out as the bottom. By producing a wave along the legs, one can travel along the ground in this position. Box splits, plural of box split. Box spring, a box-shaped frame into which is a set of spiral springs upon which rests a bed mattress. Box springs, plural of box spring. Box squat, a form of squat exercise where, at the bottom of the motion, the squatter briefly sits on a support before rising again. Box squats, plural of box squat. Box stall, an enclosed stall with walls within which the animal can move freely. Box stalls, plural of box stall. Box standard, a hollow tube frame used for a machine. Box standards, plural of box standard. Box stitch, a reinforcing stitch used to secure the corners of patches, hems, or belt loops. Box stitches, plural of box stitch. Box store, synonym of big box. Box stores, plural of box store. Box supper, a box social, especially in Ozark culture. Box suppers, plural of box supper. Box tail, an aircraft's tail or rudder, usually fixed, resembling a box kite. Box tails, plural of box tail. Box tent, synonym of pizza saver. Box tents, plural of box tent. Box the compass, to know and demonstrate by reciting the 32 points and quarter points of the magnetic compass from north or east, both clockwise and anticlockwise. Box the na, to perform a dance movement in which the two dancers step forward, join hands, then raise hands. The lady takes a step forward and does a left-face U-turn back under the raised joined hands, while the man walks forward and around the lady while doing a right-face U-turn back. Box the Jesuit, synonym of bash the bishop, to masturbate. Box tree, any of several trees of the genus Buxus, often used as a hedge for topiary and as a source of boxwood. Box tree moth, a moth of the species Psittacula perspectalis, native to East Asia, invasive in Australia where they feed on box trees. Box tree moths, plural of box tree moth. Box trees, plural of box tree. Box truck, synonym of box van, a truck with an enclosed cuboid-shaped cargo area. Box trucks, plural of box truck. Box turtle, a turtle of the genera Pteropine, the North American box turtles, Cora, or Pyxidia, the Asian box turtles, characterized by having a domed shell that is hinged at the bottom, allowing the animal to close its shell tightly to escape predators. Box turtles, plural of box turtle. Box up, to pack into boxes. Box van, a truck with an enclosed cuboid-shaped cargo area. Box vans, plural of box van. Box wagon, a large high-sided box-shaped open wagon mounted on two four-wheel bogies, similar to a North American gondola car. Box wagons, plural of box wagon. Box wine, a type of wine that is sealed in a plastic bladder and packaged in a cardboard box, cask wine. Box wines, plural of box wine. Box zither, a zither with a trapezoidal or rectangular shaped sound box. Box zithers, plural of box zither. Box and whisker plot, alternative form of box and whiskers plot. Box and whiskers plot, alternative form of box and whiskers plot. Box bed, a bed that is completely enclosed to provide the occupant with privacy, resembling a freestanding box or built into a wall. Box beds, plural of box bed. Box calf, alternative form of box calf. Box canyon, alternative form of box canyon. Box canyons, plural of box canyon. Boxcar, alternative form of boxcar, etymology 1. Boxcars, plural of boxcar. Box checker, alternative form of box checker. Box checkers, plural of box checker. Box counting dimension, synonym of Minkowski-Boolean dimension. Box counting dimensions, plural of box counting dimension. Box-Cox distribution, the distribution of a random variable x for which the Box-Cox transformation on x follows a truncated normal distribution. Box-Cotter, alternative form of box-cutter. Box-cutters, plural of box-cutter. Box-drawing character, a text character used for creating geometric frames and boxes. Box-drawing characters, plural of box-drawing character. Box-elder, alternative spelling of box-elder. Box-elders, plural of box-elder. Box-fresh, chiefly of shoes or other clothing, fresh from the box in which they were purchased, brand new, ostentatiously new. Box-like, alternative form of box-like. Box-Muller transform, a pseudonym number sampling method for generating pairs of independent, standard, normally distributed zero expectation, unit variance random numbers, given a source of uniformly distributed random numbers. Box of tricks, alternative form of box of tricks. Box office, alternative form of box office. Box office bomb, a motion picture that generates relatively low revenue at the box office, especially less than the budget for producing it. Box office bombs, plural of box office bomb. Box offices, plural of box office. Box sealing tape, a pressure-sensitive tape used for closing or sealing corrugated fiberboard boxes. Box shaped, having a cuboid, rectangular or square shape. Box spring, alternative spelling of box spring. Box springs, plural of box spring. Box standard, alternative form of box standard. Box standards, plural of box standard. Box ticking, the completion of a form containing multiple choice questions in which one or more boxes need to be ticked by way of an answer. Box-to-box midfielder, a central midfielder who plays both defensively and attackingly, who runs a lot up and down the pitch. Box-to-box midfielders, plural of box-to-box midfielder. Box tree, alternative form of box tree. Box trees, plural of box tree. Box turtle, alternative form of box turtle. Box turtles, plural of box turtle. Box whisker plot, alternative form of box and whiskers plot. Box whiskers plot, alternative form of box and whiskers plot. Box oval, capable of or suitable for placing in a box. Boxador, a dog that is a cross between a boxer and a Labrador. Boxadors, plural of boxador. Box aerobics, a form of exercise that combines aerobics with elements of kickboxing. Vopsal, a surname. Box art, alternative form of box art. Box ball, any of various informal ball games or sports played with boxes or in a box-shaped court. Mox, alternative form of box bed. Moxevs, plural of boxb. Moxberries, plural of boxberry. Moxmary, a teaberry bush Gaultheria procumbens. Moxboard, paperboard used for the manufacture of folding cartons and rigid boxes. Moxboards, plural of boxboard. Moxscav, a locomotive in which the machinery and crew areas are enclosed in a box-like superstructure. Moxscavs, plural of boxscav. Boxcar, an enclosed railway goods wagon, typically with a sliding door. Boxcar function, any function whose value is zero except for a finite part of its argument for which it has a constant non-zero value. Boxcar functions, plural of boxcar function. Boxguard, simple past and past participle of boxcar. Boxscarring, synonym of cattle trucking diagnostic feature of retinal artery occlusion caused by the segmentation of the blood column within the retinal vessels. Boxcars, double 6 in a dice game with two dice. Box cutter, a utility knife. Box cutters, plural of box cutter. Mox, simple past and past participle of box. Moxed and cox, simple past and past participle of box and cox. Moxed and locked, simple past and past participle of box and lock. Box clever, simple past and past participle of box clever. Box ears, simple past and past participle of box ears. Boxed in, simple past and past participle of box in. Boxed off, simple past and past participle of box off. Boxed oneself into a corner, simple past and past participle of box oneself into a corner. Boxed out, simple past and past participle of box out. Boxed set, a collection of recordings sold together in a single package. Boxed sets, plural of boxed set. Boxed someone's ears, simple past and past participle of box someone's ears. Boxed standard, alternative form of boxed standard. Boxed standards, plural of boxed standard. Box the compass, simple past and past participle of box the compass. Boxed up, simple past and past participle of box up. Moxel, any of a set of axis-aligned boxes that do not overlap, used to represent a 2.5D data set. Moxeller, alternative form of box elder. Moxellers, plural of box elder. Moxsoles, plural of boxel. Moxon, made of boxwood. Moxer, a Chinese anti-imperial and xenophobic rebel of the early 1900s. Boxer briefs, a style of underpants for men that combines the snugness of briefs with the longer length of boxer shorts. Moxer engine, an engine with two horizontally opposed cylinder banks, commonly used in Porsche and Subaru automobiles. Boxer engines, plural of boxer engine. Boxer rebellion. A violent anti-foreign and anti-Christian uprising which took place in China towards the end of the Qing dynasty between 1899 and 1901. Boxer short, attributive form of boxer shorts. Boxer shorts, shorts worn as underwear by men. Boxer's fracture, the break of the fifth metacarpal bone of the hand near the knuckle or sometimes the fourth metacarpal, occurring after a person hits an object with a closed fist. Boxer briefs, alternative form of boxer briefs. Boxer short, attributive form of boxer shorts. Boxercise, a form of physical workout, combining boxing with aerobic exercise. Boxered, wearing a pair of boxer shorts. Boxerism, the beliefs and policies of the boxers in China. Boxerway, befitting or typical of a boxer. Boxers, plural of boxer. Boxes, plural of box. Boxes and coxes, third person singular simple present indicative of box and cox. Boxes and locks, third person singular simple present indicative of box and lock. Boxes clever, third person singular simple present indicative of box clever. Boxes ears, third person singular simple present indicative of box ears. Boxes in, third person singular simple present indicative of box in. Boxes of ivories, plural of box of ivories. Boxes off, third person singular simple present indicative of box off. Boxes oneself into a corner, third person singular simple present indicative of box oneself into a corner. Boxes out, third person singular simple present indicative of box out. Boxes someone's ears, third person singular simple present indicative of box someone's ears. Boxes the compass, third person singular simple present indicative of box the compass. Boxes up, third person singular simple present indicative of box up. Boxes full, plural of box full. Boxfish, any of the family of often colorful spread bony fishes. Boxfish, plural of boxfish. Boxford, a town and census-designated place in Essex County, Massachusetts. Boxhole, as much as a box will hold. Boxfuls, plural of boxful. Boxgrove, a village and civil parish of West Sussex, England. Boxsaw, to bring a square-rigged ship onto a new tack by hauling back the foresails whilst steering hard round. Boxvald, simple past and past participle of boxhaul. Boxhauling, present participle and gerund of boxhaul. Noxhauls, third person singular simple present indicative of boxhaul. Boxbed, a German person. Boxheads, plural of boxhead. Boxholder, an owner of a box in a theater/theater, stadium, etc. Box holders, plural of box holder. Boxhole borer, a variant of a raised borer that is used when there is not enough space on the higher of the two levels to be connected. Boxwarn, a village in the commune of Winkrange in northern Luxembourg. Boxicities, plural of boxicity. Boxicity, the minimum dimension in which a graph may be represented as a specific intersection of boxes. Boxy, comparative form of boxy, more boxy. Boxious, superlative form of boxy, most boxy. Boxily, in a boxy way. Boxiness, the condition of being boxy. Boxing, present participle and gerund of box. Boxing and coxing, present participle and gerund of box and cox. Boxing and locking, present participle and gerund of box and lock. Boxing bag, a punching bag used to train for the sport of boxing. Boxing bags, plural of boxing bag. Boxing clever, present participle and gerund of box clever. Boxing Day, the day after Christmas. The 26th of December. Boxing Day, the day or days. Boxing Week following Christmas, December 25th, when stores have large reductions. Boxing Days, plural of Boxing Day. Boxing Days, plural of Boxing Day. Boxing Ears, present participle and gerund of box ears. Boxing Glove. A padded mitten designed to protect the hand while punching and worn in boxing. Boxing Gloves, plural of Boxing Glove. Boxing In, present participle and gerund of boxed in. Boxing Kangaroo, a kangaroo trained to box against human opponents as a sideshow attraction. Boxing Kangaroos, plural of Boxing Kangaroo. Boxing Night, the night following Boxing Day, either 26 or 27 December, the traditional night for the first performance of a pantomime. Boxing Off, present participle and gerund of box off. Boxing oneself into a corner, present participle and gerund of box oneself into a corner. Boxing Out, present participle and gerund of box out. Boxing Ring, a space, usually square, with elastic ropes around the edge in which a boxing match is fought. Boxing Rings, plural of Boxing Ring. Boxing someone's ears, present participle and gerund of box someone's ears. Boxing the compass, present participle and gerund of box the compass. Boxing Time, Boxing Day. Boxing Up, present participle and gerund of box up. Boxing Week, alternative letter case form of Boxing Week. Boxing Week, the period after Christmas, December 25th until New Year's or longer, when stores offer large discounts. Boxing Weeks, plural of Boxing Week. Boxing Weeks, plural of Boxing Week. Boxings, plural of boxing. Boxkeeper, a theater attendant in charge of the boxes. Boxkeepers, plural of boxkeeper. Moxilla, mox, lacrosse. Moxilus. Without a box. Moxlessness, absence of boxes. Moxley, a village and civil parish in Maidstone Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7758. Boxleys, plural of Boxley. Box-like, similar to a box. Boxload, a load comprising a full box. Boxloads, plural of boxload. Boxlie, a style of double-barreled shotgun with concealed, self-cocking hammers that use a break-open action. Boxlocks, plural of boxlock. Boxmaker, a manufacturer of boxes. Boxmakers, plural of boxmaker. Boxmaking, the manufacture of boxes. Boxman, a casino employee who supervises the craps table. Boxman, plural of boxmen. Boxmoor, a suburban area in Hemel Hempstead, Dacorum Borough, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 0406. Box office, alternative form of box office. Box offices, plural of box office. Boxologies, plural of boxology. Boxology, a representation of an organized structure as a graph of labeled nodes, boxes, and connections between them as lines or arrows. Box out, a square or almost square design element that contains text or graphics separate from the main body of text or graphics on the page. Boxouts, plural of boxout. Boxplot, alternative spelling of boxplot. Boxplots, plural of boxplot. Boxroom is storeroom, usually upstairs for boxes and other items. Boxrooms, plural of boxroom. Box score, alternative form of box score. Box scores, plural of box score. Box set, alternative form of box set collection of media. Box sets, plural of box set, an alternative form of box set. Box ship, synonym of container ship. Box ships, plural of box ship. Box spring, alternative spelling of box spring. Box springs, plural of box spring. Boxtel, a town and municipality in North Brabant Province, Netherlands. Boxthorn, any plant of the genus Lycium. Boxthorns, plural of boxthorn. Box these, plural of boxty. Boxstop, the upper portion of a product's box used as a proof of purchase when claiming an associated offer. Box stops, plural of box stop. Box tree, alternative form of box tree. Box trees, plural of box tree. Moxtie, a traditional Irish potato pancake. Mox walker, a horse that repetitively walks around its stable. Box walkers, plural of box walker. Box walking, the activity of a horse kept in a stable in which it repeatedly walks around its confines. Moxwalla, alternative form of boxwalla. Moxwalla, an Indian peddler who sold goods from a box or trunk. Moxwallas, plural of boxwalla. Moxwallas, plural of boxwalla. Moxwise, in the form of a box. Moxwood, the box tree, Buxus sempervirens. Moxwoods, plural of boxwood. Moxware, a honeycomb-like structure of cavities that can form in fractured or jointed sedimentary rocks. Mox, a surname. Moxes, plural of box. Moxie, box-shaped, box-like, or otherwise suggestive of boxes with right angles or at least blunt profiles. Initialism of beginning of year. A young male human. A band, a pop group whose members are all usually attractive young men. Boy bands, plural of boy band. Boy bishop, a boy appointed to a bishopric, a very young bishop. Boy bishops, plural of boy bishop. Boy bits, the male genitalia. Boy crazier, comparative form of boy crazy, more boy crazy. Boy craziest, superlative form of boy crazy, most boy crazy. Boy crazy, having a great romantic or sexual attraction to boys of one's age group. Boy cunt, the anus of a man, usually the passive participant in gay sex. Boy cunts, plural of boy cunt. Boyfriend, dated spelling of boyfriend. Boyfriends, plural of boyfriend. Boy group, synonym of boy band. Boy hole, the vagina of a trans man. Boy holes, plural of boy hole. Why howdy, expresses strong support or agreement. Boy in blue, a policeman. Boy in buttons, a young male servant in livery, a page. Boy in the boat. The human clitoris. Boy use, semen or Cowper's fluid. Boy juices, plural of boy juice. Boy meets girl, a romantic story in which a boy gets to know a girl and begins to love her. Boy ma, an often single mother with a male child that coddles him almost to the point of romantic attachment, possibly while ignoring her female children. Boy moms, plural of boy mom. Boy next door, a regular, typical boy as opposed to a superstar. Boy off, to verbally abuse or cuss out a man, to mug off, demean or insult the masculinity of a man. Boy or girl paradox, an apparent paradox in probability theory, illustrated by various questions about the probability of a child within a family being of a particular sex. Boy parts, pediatric age male genitalia. Boy preggers, alternative form of boy preggers. Boy pussies, plural of boy pussy. Boy pussy, the anus of a man, usually the passive participant in gay sex. Boy racer, a young man who drives recklessly fast, especially one who participates in gatherings of car culture enthusiasts and / or in illegal street racing. Boy racers, plural of boy racer. Boy scout, a male member of the scout movement. Boy scout, a male member of the scout movement. Boy scouting, the Boy Scout movement. Boy scoutish, resembling or characteristic of a Boy Scout, especially in being naively or piously high-minded. Boy Scouts, plural of Boy Scout. Boy Scouts, plural of Boy Scout. Boy shorts, alternative form of boy shorts. Boy talk, discourse between males which is considered to be inappropriate or uninteresting to female ears. Boy toy, a toy meant to be played with by a boy. Boy toys, plural of boy toy.